And welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today as we are starting a little bit off of our draft coverage into more depth. We did a mock draft, of course, but we're starting to really turn into that season. We're a couple of months away from the NFL draft, so we're going to be doing a little bit more of the look-see. Obviously, free agents on the horizon as well, but we're going to mix some of this in. And as we approach this draft, I think you start to see some things materialize and come forward that are sort of presenting themselves. We know that this is not a strong draft for quarterbacks. We know that the Hawks are not necessarily in position to take the two quarterbacks that are projected to go at the top of this draft. But there is a guy that's starting to gain some acclaim on the back of a strong Senior Bowl performance and on the back of a good college career, great college career. So reset Eli Manning's passing records out there at Ole Miss. And so what I wanted to do today on today's show, in a long-form fashion, as you guys know that I do tend to do, is take a look at this player that we're going to look at as a potential for the Seattle Seahawks here as a quarterback. And the reason I want to do this is because, number one, I think there's a real possibility and a chance of this because he is really rising up the board, that being Jaxson Dart. And then number two, this is also something that I think that the fan base is very invested in wondering about and considering. John Schneider moved Russell Wilson a couple of years ago, and many people at that time were chomping at the bit to see the Hawks pivot to that quarterback of the future, the young star guy. In a lot of ways, really, we haven't had much of that in Seattle throughout our history here as a franchise. There have been the couple of picks that you've made in the first round, Kelly Stoffer. You've got, of course, Rick Meyer taken in the top 5. But we haven't always had our quarterback of the future here. Sometimes we're trading for a later round guy or we're making him a day 2 guy. It's kind of some of that. And so this is one of those points where, again, I can see a little bit of a fascination with thinking about a possibility of this guy's rising up boards, rising up right around where we're picking at about 18, maybe higher. We'll see how it goes with this kind of thing. You know, these quarterbacks, they can vault. They vault more than those Olympians, I'll tell you that. And so it's a chance he can still go up higher, but he's also kind of potentially right in that range where the Hawks could pounce on him if they really do fall in love with him. And when it comes to John Schneider, since he's moved on from Russell Wilson, he's really not been in a position to take a quarterback where it makes sense that he's really signed up to them. Now, there's fans that were chomping at the bit for Malik Willis a couple of years ago to be the first overall pick at the top of the draft. But most that looked at Malik's tape said that's not going to make sense. He's not that kind of talent for that kind of range. Nor were any of the other first-round quarterbacks or any of the second-round quarterbacks in that draft. And it's been kind of more of the same. Yeah, there was the C.J. Stroud out a couple of years ago, but they would have had to have traded up to go get a C.J. Stroud. There's nobody that's just kind of fallen into where they're picking so that they can pick without having to give up some huge amount of assets to go make it happen. And that could be the case here with Dart. We're going to look at this as a little bit of why I'm going to try to present to you why I think he's starting to gain more claim into being a first-round pick. I've got some tape I want to show you guys in regards to this in addition. But it's also still going to be cross-referenced back with the fact that I'm not necessarily as much fully on board with looking at the guy as a purified first-round guy. This is really a John falls in love with him, I think, kind of situation, or some GM falls in love with him kind of situation that would drive this to happen. When I look at him, I think that there's some really good stuff to what he does, but there's also some things there that give you some slight concerns on it. But we know with John that if he's got a guy that he really likes, he can lock in, and he doesn't necessarily pick quarterbacks often, but when he's got one he likes, he's going to pick him and pick him in probably the right spot for where they should go based on the interest around him. Let's look at, though, a couple of things on the surface of this quarterback to start this off with him as far as his profile goes. He is a little bit below 6'2". He just was measured in at the Senior Bowl, so a little bit below that, so he's not going to have necessarily the pure size you look at in the position. The 225-pound listed weight is real. He's got good size to him on that. If you're going to be a bit of an undersized guy like a Russell Wilson was, you need to have a little bit of the heft that you bring so you can sustain some of those hits. I think the lighter guys, the thinner, skinnier guys, they're the ones who have a tendency to get broken at the next level with those kind of builds. And as I said, you can see with him over his 3 years here with Ole Miss, he's reset passing records there with Eli Manning, again, only doing it in 3 years there. Transfer from USC, where he had a little bit of time there. So a little bit of, again, some shades to me of a bit of a Russell Wilson kind of situation you could look at with him here. He is only 21, so he's not super old as a prospect coming out. There's not going to be that black mark on him. So teams are going to look at him and say, well, there is still some belief or reason to maybe believe here that there's going to be some more upside to be realized from him. Now, but you can see with the, other than the good weight, he's not going to, from a 6'1.5", 6'1 3/4", give you necessarily size, but we've seen guys be successful at that size. That's not far off a guy like even an Aaron Rodgers, for instance, So he can make it work at that point. And again, not a one-year wonder. That's sometimes one thing I worry about with quarterbacks coming out that start to gain too much acclaim too fast, is it all becomes on the back of a one-year wonder kind of experience. Even Anthony Richardson, another very young quarterback, only had that one season of starting and didn't give you a lot of track record to go off of to make your determination about how good the player really was. You're doing a lot of projecting out to what you think he could be based on the little flashes you would get here and there. And with, I think, Dart, it's not really about him just giving the flashes. He's very consistent in that performance. His production does also bear that out. For what it's worth, for those that are maybe interested in a little bit of his overall grade this year as far as how he was measured up against the other college quarterbacks in the NCAA by PFF and just overall rating there, you can see that there's a lot of guys on this list, as I'm showing you here, that are guys that are going to be in consideration even for this upcoming draft. Kyle McCord, Shadur Sanders, Cam Ward. And you can see right there at number 3, there's a bit of a sample size, which is why you don't have number 1 listed there. So technically it's really number 2 when you remove the sample size guy that's at number 1. So the second highest graded quarterback in college football. And that, of course, is going to bear in from some front offices when it comes to considering this guy, because analytics are starting to weigh in a little bit more heavier. It's not going to be a big weight of it. You're going to go over all this other stuff's going to really carry much more of the determination. But it's a part of the process to consider that he is that well graded and he plays that smart. You get a grade like this, you're going to tend to play very smart. You're not going to play loose and too free with the ball. Ward has got a little bit of that to him. He's a bit of the outlier with this kind of thing because he can play that way a little bit, but he's just so productive on the other side of it that he counterbalances that to make up for it. But I would say even Dart is probably even a little bit more safer in his overall play and how he goes about it. Another thing that's going to probably appeal a little bit to GMs and maybe even John Schneider on this side of things. Let's go into some of the tape, though, and I want to give you guys a capturing, if I can, of this player. And if I can, as much to both illustrate why I think he's kind of gaining some rise up into the first round kind of area of things, and then also why there's maybe a little bit of some hesitancies in some of the things I've seen and from what he's coming out of the type of offense that he's structured out of, how long this might take in his development. Is he a guy that's really going to be, game day ready within just even a year, as he's not even taking snaps under center? That's not like Russell in that situation, where Russell was a guy who had ran a pro-style offense out there at Wisconsin, who had taken under center snaps, and so he wasn't starting from square one on that. He's got to learn basic footwork on a drop back right now, because everything's going to be happening out of the RPO. And this is the first place I want to begin with Dart, is that big part of what has me a little bit, concerned in watching this offense, and this is the thing that would kind of drive me crazy at times with Quinn Ewers, is the offense is so much RPO driven. It's so much just get the ball out of the quarterback's hands, instantaneous, really hyper easy reads where you're just, not even a half field thing here. It's just, you're going to throw it there. That's where the ball is going to go. And so oftentimes it's out of the guy's hand quick, and it's to a predetermined read really fast, and so you're not watching him necessarily do quarterback things, so especially when you put that in conjunction with the lack of any dropbacks as far as under center. Now, again, this isn't unusual. There's a lot of quarterbacks out there that are running these kind of style offenses, so it is a little bit of just what you have to do is the nature of the beast when you deal with that. But to kind of illustrate my point, you get throws like these that I'm going to show you here in sequence, okay? Throws like these where it's just quick, little just firing throws, bam, get it out. It's a good throw. It's a nice out route throw there. Puts a little bit of pepper on it. Really good, okay? Come back here with another throw. He's just going to get it right out of his hand. Bam, right in the hands. Love the ball placement, right? You can see he's putting it down away from the defender. He doesn't get his guy killed with the other defender that's closing in over the top to lay the kill shot, right? So it's also a really good ball placement. That's what's going to jump out to evaluators that do watch him on a throw like this. But it's also, as you can see, he's taking the hike. He's throwing the ball. And there's a big, fat, open lane for him to throw through. This is all over the tape. I'm showing you some of these cut-ups, but it's just, take my word for it, this stuff's all over the tape. Now, here he's trying to beat the blitz. Smartly recognizes it. But it's just a five-man fire zone blitz. It's not like they're sending the house here. But bam. Ball out of the hands. It's got a pretty quick delivery. You can see that. It's not super elongated. You can kind of just snap it off for being a smaller guy. Sometimes those guys too have to really get their body into the throw. Another one here, RPO, just a quick little throw. Making the gut, Ball comes out, quick delivery, ball's on time, good velocity, don't get me wrong there, but it doesn't give you a chance to really do a lot with making determinations off this, right? Because you almost go, well, just about any QB can kind of do that stuff in that. Again, RPO, loop it right over the top. Guy ends up dropping the ball too, and there's some of these I can only show so much time on the frame with it, but loop over the top, quick throw. Not necessarily going through a lot of different stuff. So this is a lot of what the tape does have on it. Can't hear, just dropping back. What does this tell you in the quarterback? They drop back, this guy blocks, just throws the check down to him. And the teams are dropping back, as you're seeing. It does speak to when you're watching defenses here on the All-22 dropping back to depth like they are. You can see that that's respect for his deep ball, his deep arm. That's part of this here. Part of it also is just that this is a little bit of the offense, RPO, out route there. Just this is what you're watching over and over again at times and then you've got to kind of find the throws in between there with him, which can make it tough. Where I do think he does stand out, though there's going to be a bit of a place that I want to talk about with this, is the deep ball. And having a good, strong arm down the field that can be really able to push it down the field in that way. He's probably very close to a kind of a Bo Nix arm strength-wise. Bo Nix kind of underrated with some of the arm strength last year and his ability to kind of push the ball down the field. And this guy's got a little bit more of an ability beyond Bo, I would say, of layering the ball in and being able to take some RPMs off and exhibit different throws for different situations, where with Nix, if he's going deep, it's going to be kind of on a line and he's just going to let it really rip and go. Nix might have just a hair bit more arm strength, I think, than Dart does too as well, if you want to look for, some differences there. He also probably has a little bit better, more mobility. I think he's going to be a little bit faster when he's Nix's time versus what we're going to see from Dart. They're saying Dart's going to be somewhere between 4.55, 4.65 is what his people are saying that he's trying to shoot for. I think he's going to be more 4.65 to 4.7, more into that kind of, it's good. It ain't bad, but he's not lightning fast. It's something I'm going to show you guys on that here in a second. But the deep ball, when it does come out, when he does make these throws, it looks so good. And on tape, you see him putting a ball in a spot. Let me get the player back up here. You see him putting the ball on the spot. Perfect throw in motion, no wasted motion. Receiver ends up dropping this pass. Great pocket here. Puts it right over the top. But if he gets press coverage on the outside and watching the tape with it, and you don't have that safety lurking over high, it's a little bit of times of kind of almost a bit like Jaden Daniels last year, where when Jaden Daniels wanted to effortlessly go to that fade route with the layered throw over the top, and not like a fade route at the end zone, but just kind of layer right up over the top to Neighbors, he could put that thing right in the spot where he wanted to put it deep and lock it right into that place. Now, the accuracy can dip and go at times here with Dart, but when it is locked in like this and there's so many throws on his tape like this, it does stand out that he's got it in his bag. Again, see how he kind of takes a little bit off that throw. He isn't trying to gun this in here. He's putting it to the spot, but still manages to lead the man out in front. Great timing on the throw. Beautiful spiral. Real catchable pass. Maybe like if he could to put it out a little bit more front, but he wants to make sure he gets the completion in there because this guy's got a ton of separation on the play. Another deep ball here. This one I want to show you again too is where he will, this little bit reading coverage. This is a broken coverage, but you can see at the top, if I pause this, right at the top, we've got the safeties in real low here. They're in that cover 2 shell look. But he's got a guy running deep. So if this guy doesn't maintain the depth and he reads that, he's going to attack it deep. So there is a little bit of reading this, which is nice here on his part. On the play action, blown coverage. And as soon as he sees the safety drive, he lays it right up over the top. Not bad arm strength either there. It's about 18-yard line. Ends up landing in about the 32-yard line. Same hash, but not bad. Again, going to attack deep here. Play it once you guys can see it. I want to kind of show a little bit of this, of what he sees in coverage, because this is a bit like what I was talking about, where he's going to attack you when you don't have a safety high. So they're single high safety. This looks like kind of a cover 3 look. Off coverage at the top with the guy that he wants to target. He knows his man can beat that. This is such a beautiful throw from a timing standpoint, touch standpoint, where he puts the ball in at. But it's also the reading and understanding that that safety over here is not going to get to the top side of this play. So there's also a little bit of the feel of that safety, a little bit of that veteranness he brings. To give you another angle on this, check out this angle on this throw. Look at that thing. Beautiful catch. Trey Harris. Know the name. Another prospect in this draft. But these kind of throws are going to be wild throws for NFL evaluators. Corner never even gets his head turned back around here. Now, this is against Wake Forest. Make of that what you will. Wake didn't exactly have the best of teams. Another deep throw here against Penn State. They put the belt to ass on Penn State last year. Chick-fil-A Bowl. I've been telling you guys here is that he's going to punish you if you don't leave a safety over the top. So we have Captain Fantastic here as a real shallow single high safety here prior to the snap. He's probably feeling there's going to be a blitz here, so the timing's not going to be to where he's got a lot of time to read this. But he quickly goes and finds his man high side here and puts the ball right in between the two players on a nice throw. So good decision making here. This game, Penn State just blitzed the ever-loving God out of him. And he was really tough in the pocket in this one. Another one here. Just a beautiful ball here on the little, just a soft little layered throw. Drops in like a pillow. Right to the spot. What has he got at the bottom of the screen? I know you can't really see it here, so let me try to show you a little bit. We got press coverage at the bottom of the screen here. So he recognizes that. He's got two safety high, so he's going to be locking a little bit in on what is this safety here at the top doing to see if he's going to drive out here to his 9 route. The safety doesn't. Couple steps creeping in. He's got one-on-one with the press, which means now he can attack to that high side. Let me show it here from this angle. So got the press, attack. Watch that safety though again, because this is what his eyes I think are locked into here as he's watching here. I don't think he's watching. I think he just knows that safety's not going to get over. But another beautiful throw. A couple more here of these, just so you guys get the idea. These are going to be on his tape. He's had a lot of big-time throws this year. Another just little layered-in throw. This is a different one than the one I just showed you guys. Again, just that ability. Cleat gets in the back foot, loft it up, put it right in the right spot. This is very shades of Jaden Daniels last year. And this is going to, it's not he's the same player as Jaden Daniels. He doesn't have Jaden Daniels' arm strength, doesn't have his mobility. But this is the stuff that's going to remind, I think, some of the evaluators and why he's going to start to go up boards in times when they see this stuff, even though there is at times, some inaccuracy there on the deep stuff. I think it's going to be enough to kind of overwhelm them a little bit when they watch him on this stuff. Here again, just a beautiful ball. We've got no safety help over the top here. He's got off coverage at the bottom of the screen. That's where he's looking to attack. And I'm not sure if he ever reads the slot is going to end up as the slot here ends up as your cover two safety post snap. So I don't know if he ever really reads truly that the slot's coming over there, but his ball placement's so good here where he puts it that he doesn't bring it back into the safety. Stop and go route. They ran a lot of this stuff out there. Again, I think you guys get the idea on these ones. Ball placement was really good with him on watching the tape as well. Another thing that stands out is where he puts the ball here, going through both multiple reads, and then look where the ball's at. I mean, just a fantastic throw. But again, coming off the back of read 1, read 2, come back to read 3. That's on his third read making that throw. Very impressive. And he's getting hit while he makes the throw, by the way, which is more what you're going to see, the toughness in the pocket from him. I've got a couple cut-ups on this you'll see where just because he's getting hit, he's still going to try to deliver that ball, and oftentimes he'll still put the ball in the spot. He'll get it there. Another one with some ball placement here, play action pass, another RPO. Ball's out, right to the right spot. Nothing fancy on that one. Some of these are pretty straightforward. Here, just to see how I was telling you, like he's going to stand tall in there. Penn State just battered and bruised him in this game. Pressure mounting in on the back of him, throws it off his back foot. Still able to somehow fire it. It's definitely a dangerous pass, and these are the throws where when he was not a bad decision maker when he would get picked off. It's that he would be just trying to do too much of, like we'd see from Geno last year, a bit of the superhero stuff and what he's trying to do. But here he puts the ball in the right spot. He is a back shoulder fade master. Part of that ability with that layered throw and touch. He really does a good job of being able to put that on a back shoulder throws too. I'll show you a couple of those in these cut-ups that do stand out. Ball placement on these, just kind of what I want you guys to look for here. He's dropping back. He's got a dead blitzer in his face. Unblocked blitzer off the edge. So the blitzer is going to come off the edge and hit him here, and he's going to layer this thing in right at the right spot while he's got a guy gunning down on him. There's no fear in the pocket. There's no flinching. There's no, oh, I'm going to get hit. He's going to still deliver that ball and still deliver it in the right spot. Again here, just gets completely wrecked and still does deliver the ball there. I mean, look, he gets his head taken off here, basically. And yeah, that is complete. I know you can't tell, but it is. Cameraman kind of lost the ball. So he throws the ball so hard the cameraman can't stay with it. I think he had that one. But you do like the fearlessness of the kid. In there, blitz in his face. Look at that throw. Caden Prescorn, he's going to go probably 5th, 6th round in this draft, tight end. Hell of a catch with the one-handed catch. But again, blitzer looping in right in his face. Delivers the ball in a spot where his man can still catch it. All the feet are in both cleats in the dirt. My man JT O'Sullivan likes to say. Everything pointed up nicely. Again here, hit as he throws. Ball's right on the right spot. The ball placement's there even when he's getting battered. Here you even got a blown situation where, look, you end up with 2 receivers from Ole Miss. Look at the top right screen here where you got 2 receivers up here in the right corner. Basically, this is not how you coach it up. So this is also something that gets broken on this play that was not what you were wanting to see happen. Great throw. Poise in the pocket. Moxie, all that good stuff. Another one here, we're just going over the middle. Another one of those quick throws that I talked about, but still, you do love the ball placement here. He's going through a couple reads. He first looks outside, checks his read outside, comes back to the middle. He really diced people up in the middle of the field. That's where he was at his best. But that's also going to bring up a point we're going to talk about that's part of where there's also a little bit of some concerns within that, because some of that was him having the advantage of those widened hash marks. Couple of just kind of random things I want to show you. First off, again, the back shoulder stuff all over the place with him on the tape. Just puts it right into the spot. His ball placement on these kind of throws over and over again is really, really good. There is, again, some inconsistency about him always being clean and landing it. Sometimes his receivers didn't always do him the best to work with that. But he's really good on the back shoulder throws. Beating the blitz. Pre-snap reads, recognizing what's going on. Okay, so he's going to be told from his sideline. You can watch here as, see how everybody's heads turns to the sideline? That's because you've got Penn State in what looks like a cover 0 situation. Cover 0 blitz. Everyone's coming. So they look over to the sideline. Dart goes, oh, hold on. So change it up. So I'm going to play this in just regular so you see this pre-snap here. He goes, okay, hold on, guys. Getting this into the right play. So now we're going to play the game, folks, of how does he beat the blitz here? So you're looking at this as a quarterback. They're all over the top. You may have a free rusher in your face. Where do you go with the ball? Off his back foot, hits his man, touchdown. Have a plan on how to beat the blitz. He finds the man who was uncovered by Penn State. And when you look across the board from his math, this guy guarded here, this guy guarded here, this guy guarded here, bottom of your screen guarded here, everybody else blitzes. This guy's left as my one guy. So smart player as well. He's not just out there being a robot or not understanding what he needs to do. I've mentioned he's going to be able to go through multiple reads at times. Again here, starts outside, comes back inside. Most of this offense is simplified, but there is some of this on tape. It's not all over the place. It is not going to be something you're going to get over and over again. but it is on his tape. There are a couple of these times you get this where he's going through and getting it done with that. Really good in the red zone. Really improvisational in the red zone. Great vision down there. He really is good as a smart decision maker. Here you get a little bit of actually under center, a rare look on that point. Ends up finding his tight end in the back of the end zone. It's kind of a two-read look. You look short, you look deep. He goes to the deep guy there. But quite a few plays with him down in the red zone making good decisions. Players in his face here, still gets it off doesn't have to have all of his cleats in the dirt to get out a pass in the right place in an accurate spot. Puts this on the outside shoulder of the receiver in the right place, only where his receiver can get at that point. But he is very smart down in by the red zone. Again, I think that's a thing that's going to appeal to a lot of talent evaluators. This is one of the places that they really lock in on. Again, a guy right in his face, hit as he throws. I know this is not the hardest of throws, but he gets the ball to his guy by some way, hook or crook. Gets it to his man in position and can make the catch, go make the touchdown. Really, really, really good in that way. A little bit of an ability to throw on the run as well, both moving to his left and moving to his right. I said he can be hit, and you can be knocking him down, and you can have him corralled and think, okay, we got him, and he still finds a way just to get that throw off. Doesn't need to have his whole body into it. Doesn't need to, have everything locked in. This is a little bit like Bryce Young a couple years ago. Like Bryce need to have all of his cleats in the dirt to be able to get throws off, even kind of like this at times. But able to do it, still get a little bit of touch on it. That's a hell of a throw. Right over the top. Hell of a throw. A couple more of these real quick here. I mentioned toughness with him. And what I want to show you first is this play as a two-play sequence where he comes back here. He's been hammered all game against this Penn State. Like I said, this was a game where Ole Miss gave it to Penn State. They handed it to them. And so this is one of the more rare moments in this game where Penn State's kind of getting back after him. They're able to actually make him pay the price on the blitz and forces an interception. So he gets hit on this play, throws an interception. They come right back on the very next play. Again, pressure right in his face. Delivers a great ball into his man. Is this a hard level throw? But no, this is coming off just making that great mistake. Having a guy bearing down in your face. The very next play, making this throw off the back of that other one. The toughness angle is one I don't want to oversell, but I don't want to make sure we undersell this as well. He is unflinching in the pocket. You're not going to see this guy playing scared. You're not going to see him worried about taking a hit. He'll take the hit. He'll make the throw. Landon Jackson bearing down on the backside of him here. Got to be a third, fourth round pick. Still gets it off, puts it in the right spot. Tough kid. Really tough kid. Rolling to the left, I mentioned he could do. I showed you a throw rolling to his right. He can also do a little bit of rolling to his left. Moves out here. Gets some throw. Puts it in the right spot. This man can get his feet down. So you get a little bit of everything with him as a quarterback. There's not one skill that does jump out in what he does bring, but he gives you just a little bit of everything. A little mobility, ability to throw on the run, got some velocity, but you wouldn't call him a high velocity guy. He gives you ability down by the red zone, plays pretty clean football. The improvisation here. Tell me this doesn't remind you a bit of Russell. Rolling out to your right. Got the whole defense bought in, floated back to the left. I mean, this thing was like the Packers game to Wilson in the championship. It reminded me of. Off his back foot, just floats it on over. Can throw off platform, can throw from a couple of different variety of arm angles. Got a little bit of subtle pocket mobility to him at times. It's not always the greatest. Sometimes there's some stuff with him in the pockets, a little off, but a little bit here. Just nice ability here to subtle climb to the left and up. Clear yourself for that pass rush coming on your right. Find the man in the sea of black. Sea of black jerseys. Nice little throw in on there. I like it. A couple of things that I do want to look at here is I'm going to show you kind of some of what he brings as a runner. And it's not bad. There's some scramble ability here with him. As you can see here, it's not sudden. That's just another throw on the run that I like, but not sudden, but he can reverse field, buy himself a little bit of time. But you can kind of see, hopefully through some of these runs I'm going to show you, and I'm just going to kind of bury through them a little bit, that it's good mobility. It's plus mobility. It's not hyper dynamic mobility to the nth degree. It's good. It'll get the job done, and certainly he'll be able to go and steal you a couple of first downs over the course of the game at the next level. But he's not going to be able to lean on it like Lamar or like a Josh Allen necessarily. I would say in regards to that's not exactly where I see from him on the tape a little bit. Here, like he does get the score here, but you can see it takes him a little bit of time to kind of always gonna get to the spot here against these other defenders in the open field. It's not bad. Again, I don't want to sell it as being unbad, but especially when it comes to this kind of escapability stuff, I don't think he's hyper escapable either. You can kind of you can corral him. He's got that quick release and ability to throw off platform, and he can be off his back foot and let it go. But you see these guys able to get their hands around him. He's not going to bounce around too much in that pocket or get away from too much stuff back there and going through the tape. So it's good mobility, but it's not next level. You can see here, cut back, just nowhere to go. It's not bad. But you also just kind of go, yeah, but I don't want to give the A grade on her. Let's not oversell his mobility as a runner. So these are kind of the things he brings, I think, in the grand scheme of things, from what you can kind of see as far as what he brings. Show you a couple of more here, just him moving around a little bit. Or it's good. It'll definitely work at the next level, but it's the part where I put in my grade in the kind of late second, third roundish area, is that it's not in that place, and that's with a little bit of the size that's just down just by just a titch on him to a degree. So where I wanted to take this a little bit is we got a plus arm. We do have some plus mobility to him. Good decision making. Not a flash in the pan, 1 year wonder. Pretty good from the health standpoint, and what you're getting there is there's no major huge health concerns with him. Not an older prospect in what he brings. There's a lot here you're seeing that's rising him up with these draft boards from the NFL standpoint of things, and I think it's driven in large part a little bit too because, of course, quarterbacks are mattering more than ever, and that you really want to try to find that guy. This is the thing everybody's trying to do, is go find that guy that you can get on the rookie contract who can be really functional. Even you'd love it if he can be a Jaden Daniels, but if he can just be really functional, a la like kind of what Russell Wilson was when he first walked in. He was more than functional, of course. He was that, and all of the improvisation and the magicianship and stuff he brought to the table as well. But if you can get that and then build a really great team around them, they're not costing you a lot. And so it can be a way to where you don't have to spend for that high price quarterback out there. Part of what could kind of drive this as much as the player evaluation and how good Schneider might see him being, or where he sees his true, ceiling being at. The one thing I wanted to just kind of, and in this article just came out a couple of days ago, and I think that it really kind of captures a little bit of where I have my worries and issues, where I go, okay, the size worries me a little bit. The mobility is good, but is he going to be able to get away from NFL rushers and spies at the linebacker? Are you going to have to, is he going to force teams to dedicate a spy to him in that way? Yeah, a lot of his production's on the RPO and the quick stuff. He's not doing as much going through reads or being asked to have to, come to the line of scrimmage and, kind of control things up at there. But this was an article, and I'll read it through here pretty quickly. We'll pounce over to you guys. But this was an article that kind of captured my attention a little bit on this one, because it did, to me, sort of capture a little bit of what I'm sort of was sensing from him on tape. So this is by Corey Kinnan. This is out there. It's on Daft on Draft. Just an article online out there that you can go out there and find. Shout out to him on that. But let's read through on this here. The 2025 NFL Draft standing of Ole Miss quarterback Jaxson Dart has been all over the map as we near the NFL Scouting Combine. While Dart was up and down at the Reese's Senior Bowl, some left thinking he was the best quarterback in mobile, while others thought he left a ton on the bone. The Ole Miss quarterback legitimately remains one of the biggest mysteries of the draft class, where he will land. Box score stats, completion percentage, and analytic metrics like EPA and CPOE do not paint a complete picture. That's why weighted on target percentage is such a standard setting bar for me to use to evaluate these quarterbacks against years past. Dart's accuracy profile is second highest in the class, slightly above average. Given the nature of the quarterback class, which has been discussed ad nauseum, it is vital to compare it to the historical trends of the other quarterbacks drafted over the last 3 seasons. So let's dive on in. Jackson, looking closely at the charting profile of Jaxson Dart. Let's start with the deep ball. Dart throws the third most accurate deep ball in the class behind just Colorado's Shedeur Sanders, who has the highest weighted on target percentage in the class by a large margin, and Ohio State's Will Howard. It falls on target at a 51.67% clip. Dart's deep ball falls within the same percentage point as Alabama's Jalen Milroe, but about 2 percentage points below average over the last 3 years. Looking at other quarterbacks over that time frame with a similarly accurate deep ball, Indianapolis Colts' Anthony Richardson was on target at a 1% better clip. Bo Nix's deep ball sat at an average at about 2% better, and Michael Penix's deep ball was 3% better coming out of Washington. Minnesota's J.J. McCarthy is the only quarterback with a below-average deep ball to be drafted in the first round over the last 3 years. Miami's Cam Ward, 41.86%, very likely joins that list as well. So he's got the 51.67% clip. Wait, where did they have that? So that's not bad. That's pretty good. But you can see from historical norms, it's not ground earth shattering. It's a little bit why if you go to first round status, to me, you want to have a little bit of that being maybe on the uptick more than you want on the downtick. And I'd measure to guess, it's not listed in this article, I'd measure to guess that a guy like Jaden Daniels had a very, very high clip in regards to that. Dart's on target percentage along the boundary at 66.67% sits slightly above average and identical to Howard's this season at Ohio State. Compared to other top quarterbacks in the class, Sanders was on target on a boundary throws on 75% of his looks, while Ward sits below average at 64%. So a lot of variance there between some of these prospects in this class. Throwing over the middle and in the short game, this shouldn't be too big of a surprise in an RPO-laden offense, is where Dart's weighted on target percentage gets most of its juice. Over the middle, Dart is the best in the class, connecting at a 78% clip, whopping 8% over average. Dart also operates the short game at an above average on target clip, hitting the mark on 89% of his looks with an average sitting at 86.5%. So he's making his hay, he's doing his work in the middle of the field at the college level. Something just of interesting to note and to keep in mind at a very high level here, and this is where he does his best stuff, so to speak. This is a snag in Dart's accuracy profile. Where Dart's profile gets interesting and splits from a similar prospect, Howard is where the meat of their body of work came from. Howard's weighted on target percentage and charting profile came exclusively against the top-ranked teams plus Michigan that Ohio State played in the regular season and during that college football playoff. Much of Dart's profile is lifted by a torrid stat line that he ripped against FSC teams, a group of 5 teams, and decimated Wake Forest program during an Ole Miss non-conference schedule. If you parse out weighted on target percentage from those first 4 games versus his body of work against SEC opponents, including the bowl game against an opt-out laden Duke team, it tells a clearer picture. Dart's weighted on target percentage in that 4-game sample size to start the season was a blazing 83.76%. He connected on 13 of 15 deep balls, threw along the boundary at a 75% clip, and threaded the football over the middle at an 89% clip. His body of work against SEC opponents, plus the bowl game, where Dart even lit up the Blue Devils, 59.28. You got those first 4 games, kind of had, as you guys know in college, those first games are set up to be easy games to prep you to let you get through. He feasted on that competition, and there was quite a dip there where he goes from 83.76% on his weighted on target percentage down to 59.28 once he starts playing the SEC. Kind of notable. Dart went from 13 of 15 on his deep balls in the first 4 games of the season to then 18 of 46 on deep balls when he went against the SEC. And he went from a 75% clip on the boundary throws to 65% 89% clip over the middle went down to 73%. So just to remove any bias that may be interpreted, Sanders' weighted on target percentage was split between conference plus the bowl game and non-conference. In his non-conference schedule against North Dakota State, Nebraska, and Colorado State, Sanders' weighted on target percentage came out to 76.09%. In conference plus his bowl game against BYU, Sanders' weighted on target percentage was still 73.26%. So only a real 3% drop once he went up against the quote-unquote harder competition. Part of me wonders what the perception of Dart would be is if his EPA and other analytical metrics were not inflated against the likes of Furman, Middle Tennessee State, Georgia Southern, and Wake Forest. And so there's some more stuff on this we can go into a little bit more if you guys really want to in this article. I definitely recommend reading it. It's Daft on Draft Football, but I think you guys get basically the main points here on what's at play here. I'll do the wrap up. Let's wrap it up. Average at operating the short game and a below average deep ball thrower and along the boundary, Dart lives over the middle of the field. At the NFL level, the middle of the field gets condensed due to narrower hashes and numbers. Is that success going to continue? While Dart has the second highest weighted on target percentage in the class behind only Sanders, that is an indictment of the class as a whole. His number is just slightly above average in terms of ball placement and accuracy charted over the last 3 years. Given his performance in an extremely juvenile offense that comprises complexity for speed and how frequently he was late and lacked anticipatory throws, it makes me question his ability to pick up an NFL playbook efficiently or effectively. Mix that with just ordinary arm talent and above average athleticism, and finding ways to bind to the quarterback as a whole is limited, even over a quarterback with a similar accuracy profile and tools in Will Howard, who played in an offense far more diverse in NFL passing concepts and line of scrimmage protection and check work. Some have told me Dart's draft stock is likely fits around 100 to 150. Other intel indicates his grades seem to fall into day 3 consistently. So I don't know where he's hearing on that, because I'm hearing a lot of talk and call to him being a first round guy here in this upcoming draft. But that article, I think, did a really good job of kind of surmising more into the analytics, more just kind of a general feeling I had been kind of reading before reading the article. So there's a little bit of confirmation bias there. But just more of you have a general feeling about this already, and you kind of read that, and it kind of puts the pieces together in your brain there's kind of that. And that's why I still kind of keep my grade where it is. But it is why I wanted to prepare you guys for the fact that this is a guy that a general manager could fall in love with. You see that toughness and that moxie and that poise in the pocket and some of the mobility he brings and the improvisational, and to be able to work off script, yet still be able to play a real clean brand of football. And they're going to say that drives me in, along with being a guy that would seem like a pretty good leader and still a pretty young player, not an older prospect. So I think it's very likely to drive him up in the first round. Is it going to be our Hawks? I don't know. You let me know, dude. Would you like to see the Hawks take him? Is this a guy that you guys are you're liking, or would you like to still see him? Maybe, hey, I'll take him, but take him later on, or maybe, hey, I'm not out of him. I don't like him as much as some of the other guys in this class. Either way, we do know that John at this point is going to be driven, I think, at some point in this draft to take a quarterback. Doesn't mean it's not necessarily going to be early, but he's going to take one somewhere. I have as much a pull to that as I ever have in doing this channel over the last couple of years, and I have been a guy over the last couple of years who said, it's not going to be this draft. I'm sorry. It's not going to be this draft. I'm sorry. We're going to have to wait on this. It's just not quite the right time. This is the year where I think it's the right time. I think John's going to pull the trigger on one of these guys. And I don't know if it's early, but one of these guys is going to be a Seahawks quarterback after we come out of this draft. And we'll just have to see, because there's so many different types and sizes and abilities and what they bring. Thank you guys for watching today. If you could for me, please hit that like button. I would really appreciate it, as it does help the channel grow. I want to thank Noah Johns for subscribing up to the channel. Noah Johns, you are the man for doing that. I really appreciate you for subbing on up as you are doing there. Welcome aboard, John M. as well. We got a couple donos here. Let me give them people here. Cool Breeze, how you doing? Herbicide, what's up? Everything just football. Maxwell, hello. DVN. Brian Myers, good to see you guys. This is just in for a quick and out. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. And folks, please do hit that like button if you could. He says, I was concerned on the hand size. Double checked. 9.5 inches at the Senior Bowl. Milrow is at 8.75 inches. To me, his upside is Dak Prescott. I wouldn't mind Dart. I wouldn't hate Dart. I think you meant I wouldn't Dart, or you meant Dart Dak at 18. That's what Randall and me were calling him, was the Dart Dak. And Randall came up with this comp. I think that this is a great comp on his part because it looks very similar on the tape. I mean, hell, as I've said, I think Dak literally came from Mississippi State, so it's another Mississippi QB too. But that would be my projection on what I see in Dart. I see a guy that is essentially a Dak Prescott. And we've seen Dak's been a very highly productive player in this league. And he's done, he has certainly put up his share of seasons have been really good. And we've seen when you give him a good supporting cast, especially, Dak can be a really good player. But I think it's a really good comp, man. I think that's right to where he fits. Arm strength, mobility, I think it all lines up there, especially Dak maybe prior to like the broken leg. I don't know if he's as much mobile as he was walking in the league, but he's got the hand size, which is good, Randall, and is an important component for our Seahawks because we are going to play in the elements. You are going to have times where you need to be able to grip that ball when it's wet, and having a little bit bigger hands, helping you do that, that's a big benefit. Big benefit. Be calm. See clearly. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I hate the offseason after not making the playoffs. It's tough not making the playoffs. It is, especially as you've gotten so close here the last couple of years. And it is a little bit tough on that part. And especially as you were the team that, be calm, the only team in NFL history that's had a positive record where you've been over 500 in back-to-back seasons and you didn't get to the playoffs in either of those two seasons. It's going to be a big, what we're going to probably see again here with the new playoff system as it's been put in place the last few years. But it doesn't make it any easier to swallow. That's for sure. And hopefully the team can make the moves this offseason to find that way to push this thing over the top. If it's possible there, be calm. So close this last year. So close. Nick has been celebrating 12 months, 1 year. Thank you for the year-long support as a member of the channel, Nick. Really kind of you for doing that. Says, what does Watkins say if John Schneider took Ewers instead at 18? Keep crushing it. Oh, what would Christopher Watkins say if John Schneider took Quinn Ewers at 18? John, you're fired now. Give me a nameplate and I'll take it. Mine. Now it's my nameplate, John. Look, I'm Schneider. Now I'm the captain, John. The ship. Now me. What are you doing? Schneider, he takes Ewers in this draft early. Day three, I'm telling you now. Don't you listen? It's day 3. All day long, wait on the Ewers. He's no good. Schneider. Don't you do this? Don't do it, John. He wants to so bad. So very bad. Watkins off a little bit today. Watkins would not be happy with Ewers at 18. I don't like it, no. Thank you for the 12 months as a member. Quinn Ewers, 18, are you kidding me? Why? Ewers says, I don't think Dart makes it 18, but anytime you can add a franchise quarterback, it is a good pick. You definitely understand why they would do it there, Yui. Wherever my evaluation on Dart, I can understand if they would pull the trigger here on this because the position matters. And as we've seen with John in recent years, you've not been in a position to have a guy that, is really quantitatively talented that's there and available for you where you're not having to give up the farm to go up there and get him. And that's why I wanted to do the show on this one today, is that this is kind of where that it's like the alignment that you get with an eclipse where everything's got to, line right up. It's the same kind of thing here where I do feel like you got a little bit of that kind of situation going on here. Brian says he's not a franchise quarterback, IMO. Trent Baby said that's it. Oh, hey, got gifted subs here. My bad. Tony, bag of donuts. Thank you for gifting 5 subs out here to the Hawks Nest members. That's really kind of you to do that. So Randall McDaniel, 50TY, Jesse, Robert Jimenez, Solomon. You've been gifted memberships here by our man here, Tony. I thank you for that, Tony. That's really kind of you, brother. I really, really appreciate that. We just did a call-in show for members of the channel yesterday. So if you are a member of the channel, keep an eye on your community post. That's where I like to put the membership benefits on there and the links to the shows and stuff like that we're doing. We'll have another one coming up here really soon for you guys that are members of the channel. But thank you. I really, really appreciate you for doing that, Tony. That's really kind of you. And welcome aboard, Jesse, 50TY, Randall, Solomon, Robert. Well, I think, Robert, you were already aboard. Welcome back aboard. Chad Alpha says getting your head taken off and still throwing is what the Seahawks need with their O-line. We can see why Johnny's like, he's perfect. John, we got to get the interior of the offensive line fixed. No, just give me a quarterback that can get decapitated every time and he puts his head back up on his shoulders and just take it. What's the next play, coach? Okay, coach. All right, it's working out. What's the next play? You're the man, Tony. Tony the man. He says, Dart certainly won't last to 50. Doubt he falls to 18. Hype machine is pushing up the charts. That's the feeling I'm getting from it too. And you can kind of sense these quarterbacks when they start to get a little bit of that heat, when a little bit of that rocket fuel starts to get injected into the veins of this thing a little bit, that you start to feel that rise up. And it's a real thing. It's that strong pre-draft evaluation process for quarterbacks that they get the bump like nobody else. And he's getting the bump. Tony 10 times. Go Hawks, man. Real House. Appreciate you too, bro. Thomas says he fits Kubiak's scheme. It's a matter of if Seattle decide to draft him at 18 or trade up in the late first or beginning of the second. Agreed. Yeah, I think he would fit the scheme. Devian says Dart to the Raiders would be wild. Dart plus Chip Kelly. Could be an interesting combination. This kid can certainly run spread concepts and the stuff that Chip would ask you to do. He can certainly do it. So it could be a fit. Certainly is a possibility there too. TMC says no on Dart. His knock is bad decision maker when things break down. We have that in Hal. That is a legit criticism out there that is on Dart, and which is something to pay attention to your point, because so much of the offense is on structure. And when it's that way, then you've got to pay attention to those rare moments when stuff does break down, when stuff does now require him to have to kind of think on his feet and go through some things. Can he do that? How does it look when that has to happen? Or does it have to be made a little bit more easier at times? Little Lance B, what type of third defensive lineman you think McDonald wants next to his nose tackle and 3-tech? A Walter Nolan, Darius Alexander type, or more of a Shamar Stewart, Nick Scorton? How often is a third defensive lineman over outside the OT? I think with the third offensive lineman, I like to call it more the power edge lethal. That's more of my kind of reference for it, because it can be a defensive lineman. I mean, we did this back in the day with Red Bryant, who was formerly a defensive tackle, who you turned into a 5 technique to be essentially that guy, your strong side edge. But I like to think of power edge because you are more going for guys that are just edges at that point. You're not really looking at the end. You want the guy that can do edge stuff. You don't want to really by often force the inside guy out because he's not going to have enough mobility to make it work out there. And so I would say that your second guys you listed in there, Shamar Stewart, Nick Scorton, there's actually a couple of power edges in this draft. So those two guys are power edges. Michael Williams in the first round is a power edge. Jared Ivey's got a little bit of that to his game as well. Landon Jackson, a little bit later on in the draft. Jordan Birch can give you some of that, I think, at times too. He worked off the edge a little bit to a degree. He's not as much purified. He's a little later pick. But those would be the type of guys I'd be more looking at than the interior 3-tech guys that I'm bouncing outside. I don't think Nolan or Alexander are going to have the juice to make that work on the edge at the pro level. Thomas says it's between McCord, Dart, and Howard for me. I'll be excited for all three, especially if they are successful. All very interesting quarterbacks in this draft, Thomas, and much more interesting for where they're being picked. I mean, Dart might be going up a little bit higher than maybe you should go, but all very interesting for where they were kind of slotted to be picked at as far as really true good talents in that range of the draft for where they'll go. Not just guys you're picking, they're just kind of names or a hopeful flyer kind of situation. They've got production, they've got some ability. Alien Wizard Brando, can you watch highlights of Milton now? No. This is the show on, we're doing the show on Day on Dart. I'm not as much on the Milton train on this one. I know Seahawks, there's a lot of Hawk fans that do have a lot of love for him. I get that. But I'm not even certain at this point that the Patriots want to move him. If they did move him, they're going to have maximum returns back for him, being you have to give up like a 3rd round pick back. And I know he had that really good game against the Bills, and it's really caught a lot of people with in a way. But I evaluated the kid very heavily coming out of last year's draft. I watched a lot of his tape. Trust me, I did. He's got Geno Smith's physical ability, but he has none of the stuff up here as far as that goes. Maybe it develops with time, but it's got a light years to go to get to where it needs to be at an NFL functional level. Even with that really good game against the Bills. The question is, can Dart be as good as Nix? I like Nix's talent a little bit more, to be honest with you. I thought he was a little bit more worthy of being a 1st round talent, a little faster, a little more arm strength, maybe even a little bit more size. But they're not far apart. Nolan's is a lot to like in Dart. I don't know if I could take him in the 1st round. Does he tilt the room? I don't think he really tilts the room. And that's, in my opinion as well, what makes it hard for me to want to jump on him in the 1st round as well. I do get that to Yui's point on this chat. I do definitely think that there's a really good chance he's taken up ahead of us, or that he's not going to last past 20 picks into the 1st round. But there are some things with him in his tape too that are on that side of it where it's like, look, if you're going to be a 1st round guy to me, you have to have a couple more of those boxes checked than he has. Thomas and Snyder isn't going to give us a plan on who they will go after in free agency in the draft. I believe the hiring extra offensive assistants and coaching staff is going to the combine says they have a plan. I agree. Thomas, I like a few next year's draft. Next year's draft really looks good for quarterbacks. We can hold off 1 year to get to that one and be good, but it's also a risky gamble because you don't know if you'll be in position to go get one. Noob says no on Dart. Let another team reach. Visible says, oh, please, no on yours. There were reports that Schneider likes him a lot. There are those reports. That's why I'm definitely worried about him. Like, hey, 4th round, fine, John. You have to scratch that itch. Scratch it in the 4th round. But by God, man, don't do it in the 2nd or 3rd, please. I have a hard time with yours. Yours keeps coming up with his decision making because so many of these prospects tape I rewatch, or I watch this tape and it's Georgia taking on Texas, or this team taking on Texas, and I'm watching some defender and he's quarterback Ewers. I just cannot believe sometimes some of the throws he makes. It is so bad. It's just, you want to talk about a quarterback that would frustrate a fan base with some of his decision making. Holy hell. Barbara says, we need big man on the O-line desperately. No to Dart. That's a great point, Barbara. Great point. And I agree with you. That's definitely where my priority would be as well. Devian says, I think he will go first. The quarterback draft is weak this year. People had Nix and Penix as 2nd round talents, yet they were top 10 in a stronger draft. Bingo. Ding, ding, ding. This is what happens in these drafts now, is that these guys elevate. And so you might have him in a place here or there, and you'll just see him through this process go up and up. And if he goes out there and has any kind of combine, especially if he goes out there and runs a 4.55, he might not. If he runs a 4.55, he might not be in Seattle's range. I don't think he's going to be able to run that, but he can certainly still just keep elevating. But kind of a divisive prospect too, even from those that were at the Senior Bowl. Hawkaholic, hey, y'all. Joined a little bit late. God, I hope we don't draft Dart before the 4th round. I'm seeing some pretty alignment here with the Hawk fans in regards to Dart on this one. Ethan says, the Hawks Nest. So, that new John Schneider interview. Yeah. I think I bitched and moaned enough on my last stream about him. I probably exhausted the fans' patience with my bitch moan factor on the last stream. So I'll lay that to rest. But yeah, doesn't seem a lot of indications here we're going to necessarily have a change in ways based on what we're hearing from John. What's up, Nick? I got you, Nick. Anytime, brother. Anytime the place walking comes. Kick up is the draft your favorite day in the NFL? No, I kind of like I like opening day. Still you get some of the butterflies, and you're so hyped up, and you've been waiting for so long for football, and it's like really here, and you're ready to go, you know? I think opening day is that for me. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation, Dogzilla. Good to see you in the house, brother. If we take Dart, should we get short with the O-line? No, unfortunately, what you're going to have to do is and what I think is going to be more of something that we haven't seen here in a long period of time, is that if you have a smaller quarterback like this, then as an offensive coordinator, you need to make sure with your offensive linemen that they're opening up passing lanes for the quarterback, especially when it's going to the initial first read. And that's something that we really haven't, I think, encouraged as much here for the last couple of offensive coordinators. But this is a little bit of a standardized thing that you would do, Dogzilla, with a QB at 6'1", 6'2". You do a little bit more of it. You'd have at least be thinking about it a little bit more. It's also the nice part about it, too, with him in that he's coming to an offense here where there's a lot more under center stuff, which is actually, even though he's done all this shotgun stuff, it is to his benefit because he's going to do a lot more of the play action rollout stuff, which now gets him get him away from those big boys up front, get him out here, let him, simplify his decision making at times. Make things just easier on him versus having to live in shotgun and make some of the throws he had to have to make at, Ole Miss. But he operated within the pocket well there, having some big dogs up in front of him there with the Rebels. So I don't think he certainly is not going to be able to always see over the top of things, but the guy lived in the middle of the field, Dogzilla. That's where he did most of his work too, which for those short guys, they have a tendency to where most of the work is then done outside the hash marks because that's all they can see. Thanks for the dono. Ian Victor, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor as a member. Ian, I really appreciate you joining up as a member, and members of the channel, we're going to be doing some more of these call-in shows and whatnot for you, like we did yesterday. Just do please keep an eye on your community post, because I put the membership benefits over there on that community post, and I'll keep them pumped up over there for you guys on that side of it. But thank you, Ian. Appreciate you joining up as a Ring of Honor member. Welcome aboard. Roy says, I'm really hoping we take Howard in the 3rd if he's there. That's been my ideal situation through all of this, Roy. Through the thoughts of Cam or Shadur and Dart rising and Quinn Ewers talk and all the other guys that are kind of mixed in there. I just come down to if we came out of this draft landing out on Howard in the 3rd round, that'd feel about right. And I'd be excited about that. I like Howard quite a bit. Maybe he's missing some wow factor, but he's meat and potatoes, man. He's got what you need for the position, especially on a cheap rookie deal in the 3rd round. Addicted to Hawks. Kenneth Grant, trade up for a quarterback and a good wide receiver to place Lockett and one of the many great edges in the draft. Or you're speaking of Kenneth Grant? Oh, take Kenneth Grant, then trade up for a quarterback. It's good approach. Thrill House, thanks for the $2 donation. Howard versus Dart. I like Howard running. They're both really close on my draft board, man. They're neck and neck. And depending on the day you ask me is depending on who I'd have over who. But they're both to me 3rd round talents when it's all said and done. Dart's more athletic and a little more sudden. Howard's going to run a better 40. He's more faster in the open field, I think. I think Howard's going to be more like 4.6. I think Dart's going to be like 4.7, but Dart's going to have the 10-yard split. 10-yard split will be like a 1.57 or something. And then Howard will be like a 1.62 10-yard split. Something like that, you know. But I like them both, man. They're both have a lot of similarities to them. Howard is a little bit bigger. Arm strength's kind of somewhat similar down the line. Dart might have a little bit of more lively arm, but it's really close. Dart's more of a scrambler. Howard's got more of that ability, I think, to work the total field and whatnot. But I like them both, Thrill House. I really do. They're two of my more favorite quarterbacks in this class. But I would like them in the round that they should be slotted to go, rather than being overdrafted. Holiest Hand Grenade, thank you for the 18 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, we won't have to start Dart if we picked him at 18. No, we wouldn't. There's no drive to have to do that at all. In fact, you're at the very least giving him 1 year to kind of figure things out, if not even giving him 2 years in that scenario. And very possibly an approach that the Seahawks could take. John Schneider does come from a Green Bay Packer organization that has twice over sat quarterbacks multiple years that they have taken in the first round. So this is an approach that is not foreign to John, and one that he may utilize here in Seattle again. Definitely had its benefits for the Green Bay Packer organization going that approach. Brian E. says, Will Howard is the only quarterback I'd be interested in taking, and the likelihood of that is pretty much 0. Ooh, I like him too, Brian. I do like him too. A lot of consensus here in the chat today on some of these guys. Daniel, Dart kind of reminds me of Matt Hasselbeck with his mobility and arm accuracy. Nice little side steps in the pocket. It's not a bad comp. Matt had a little bit more of the size to him. You know, Matt was probably legit 2.5 inches bigger than him. But I do think this guy's got a little more mobility than Matt too, but it's not bad. Yeah, Thrill House was with me. I didn't think of Matt as being a real mobile guy. I think Holmgren referred to him once as a giraffe on skates, ice skates. Sea-Lord, I'm really late getting in here. No worries, man. Is Brandon going to do the combine like you mentioned a month or so ago? I was going to try to get out there, but I think the finances are going to be just a little bit too tight to do it. It's going to cost a pretty penny to kind of pull it out there, and I think I'm just going to try to keep the expenses down on this one and try to target it in next year, hopefully. I'd like to, but it's got a couple G out of the pocket to make it happen. It's like, Lance, I agree that's exactly what I was looking at. But I heard someone mention that in Baltimore, McDonald likes defensive tackle types as his third defensive lineman, and threw me for a loop. Yeah, it kind of throws me for a loop a little bit too, because I'm like, you had Matabuke, and then you'd have Pierce. So you have your 3 tech and you have your nose tackle, and then you've got Adafe on one side, just kind of like Boye Mafe size, and then you would have Jadeveon Clowney on the other side, and that's your power edge. I don't remember them taking a defensive tackle and kicking them out, unless he's talking about where, you know, they go, sometimes Baltimore will go with a 3-down lineman, 3 hands in the dirt, and then they stack up the wide 9 edge to one side, and then they don't have another wide 9 to the other side. So it's 3-down lineman, 5 technique on one side, and then you have like the equivalent of that Leo wide 9 guy, but he's standing up over on the other side of the line of scrimmage, and he would be like your Mafe type, and then you could technically have 3 defensive linemen, kind of like that. But that's still just that's more of a lethal lance, like an alignment thing, right? Like there's times last year where you had Leonard Williams put out as an edge. So you can kind of mix that in a little bit, but it's not by and large what you see from his line snap after snap after snap. Kettle says Dart versus Shock. Shock's another guy rising up. Don't be shocked, folks, if by the time we get to the draft, Shock starts getting some real praise as far as being a potential guy people talk about, even up into the late first round area. I know it's like, what? Wait, what? Huh? But it is a possibility here as I'm kind of covering this and looking into this. He's guys who brings all the physical tools that you want for the position. He's an older prospect, Kettle. You only really have the 1 year of production with him. He's got an injury history that's fairly rich and that you got to be worried about a little bit. But he's a guy with really, really great feet, a real live arm. Ball placement's top notch. I mean, the tape is very impressive with him last year. It's where he's elevated for me pretty high on my chart of quarterbacks. I have him all the way up into the 4th round where he's really climbed for me. It is going to be some of those things that you got to worry about. The investigation that I don't have access to, like where the medicals are at and stuff, is a big part of this. But, he's got his, good arm talent, I think, is just about anybody in this draft, all said and done. And a little bit of mobility, can throw off platform, stands tall. I mean, he's just another fearless guy in the pocket. He'll take the hit, lay the throw out there. So really impressive guy. Dart's just, to me, a little bit of the safer option in that I don't have to do as much of that guesswork with him. But Shock could be a guy that you could very well say has more upside potentially than Dart, being that this guy has only the 1 year production, but that's heavily driven by the fact he was injured so much. He was healthy throughout his college and able to put the 2-3 years up like Dart has of really high level production. He'd be up in that same range as where Dart is. And I think that's a fair point. So it's a tough question on this one because you are going a little bit off the sample size of the one season with Shock and the multiple teams that he had to transfer between. But they are different players. I think Shock's got a little bit more arm strength than Dart. He's better size. Dart's, I think, a little bit more mobile, a little bit more improvisational. But both are really fun quarterbacks in this draft, Kettle. Addicted, Brandon. Lots of fans like Milton, but give me Hooker. Oh, -1. Grown. Like Milkton. Okay, I see what you did, the Milkton. Hooker. Yeah, he's a guy that gets a lot of love, and I know he had a really great game against the Bills. I do, and all that. And I know he throws 85 yards on Instagram, but the guy when it comes to playing the position of the quarterback, he's not a processor back there. And I'm pretty consistent on this when I say with my evaluation of quarterbacks, if you can't process, I mean, this is a little bit of my hesitancy on Dart a little bit. And I do ding him a little bit for this because so much of it is a one read system that he's operating out of. Some of this is also the price of doing business in the modern era where just all of these college quarterbacks are kind of doing the one read simplified stuff. Even a guy like Bo Nix coming out of last year's class didn't have the rich history of when you watch through his tape. Go watch all of the highlight tape of Bo Nix coming out of Oregon. Everything is the first read. Everything. Read one, throw. Oh, what a great throw. But that was his first read. He's not going between anything else. He's going where he's been structured and told to go. And so you go, is he going to be able to do that at the pro level? Is he? But with a guy like Milton, he was in what I can only say is a training wheels offense at Tennessee, and it was too complicated for him. And he's one of those guys that, unlike a guy like Dart with Milton, everything is 100-mile-an-hour fastball. He does not know how to layer a throw or take a little bit off. It's coming with the heat. And look, he can throw it hard, but you got to have a little bit more of a rounded skill set in that way, not just these kind of base things you check the box of good enough mobility and great arm strength. It's like, well, wait, how do you throw? Where's your accuracy? How's your decision making? Can you process in the pocket? What happens when things break down? It does not go well for Milton when things break down by and large. He got betting this season. I thought DK was gone, but the way Mike and Kubiak talked, he's coming back. It does sound like that. It does indeed. Well, his hand grenade says, Bo Bros, where you at? The Alchemist, thank you for the $5 donation. I was a little behind on the stream, but shout out to the top tier Christopher Walken impression. Thank you, Alchemist. I'm scared. Talk about Ewers. No. I don't want Quinn Ewers. Even his name, it's like throwing up in your mouth. Ewers. Throwing up every time I say his name, not just because he's bad. He's bad. Hawks News, you're the best Seahawks YouTuber by far. Well, thank you, Hawks News. I appreciate that. That's the high praise, as we've got some people doing some great work out there. Kicking some ass. Ricardo says, I'm behind on the video, but this Dart film is meh. No pass rush or pressure. A lot of clean pockets. It's one of the benefits you get when you have an offense heavily predicated upon quick throws, ball out of the hand, get it off. Thank you, Alchemist, for the $5, man. Christopher appreciates it too. Thank you. I'm trying to work on my my Alan Rickman. It's coming along slowly, but I'm eventually have a Rickman for you guys too. I've been having fun trying to figure out if I can do his voice. Evan, who are the players you would love to draft at 18? I'm a huge fan of Jihad Campbell, Jalen Walker, and Armand Mabou. I don't know how to spell his name. That's okay. Nobody knows how to spell his name, Evan. Nobody does. If you spelled it right, you would have been the first person online who's gotten it right. That's including myself. All those three guys you mentioned, I'm not trying to just piggyback on top of yours, but those are all three guys that I have slotted as first round players who I feel very safe about taking, who are fits for what we potentially could need. In Jihad Campbell's case, especially if you move on from Ernest Jones, that becomes a beautiful pick where it's where I say it's the best place that you can get an NFL draft is where need and value intersect. And you're able to have a player that you pick who's hitting both of this where, hey, that's the top guy that we have on the board, like Charles Cross when you took him at 10. That was the top guy that you had on your board, also fitting the need for a blindside protector. And all three of those guys, Campbell, if you had no Jones, that would be that way. But those three guys are guys that I think are in that spot. I'm getting more and more just warmed up on Kenneth Grant. And I'm getting worried with Kenneth Grant that he's going to be plucked and taken away off the board even before we pick. But he would be a guy that I'd be very, very, very excited. I know that it would probably cause a little bit of a mini revolt in the Hawk fan base because you're going with another defensive lineman again, you know. But he's really, really, really good and deserving if he was going to be a guy. Michael Williams, I don't think is going to last 18, but he'd be another guy I would put into that place. And Malachi Starks, I think would be just if I can add a name, Evan, of these kind of mix of guys that I want to add to year 3. Kind of take that little collection there and all those guys. I'm not saying trying to like be on the fence about it. I really like all those guys' tape. They're all first round players. This is a draft right now where I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. I've got 16 first round players. So if you're at 18 and you're able to take one of those first round players and all three of those guys that you listed, I will have as first round guys. I think I have 19. I got to put Campbell up into the first round. I'd be with it. I'd be with it on any of those guys. That'd be great value, and I think all those players would fit to not only a need for us, but again, the value would be perfectly right. But Campbell, he looks just like the kid the Packers took last year. Walker, he's like an upgraded Bruce Irvin. And Armand Mabou, tackle, guard fluidity. He's kind of this year's J.C. Latham. All very safe, straightforward picks. Badman 100, yours or Gino? Gino. Always. Hoop Gray is what the Seahawks take Luther Burden at 18. I'm very, very confident to say that there is no chance of that. Luther Burden is a slot guy, 100%. 100% of this time, 100% of the time, 90% of the time, he's 100% of the time in the slot. So you're just not, you got a guy that's not going to work to the outside at the next level for the first time. He'll go to a team that's going to want to work him exclusively in there. Hawks News, how do I become a member? If you are, you are subbed up to the channel. There should be, I think you've got to, if you're subbed up to the channel, where the sub button is, there should be a more option. If you click the more option on the sub button now, and then that drops you down to them becoming a member, I believe, Hawks News. I'm behind on some donos. Let me catch up here. Sorry, guys. I get caught up on the chat, though. You know how it goes. You know how this goes. Hawks News, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, you are the best. Seahawks forever. Hey, Seahawks forever, Hawks News. I appreciate the kind words, man. And thank you so much for the $5 dono. Seahawks forever, baby. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Thank you, man. Very kind of you. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. Will you rank Dart, Will Howard, Syracuse Kid, Ewers, and Milroe pros to cons of all of them? Yeah. Well, let me, it's as good a time as any, Randall, to bring up the big board. Brandon's big board. Yeah. Y'all want to see my big board? Y'all want to check out my big board? All right, where's my big board? All right, there we go. So quarterback rankings for me right now are thusly, currently at the moment, I do not have a first-round quarterback in this class. I've got Shedeur and Cam in the second. I got Jaxson Dart, Will Howard in the third. I got Tyler Shock, Riley Leonard, Dylan Gabriel, Jalen Monroe, and Quinn Ewers in the fourth. And then I have Curtis Rourke, Kyle McCord, Seth Hennigan in the fifth. With Cam Miller, a little baby-style version of John Elway. Like John Elway went to a Maori... He ran up against the Maori Warriors and they shrunk him down. That'd be Cam Miller. McCord might be a guy that does climb for me up into the fourth round. I think I'm going to move him up. I've been thinking about it for a bit on this one. I think he goes up to the fourth round. I think I might even put him up over. Let's just do it right now. We'll do it live. We'll do it live. So, Mr. Ewers, my hate for you knows no bounds. Okay? It knows no bounds. You fall even further. You know you're running a 4.840 best. It's going to be a 5 flat, isn't it? We know it's going to be a 5 flat. Come on. We know it. He might drop completely out of the fourth round. I don't know. I might drop his ass out the fourth round before the stream's over with. He's dipping, man. He's dipping. So, will you rank down to Syracuse and Milroe? Pros and cons. So, Dart has got the productivity to lean back on. I have him neck and neck with Howard Randall. I mean, it's really a tough choice between the two of them. I feel like they're going to be kind of similar players as pros as far as ultimately what they bring to the table as far as productivity goes. They're going to need help around them. Both of them are, but they can get the job done if you do give them that help. Dart's is a little smaller. Howard's a little bit bigger. Arm talent's kind of similar. Dart's a little bit more athletic, quicker in short spaces. Howard has a little bit more of that Josh Allen long striding speed to him in the open field. Both are pretty good at improvisation. Howard's probably a little bit better at going through reads and having more on his shoulders prior to the snap as far as checks at the line of scrimmage and getting protections in the right place. Dart's maybe a little bit more of an better executor overall at times of play designs to a degree, but very close between those two guys. The Syracuse kid absolutely throws a beautiful ball. He can really, really spin it. Incredible production this year at Syracuse, like 4,800 yards out there. He is a guy that doesn't give you a lot of mobility on that side of it with McCord. You're not going to get much from him when it comes to that. I don't think that while he throws a really catchable ball and a good anticipatory thrower, I don't think that the arm strength is necessarily great when it comes to McCord. In fact, I think it's maybe even like about average at kind of best when you really go through it. We'll see with that. He's kind of a good processor for position, back shoulder fade guy, touch thrower. That's kind of a little bit of what McCord brings, but really good at it. But he is missing some of the mobility, which is why I've dinged him down the board just a bit there, Randall. Ewers is got the size you look for, does not have the mobility that he's another just nothing. He's like Kirk Cousins mobility. Kirk Cousins prior to the Achilles tear. And a lot of people love his throwing motion. I'm not as big on it, where people really do glom onto it like it's Aaron Rodgers. It's like he's throwing a dart. I guess it's unique, but he's a bit like Milton, where it's just the processing with the guy will just go off the rails too often. He's in this offense where everything's highly structured and easy for him. And the second that it isn't made easy for him, he completely is in over his head and he starts to just kind of malfunction is the best word I can say. He has so many malfunction snaps on his tape. He's screaming at general managers right now to run. I mean, that's with Sarkisian there. That's with a guy that knows what he's doing with quarterbacks. Don't jump on that one. And also with some injury stuff on top of it with Ewers. Milroe, the most physically talented quarterback in this class. No doubt about that. The fastest quarterback that we've had probably over the last couple of classes. And gives you a guy that you would like to think can maybe give you the Jalen Hurts kind of productivity, where you take him into that second, third round place, and then he's able, on a real limited amount of passing attempts, to run a lot of read option stuff and simplistic throws. And he could throw a pretty good 9-ball like Hurts. Hurts was, and I'm not big on Jalen Hurts, but he was more accomplished as a passer than Milroe. Milroe he can even make the rudimentary throws look hard. And his Senior Bowl performance showed more of this, where he's just so rough and he has so far to go. He's got further to go than Anthony Richardson had to go coming out. And you didn't get as many of the flash upside moments from Milton that you got, I think, from Richardson in that final rookie year. I don't like his throwing motion at all, though, with Milroe. It just doesn't come out free and easy. It's that thing where you might have a strong arm, you might have the great mobility, you might be able to make every NFL throw to a degree, but it just doesn't come out good. It doesn't come out like a catchable ball. McCord, I was lauding for having that smooth spiral and that easy catchable pass. With Milroe, there's going to be a little bit of this. It's not a full dead duck, but it's going to have a little bit of wobble to it. Wobble. All interesting players. Why is Dart looked at as a higher prospect than Will? As you can see on my board here, Randall, it really comes down to, these guys are right neck and neck for me. And I might get to the point by the time of the draft, as I continue to do more of my legwork on these guys, I might land on a spot where I do put Howard above him. I don't think I'm going to elevate either of them above the third round. I'm lock stock. This is where I'm putting these guys. I'm digging my feet in on this one. But I do like them kind of equally well in that way. It's hard to quite. I'm barely putting Dart above because I like a little bit of. It's almost just by that smidge. And again, you might ask me tomorrow, Randall, and I might change my opinion on between the two of them with that. So it's kind of like when we try to parse between two Hall of Famers, and it's like, well, who's the better one? It's like, yeah, they're both kind of there for me. They're both about the same spot. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. Who the F is Jackson Fart? Hope he plays offensive line or has good medical coverage. Need one of the two on that. Get your coverage. Get the NFL union double dip on that one, Jackson. If you come to Seattle, maybe might want to do that. And if you do draft this kid, hopefully you get him a much better offensive line than the one that Gino's been operating behind in recent years. But also, you're probably drafting him. You're taking Dart. It's with Gino still here. I think it's a really good chance that Dart not only sits for potentially 1 year, but 2 years at that point before the team tries to put him out on the field. I really think that's an approach they would take if they did take him then, which would give you the 2 years then, Jeffrey, to go get that offensive line. Thanks for the $5 donation, though, brother. ALG Investment LLC. Thanks for the $5 donation as well. Hawks should draft a quarterback in day 3 just to solidify Gino's job. Dart has first-round level wide receivers, and Gino, without that, threw 42 touchdowns last year in college. And Gino, true. Dart did have, at least, he had one guy, the guy last year who was a good receiver as well. So, did have some good guys to throw to. You're right about that. Prescorn's not a bad tight end. Not a first round guy, but he's a quality guy. And yeah, I think day 3 is a good spot to go at. You can see that's where I've got the glut of these guys rated into that 4th, 5th round territory. And these aren't guys that I would say are bad quarterbacks. I might typically have quarterbacks into this 4th, 5th round range who are not good players or don't have any kind of potential to them. They're just guys that their best case scenario is to be backup quarterbacks in the sport. Not the case with these guys. You told me that 3 or 4 of these guys in the 4th round ended up starting in the NFL and playing pretty good football. I would understand how that could happen. It'd make a lot of sense to me. So ALG, well said, man. I think I'm in a very similar place. I'm okay with going 3rd round. That's kind of my earliest spot that I'm looking to jump. And let's face it, that point's kind of like middle to late-ish 3rd round if you are taking them there. So it's really not as much of that, kind of leap with it. But I do get it. Yeah. Thanks for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Catch with the $5 as well. Says, just so unfortunate. Man, would have gone in the 4th round in the 2000s to 2010s. Too many desperate organizations right now. Someone will take him in the 1st. Well said on Catch's part. Thank you for that $5 dono. I appreciate you for that, Catch. And that's where we are a little bit at in this modern NFL. This is a little bit of what's driven, I think, John probably mad over the last couple of years as fans have been so heartily on board with trying to go get that quarterback in the future. And that, man, I'm with you guys. I want to do that from John's perspective. But all of these guys are getting overdrafted, and highly so. Guys that should be 2nd, 3rd round grades not but 10 years ago are now just going in the top of the 1st round. That's too high a leap. We can't take a jump like that. We don't want to take a jump like that. And it's going to make it hard for John here. It's going to make it hard for him to find that quarterback in the future. It will. It's what's made this hard up until this point. And I don't envy him in that way. But this is what teams are doing. And you go to your point on this. When we look at the draft order of things, even as we sit right now, if I can find it, there we go. We got our tankathon here. We got Tennessee needs a quarterback. Cleveland needs a quarterback. Giants need a quarterback. New England, no. Jacksonville, no. Vegas needs a quarterback. Jets need a quarterback. Carolina, no. New Orleans probably needs a quarterback. So just in the first 10 picks, we've got 6 teams that need a quarterback as we're walking into this offseason right now. And many of these teams are not going to find their guy in free agency. And these aren't just kind of like, it's not the Jets going like, well, we kind of need a quarterback. We need a quarterback now, like right now. And so that's the driver of urgency to this situation. And it puts John in a pickle here. It does. Like I said, I don't envy him. I'd hate to be in the same place as general manager because I would not want to overpay for a guy that I already know is such a great risk when it comes to the quarterback position. These guys already have such a huge miss rate as it is, and now we're going to elevate that stock even higher. It would make me nervous too. It would, Catch. Well said on your part, though, and I agree with you 100%. These guys would have been no Browder's third, fourth round, but this is the day we're in age we're in now with it. Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez has become a member again of the channel, and Jose is one of our mods here on deck in the house. So if you can for me too, I'd really appreciate it. He's got his own channel rolling over there, Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. Please do become a subscriber over there to his channel, as he works hard over there on his end of it and puts out some great content on top of being a damn fine moderator, if I might say so as well. Hawks News, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, couldn't find the join button. Sorry. It may depend. It may be in a bit of a different place on the browser you're using Hawks News. If you're using phone and you're on the Safari, you're on this one. So if you're in this country and in that country, maybe it doesn't show up versus this. So there is some weird little regulation rules, different this and that, where it might not show up as much. I think if you're on just a normal, like Chrome browser, you'd be able to probably see it through that method. But I think I have heard with the phone, sometimes depending on the type of phone you have, it can sometimes give you a little bit of, issue on getting along there. If you can't do the join button as a member and there's a problem with doing it through the YouTube, I do have a patron as well, a patron link in the description of this channel as well. They're kind of the same benefits. I just kind of cross-pollinize, but those are for people that can't get to the YouTube side. If you get on and you are a patron, I do post the membership benefits over there to those guys too on that side of it. So either way, if you want to use either one, but the link to the patrons also right down in the description link of this video, Hawks News. But thank you for the $5. Appreciate the $5 donation. Y'all are very, very kind, and I do appreciate it. Visible says, Brandon, have you seen the interview from Jordan Palmer talking about Kyle McCord? Chipping the ball puts him in the top 10, 15 all-time of recorded throwers. Piqued my interest as a mid-round guy. It did mine as well, Visible. It did mine as well. Yes. And that was where I was, the part where, the spin rate was absolutely something that's true to what you see from him on tape and how that helps him to control the ball. The power aspect of what Palmer talked about in that interview, Visible, was one that I was like, well, I didn't see that back as much on tape, but that's where you go through these evaluation processes and hear this stuff. And then it makes you then go back and recheck the tape out and go, wait, did I see stuff clearly on that? Was I really locking in as much? Is there some, and with college stadiums at times, the camera angle will be so far back from the field that can throw you off and skew a little bit on what you're able to really pick up on how much there is on those RPMs on the throws. But yeah, it got me juiced up there as well, Visible. I almost practically wanted to bum Kyle McCord up a whole nother round based off of that Jordan Palmer interview alone. I was like, I got him in the 5th. I gotta, so we gotta get him. We gotta start bumping. I'm too long this guy here. But the other thing with that too, Visible, to keep in mind with Jordan is that he does have a dog in that fight. Not that he's not being honest about the data that he's presenting. I'm sure that part's very true, but that's his client, and it's in his best interest to make sure that he sees Kyle elevated as high as possible through this process. Doesn't mean he's lying, though, of course. The Nameless Alchemist, I wouldn't trade any picks for Dak. He can stay in Dallas. Oh, you're responding to the deal. Little Dallas Cowboy. Hey, Brandon. Good to see you again. Would you trade us your first round pick for Dak? Come on, be cool. Well, I'm going to have to join the Nameless Alchemist on this one. All right. With me on that. And I feel so bad for you, Little Dallas Cowboy, and all my Cowboy fans. We've got a variety of Cowboy folks come in the house here, and they'll chop it up with us from time to time. And I don't think there's anybody in that fan base that is signed up for Dak Prescott. That might be the only quarterback contract given out in the NFL in history where the NFL fans, after having a contract, were going, "What? No, Jerry, no, don't do it. Don't do it, Jerry. Don't do it." I mean, they were saying this to me before Dak got the first contract after his rookie deal. They're like, we shouldn't, this is really not, he's fine. We just would, maybe just, no. How about, no. So it's kind of wild to watch, because I'll tell you, and I'm not that you guys aren't wrong, right, Little Dallas, you guys are, but it's wild to watch, because so often the reaction from fan bases is just like, yeah, that's what you got to do. You pay your guy. When you got your guy, you got to pay your guy. And you guys are like, how do we get off this? Like, you guys are stuck years deep in that thing right now. You ain't getting out of that thing for a minute. Just, Cowboys, call the ball this year. Just call it. Call it. Heads or tails. Call it. I don't want to call, mister. Call it. What am I fitting to win? Everything. Like, you guys aren't going to go anywhere this year. A division's wrapped. Pull it down. Zach Martin retires. Rebuild this thing up. Trade Micah Parsons. He won't do it, but I mean, he shouldn't. Ian Victor. I say take him in the first round unless Mike Green or Tyler Booker is there. Plus, I don't want the Rams to take him unless they trade up early to get Ward or Shador. Rams are definitely being very interesting in some of their processes this offseason, as it does look like Stafford is probably going to be on the move. And Ian, I think you're going to be with your own sort of tough choice there, because I think that, I guess I'd present this question to you, Ian. I think all three of those guys are going to be available there where you pick at 18. Booker, I very much, with Mike Green, we're hearing there's some character concerns that might be there that causes him to dip a little bit from where people were starting to really elevate him. So now the question comes down, Ian. You got Dart, you got Green, you got Booker all sitting there. Who are you going for? What's the order you're going at with it at that point? See, Lord, I'm increasingly intrigued by McCord. Lack of mobility is concerning, though. It's not to be undersold either. It's right there with a Quinn Ewers, as far as he's giving you nothing as far as mobility goes. It ain't happening. Steve Smith's Dak is a dead end. Nobody's got any Dak club. Visible, I love Shador so much. It would be a miracle if he fell to us, but man can dream. Hey, you never know, man. You never know, Visible. He's not throwing at the combine. That's not going to help his stock, but is he not throwing at the combine because he already knows that the hay's in the barn and that he's already going to be a top 5 pick? Possibly. Nameless Alchemist, did you make a video about John Schneider talking about his O-line comments? I came away from that feeling pretty disappointed, honestly. I didn't, he did the 2 interviews, so he did one a week and a half ago and then this last one a few days ago. And I covered the last live stream show we did, Nameless. We did a kind of a blow by blow on what he talked about. I sort of felt like it was a little bit more of kind of the same in his interview this past week, if not more disconcerting. He's talking about, we don't want to overpay, we don't want to overdraft, but we're probably going to do that again. And I go, John, you've done neither of those two things when it comes to the offensive line. You've neither overpaid an offensive lineman, nor do you overdraft an offensive lineman. So it's this weird thing where it's like he's in a different universe at times when it comes to talking about offensive line, where I just, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? I was reading today. Walter Jones is the biggest offensive line contract that we've still given out as an organization. That was 18 years ago. That's the biggest offensive line contract you've given out. It's kind of, I mean, it's a bit of a canary in the coal mine, right? So it's, I'm trying not to be too negative on the channel at times with it, but the interview did not warm me up on the process with John at times. There's some stuff that he has that I've liked in the interviews that have been really cool insights about what they do and how they do it, and that I dig about that. But anytime that he starts to off-road into the talk about offensive linemen, the cringe factor goes up about 1,000,000%. And I just don't know where he's coming from off of it. You've not overdrafted, and I know somebody in the chat will be like, no, he wasn't talking about that. He's talking about other positions. It's like, well, but it's also he's saying that buttressed up against a discussion directly about the offensive line. So it is kind of like he is kind of inherently sort of, no, that's that too. It's like, no, not that too. No, not that too. Not that too. And then, no, not that, and then, no, and then, no, and then, and then. Chris says, if there's a remote chance we can get Dahlman from the Falcons and draft Zabel or Milliam for left guard, we'd be in good shape next year. Agreed, Chris? Agreed? Absolutely. That'd be a great direction to go. And so nice what it would do for John to be able to just even get one. Like, I know I've talked about wanting to do the double dip, but even if you just get one really high quality offensive lineman in this free agent class to just allow you to be a little more solidified, stable, and then less driven to have to go pick for need into the draft than when it comes up in April would be just ideal. Ideal. Alien Wizard, Dylan Gabriel in the fourth. I like Dylan Gabriel a little bit more than others do, Alien Wizard. I do. Amaze, intriguing bait title. I'm not trying to bait anybody Amaze with it. If I put a title up, it's something that I truly believe is going to happen. As a few people have said in the chat here, it's even though I might not have myself a particular first round grade on a guy like Dart in this way, that doesn't mean that I'm in alignment with where NFL front offices are or what we're hearing about. That's kind of that multiple hats that I'll wear on this channel at times, where I'll give you guys, here's me wearing the hat of what my personal opinion is. Here's me wearing the hat of what I think the organization is trending to possibly happen and go through with. And so this is something that if we come to draft day and you take Dart, if anything, this is much kind of a prep you kind of video for that possibility, and I do think it's a real one. Free agency starts, I think, March 11th. So it is dates. So March 12th is technically the new league year, but then you have the Monday essentially is when you have the period where they can start to negotiate. So it's that Monday prior to that 12th. So you're really looking at the 10th on Monday of March would be essentially the de facto beginning period. And Amaze, he does fit Kubiak's scheme, does Dart. Visible says, wait, Dart is the same height as Cam Ward and Milrow. He isn't that short, or am I missing something? No, he's not super short. He's missing maybe a little more size you would kind of like. It's like 6'1 3/4. So he's not small, but he's also not what you'd like from a first round ideal quarterback size wise, I'd say. But it's not bad. He's not prevented. He's not like one of those mighty might can't see over anything things. Zombie Central says, all right, Brandon, just joining the stream for the first time tonight, and I have to say off the bat, if Dart is our first round pick, I will probably lose most of my remaining faith I have left in John. That's fair enough. That's definitely fair enough, man. There'll be some of the fan base that it'll probably be the real diverse reaction where it's either that, people that absolutely just love it, or then the other side of it who are like, what the hell? Visible says, Dart and Howard are my two quarterback crushes right now. I really like Cam Miller as a 6th rounder as well. How do you like Visible? He's got, he doesn't have John Elway's arm, but he's like, how do you like my Maori warrior shrunken down version of John Elway for Cam Miller? He kind of moves like him, doesn't he? He's got kind of that, it's like not the bow-legged, but where their like knees are knocking together a little bit. For all else, I do think the coaches are pretty happy with Gino too, man. Yeah, I got that same impression. So one B, are you still not sold on Kyle McCord in the third? No, I'm not there with them on that point of it. I don't think he's got quite enough arm strength or mobility for me to grab him in the third, but I'm within the fourth. Day three, I'm good with it. Morgan says Rick Myers should have gotten Bledsoe, but we beat the Pats at 3 and 13, and they got the first round overall. We did. What could have been if we'd gotten Bledsoe, man? God. X, best regards to you, Brandon and Pumpkin. Thank you, X. Appreciate that. Pumpkin appreciates it well, don't you? You say hello to everybody? Say, hey, baby. Say, whoa, whoa. No. Yeah. Say, go Hawks. Let me go Hawks. Go Hawks. Visible says, so weird John came from the Green Bay system that takes quarterbacks almost every year and he doesn't draft them. He's definitely been hesitant on that part, yeah. And that's been their way at times. Nameless Alchemist, Ratliff's a good player. Tate Ratlich out there of Georgia. He's a solid right guard. He could be an interesting player for them to take out there in third, fourth round. Little Dallas Cowboy. Ratliff's good. He's not a real mobile guy, but he's a good hammer in there. Good strong hands. Good anchor. Chris says, let's get Milton for the 2026 Seattle Sea Dragons. That's more about right. Sports Talk Jose says, how's this comparison, Brandon? Dart is like RG3 and Howard is like Cousins. The Howard Cousins comp I'm with, Jose. I'm with that. RG3 was a completely different athlete from Dart. I mean, I think RG3 ran like a 4.3, into that range of things, or at least he ran an incredibly fast time. Dart's going to run like a 4.7, Jose. There's going to be a real difference in their suddenness and in their really pure speed. I also think that probably Robert Griffin had probably more pure arm strength than Dart did coming out. I think he had a little more RPMs, a little more gunpowder in his cannon. But the Howard Cousins one's great. I like that comp, Jose. That's right on the button, I think. It's also why I've got, even though Cousins has had this great career, Cousins still did go in the third round. And that's where I would like to still, as much as you can as a team, as much as possible, to still sit to those historical norms and where you take guys. Other teams might be picking him higher than they should go on that, but that's where it's like, look, his upside is Kirk Cousins, but it doesn't mean he's guaranteed to realize that upside. There is still the risk involved in it, but that's where it would be if it all went well and all went kind of ideal a little bit. Thrill House Hawks Nest. I heard that if Membo is there at 18, you could run to the podium, but isn't he a pure right tackle? 18 to 15 is a long wait. I hope John moves up in the second to secure Zabel or Jackson or maybe even Besh. I love Jack Besh. He's one of my favorite wide receivers in this class. Both of those two of their offensive linemen are great. I got no issue with them. Membo is a guy that can play, I believe, guard and tackle. I will admit on this Thrill House, when it comes to my ability to project tackles to guards from college in that way, it's a little bit harder to do so, but he's a really young player. He's got a good sink, very, good ideal size. If you're talking to kick him into a kind of a left guard place, 315, 6'3", he's going to be able to get into that spot where at 6'3", you might not work as well as the tackle where they want him to be more into that 6'5" and up range. But at 6'3", he could work in there with the leverage stuff, and I think it could fit. But I will say, Thrill House, when it comes to always making that extrapolation from, hey, he's here, he's going to go to here, I'm a little bit on shaky ground with that because I don't always know what exactly you look for to know when the guy's going to be at his best to make that transition. I mean, it's easy if you go, the guy's got 32-inch long arms, or it's easy if you go, the guy just doesn't have the athleticism on the edge. You can just see it. He's got to kick inside, but it gets harder when it's a guy that can be capable on the edge, but you can see where he can work on the inside too. And what I come back to is last year, as much as the team liked Byron Murphy, is J.C. Latham was there and Byron Murphy was there, the team would have probably taken J.C. Latham. They would have gotten that right tackle insurance policy for Abraham Lucas, who can also be a starter on the interior of the offensive line. And that's what I think that they would also get with Mabo. So it's a little bit of a 2-for-1 there as well, in regards to that player and what you're getting. Visible, Grant, Maboo, Warren, Tyler Booker, I'd be happy at 18. I'd be happy with all those guys visible. All would be pretty good. All be good picks. Badman 100. What about trading the 18th and get 2 second-rounders? Take Dart with a second-round pick. It's a possible way of going there, Badman. What has happened here in the last couple of drafts, in covering these pretty closely, is that for whatever reason, NFL teams are doing less of those trade-up things where you're just not getting as much value back. It now becomes a little bit of, if you move back in the first, you're moving back in the first to maybe late first and you'll get a third. It's harder to find the teams because you have to find the team with the 2 second-round picks at that point that can offer you that from a projection point on the other side of it. So it's a possible trade. It's just we're seeing less and less of these go down by recent drafts. But that's always can shift and change, and it may be just a trend of recent years. I just get the impression on this that teams are really valuing their picks, Badman, as much as ever, and they don't. It almost that there's a bit of a feeling maybe that it's a bit of a fool's errand trading up in the draft and dropping those back end picks in that way to do that. Hoot Grays, will Armand Mabo play left guard or right guard? Would rather pick someone else if he only plays right guard. I think he can play left guard, but this is that projection I talk about that's hard to exactly know for sure. Sealord, if we stick at 18, then I'd be happy with Grant, Warren, Maboo, or Stewart. I like all those guys. Yeah, I think we're all on the same page with that one. Slubby1B, did you see EJ's locker room cancer tweet? Yeah, there was a lot of drama over the last day in regards to the Ernest Jones situation, and I didn't quite get it. I don't know where it was coming from. When I talked to Jake Ellabogan, who covers the Rams, and I do the NFC West Roundtable show with him, and asking him about this and saying, you know, what's going on here? Why'd you guys let go of Ernest Jones? He never mentioned locker room cancer. He mentioned maybe there were some questions about work ethic, but we did not hear anything about a locker room cancer thing. So kind of a thing out of left field. I don't know what to make of it. I hadn't heard anything on that. I'd be over the moon if we got Grant at 18. I would too. The comp that had been jumping out recently that somebody had said that just got me like really excited because I hadn't really connected the comp between Grant and this, but then I started thinking more about it and I'm like, well, but kind of maybe, but yeah, kind of. And that's that, like, Grant's got a lot of echoes of Haloti Ngata to his game. A lot of echoes to Haloti Ngata. That's why I think also I don't think he's going to last to us at 18. If I had to guess, especially once he goes to the combine. But he's a fun player. Man, is he good. He's real good. He's just real good. I had like CB take a flavor chat one of these days with some of these hot takes. You know? The GSD says, what if Tet McMillan falls to 18? Are you doing it or are you doing Grant? I would do Tet McMillan. He's one of my blue chip players in this draft. My comp for Tet McMillan is Mike Evans. Mike maybe has a little more of the speed, but I think that they're going to be kind of somewhat similar players in the way that they stand, and that I like what I'm going to get from this guy. So I like McMillan. He goes to 18. I jump on him all day. As much as I love Grant, I'm not quite to a place with Grant of putting that Haloti Ngata blue chip grade on him. I love it as a comp. I'm getting my imagination's getting captured by it, but I do still come back to with McMillan. That Mike Evans comp feels about right. And boy, you have both DK and McMillan on the field at once. You better hope you got some tall cornerbacks somewhere. Lethal says also, do you think Bobo can handle the outside for 3 wide receiver sets, or do we draft someone to take that over even though he won't see the field much in this Kubiak scheme? I like both the TCU wide receivers in this draft. I do too, man. Both the TCU guys are so much fun and so unique, and they're just there's not any guys really like them in this draft or in really recent drafts and how that they're kind of built. And I'm in the same way, Lethal. I like those guys a lot. I do think that the team has to draft a wide receiver on the outside. Bobo in his first year did some outside stuff, got some wins out there, created some separation on the outside. He didn't do a high preponderance of it. He is still, at the end of the day, to me, a guy that is going to work at his best in the slot or in condensed splits. You get him on the outside and you put him out as an X or a Z. I just don't think he's got quite enough speed out there to really separate. So I like Bobo as a number 4 guy on our roster here. He certainly has some value in what he brings. I know the Boboites aren't going to like to hear this, or the Bo Bros, but I just don't think he's got enough on the outside to get it done out there. He's got to be a slot guy. He's more of kind of insurance for JSN than he is the outside guy of the future. And Besh is the guy that I'd love to get out of TCU. I like Savion Williams too, but Besh, to me, Jack Besh, is like if Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp had a baby, that would be Jack Besh, in my opinion. Visible with my McCord and Ford? Yeah, me neither. Throughout Jocavius Flavius. Jeffrey says Quinn Ewers is going to run a Tom Brady 40. You know he is, Jeffrey. And it's going to look, not only is it going to be slow, it's going to look awkward as hell. Like his legs don't talk to his torso. Brian says O'Reilly, we'll do it live. F it. I'll write it down. We'll do it live. All-time moment there. Lethal says yours will throw like Tom Brady at the Combine and Pro Day, though. That's true. He's going to look really good throwing on air. I'm not being sarcastic in the least. He will. And that's what worries me. Sports Talk Jose says burden to the Chiefs, in my opinion. I could see that. I could see that as a really good fit, Jose. Seems like every year they sort of take a receiver in that range of where he's probably going to go. And they need some help. They need some playmakers. I could also see the Chiefs going tight end early, too. Don't let Tyler Warren last to the Chiefs, man. Whew. Alpha suck mock drafts. Alpha suck at mock drafts. I like McCord, poised in the pocket, great under pressure, and I've said for a while that he was playing hero ball all year. If he wasn't playing well, the Orange lost, and they won 10 games. Great points, man. Great points. He's rising up, man. He's rising up the boards. WR Sawe says, don't reach based on need. Take the best football player. Amen. That's got to be the guiding force, right? It is really where drafts get very simple, really quick. Do you draft for need, or do you draft for value, or you're reaching for need? And so many teams want to try to, toe both lines, and you got to pick a lane on this one. When you toe both lines, what you end up doing is really just drafting for need. It's kind of like the drafting for need process that ends up overtaking everything else when you're trying to do both. So you really got to have that draft for value at the forefront of your mind. God's Gang asks thoughts on Mike Green. Well, there is some worries there as far as we're hearing with him recently now, some character concerns with him and James Pierce. I don't know how real those are, but there is a little bit of that starting to kind of pop up. He is a lot of fun to watch. 6'4", 250 pounds, a handful of effort coming off the edge. I mean, this guy's just giving you everything he's got on every snap. First step quickness through the moon. He's got dip off the edge. He's got some bend. So he's got the, it's sort of the ethereal 3 items I always say that I'm looking for on my edge rushers first and foremost. First step quickness, bend, dip. It's more dip to bend. And the reason is because those 3 skill sets really pair together really well, and that they let a young rusher, if he's not really good at using his hands, it lets that young rusher go get some early wins in his career as a pass rusher as far as sacks and pressures go, just because that's so hard to deal with. The cool part with Green is that he brings those 3 points in, but then he also has a stack of potent NFL pass rushing moves ready to go. He uses his hands as well as any edge rusher in this draft. He's got the double-handed swipe, ghost move, a nasty spin move, a Euro step, a stutter swim move from the inside out, cross face counters, and just quick counters that he can call upon at any time as far as chaining pass rush moves together. His energy is through the roof. High motor, high effort. Another rarity that you see here in a guy like this, who's going to be a guy that is so twitched up and gets it done by just trying to kind of snatch and take that edge. But then he also does give you the high motor in addition to that. Insane 17 sacks this year. And then he had a good production the previous year as well. The level of competition, of course, is a little bit of the question, but as I understand it, he went out there and put in work out there at the Senior Bowl, which will, at the very least, in my opinion, solidify him as a first-round guy. How high he goes in the first round is going to be a little bit hard to determine because of the fact that you don't know where these character concerns are at. If the character concerns are out the door, he's a top 20 first-round pick. As it happens, so I'd probably estimate he lands somewhere in the 20s, I would say, when it was all said and done, but he's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Lethal says, McCord has a gunslinger mentality without the gunslinger arm, IMO. It's a little bit my worry with him. That's why I can't elevate him. Fourth round will be as high as I can go for him because there's the issue with a little bit of the mobility, and then there's the issue with a little bit of the arm strength. Both of those two things have me on that. I'm getting into day two. I gotta have at least one or the other of those two things, and likely a little bit of both in this modern age I'd like to get from you, and I don't quite get that from McCord. Hawks News, thank you for the $10 donation. Wow, really kind of you. Thank you for the double dip dono, Hawks News. The cat's name is Pumpkin. She's a 12-year-old tabby. She likes salmon treats, but she will settle for chicken. Tuna? When did you start liking tuna? You don't like tuna. You're a salmon girl. Yeah, salmon. Can I get a Go Hawks, please? Is that too much to ask for? She's a good girl, man. She's always riding shotgun with me here, Hawks News. She's a good shotgun girl. Huh. You might ride or die? You might ride or die? Oh, Hawk's Eye View. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you for that, Hawk's Eye View. Members of the channel, as I said earlier, just on this Hawk's Eye, keep an eye on your community post on YouTube. That's where I put a lot of the membership benefits. We just did like a 4-hour show yesterday, a call-in show, chopping it up with some of my people out there. We're going to do that at least once or twice a month there. So if you're looking to call in and want to chop it up with me, please do become a member and join me over on that side. Had a great time yesterday. I know, I woke you up. Alpha Sucks at Mox. I have this issue with Will Howard. He made a ton of great plays with his legs, but the holes the O-line made and the mistakes the defense made against him just aren't going to happen at the NFL level. I think that's fair. I think that's fair to a degree. I mean, certainly he's got a great rushing attack. 2 of his running backs are going to be taken in this draft. He's going to have an offensive lineman taken in the top 10. Another one maybe taken in the first round in addition to that. You can't undersell that part of it. Seth McLaughlin, their center before he went down to season-ending injury, was going to be the highest taken center in this next draft, to your point on that. And then he's got, the freak show that's Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Ibuka out there that he's tossing to. So I think he played really well, especially in that playoffs. He made some really good throws. But he's going to be a bit of a tough evaluation too, a little bit. He definitely had some help on that. But he played some good, to Lethal Lance's point. He played some great football in the playoffs, man. When it counted, when you needed him to be on point and mistake-free, he was. He did have that help, though. That's fair. Mofo, Brandon, what's the bare minimum John can do this offseason to address the offensive line to the point where you think will be good enough to compete? Laughing out loud, just trying not to get my hopes up. Ooh. Bare minimum. I think the bare minimum approach would be a little bit like where you do an Aaron Banks, kind of a tier C free agent, still fairly young, really knows how to play left guard, knows how to play left guard in the system instantaneously. So he comes in and he knows what he needs to do day one. He'll know all the verbiage and all that, and here he goes. You sign him in kind of a low-end deal. You have your left guard taken care of there with him. You draft a guy like Booker then behind that, and then you go take another lineman a little bit later in the draft, maybe a center perhaps, and that'd be kind of your bare minimum a little bit. Now, there's a little bit of, I can say, like, is there a way then you get to a competing status at that point, Mofo? But, you know, Banks comes in here, hits the ground running for whatever he's able to be at league average as a left guard. One of your two centers in Haynes and Oluwatimi come up and they rise up. Maybe you make a signing of Adult or Risner at right guard or find some other veteran to come in there and duke it out. But then you just kind of collectively get more development. I mean, that's really what it comes down to your Mofo is, let's get to the heart of your question. What you'd be hoping for then to get to the contending place at that point is really the development from the offensive lineman in-house that you're looking to have steps taken forward, and that they have not taken those steps forward prior, a guy like Bradford or Oluwatimi, not because they're not good enough, but because you didn't have the good enough coaches in-house to get that development from them. I think the team and John Schneider's comments definitely lead me to believe that that's where their thought process is, and it may be that is where it's at, that becomes the fulfillment of what we see, that they get real NFL OC in here, real NFL offensive line coach in here with a track record, and that they're able to raise these guys up and actually get some of that development from them. It's possible. It's possible. I don't necessarily like going that way. I'd like to go with more of a certainty with it, but I can understand how it could work out in that way of going that direction of it. Chris says, I was on the Cam Ward train last year for a second round possibility, but he, along with all the quarterbacks, will be overdrafted. That's right. Agreed. Very much agreed. And I'm in the same place on it. Alpha is bad. It's not necessarily a fault of Will Howard. I just don't think those kind of plays that made him look like a great player will be there. Still a good player, just not a great player. No, I think that's fair. It's where the comps, like Jose was talking about, with kind of a Kirk Cousins comp, where it's like, and again, I've got him in the third round. So I think that's right in the same play based on how you're talking about. That's about where I've got him at. Visible says, yep, 6 teams in the top 10 need one. It's why I don't think Dart makes it to pick 50 at all. It's understandable, Visible. Very possible that it does play out that way. And to me, when it comes down to that, I as much as you might like the guys from John Schneider's perspective, you don't want to be that team a reaching. There are going to be teams a reaching in a draft. You don't want to be one of them. It is not a pathway that leads to success. It leads to the dark side. Fear leads to the dark side. Dark side leads to the dark. It's like Yoda used to say, man. Brian says, the propensity to overdraft for quarterback is the reason I think we won't get our opportunity to take Will Howard. He's a third-round talent, but one of those 6 teams is going to grab him first. Yeah, this is really possible. I'll tell you guys, though, look, we benefited from this last year. If we see 4 quarterbacks taken in the top 12 picks this year, we're going to be sitting fat and happy to jump on a great defensive player landing in our lap then when we go and we pick at 18. So there's an upside to this. As frustrating as it is to see teams reach that much, and you guys are not out of pocket here, teams will very much possibly reach that high in this draft. I can see it. This is where the trend has gone recently. Nick says Mike Green got a bad rap off the field, apparently. That sucks for him. I hate when these prospects get messed with like that. And I always say I try to stay away from it because I know with this, I don't want to try to necessarily speak to, I know, unless you know for sure of something to go, well, we got to be sure unless we know of it. You know, this is stuff where it's just always hard to tell. But if he has the clean character stuff, he should probably be a top 15 pick. Thrill House, No Country for Old Men, so good. So good. So good. Might be the Coens' best. And they've got a lot of good ones. Huey says Jerry almost made the right decision and didn't re-sign Dak, but he blinked and panicked and caved. He should have let him play out that year. 100%, Huey. 100%. It's kind of what Jerry does. He starts to like flirt with this whole like, maybe we'll reset it. All right? Everyone's got to reset sometimes, all right? Been 30 years since we've reset. Let's reset it now. Don't sign Dak and let him play. Daddy, we can't let him play. He's going to go for nothing. No one's going to sign him, son. You watch. Third round talent. We overpaid. We're not making that same mistake again. Daddy, who's going to be our quarterback? Maybe we'll just be bad for a year. Bad, Daddy. We were bad last year, son. Shut up. Visible laughed my ass off. I know John acting like he has actually done those things he's complaining about. He's in La La Land. My eyeballs about fell out of my head. Like, what are you talking about, man? And it's like there's an 800-pound gorilla in this room, and even as they're doing the interview, you can see it in you can see it in the two guys there in the deal. Like they're trying to talk to him and they're dancing around it. They're dancing. It's just like. They're trying to get to the heart of it and the questions they asked him, and that's why the topic came up again this week. I think is, and to their credit, they're doing a good job of trying to probe in on John, where they know that they've gotten this pushback. I'm sure from the fans calling into the station and reaching out to the station saying, "Will you please ask John about this? Will you please hammer this in? No, you guys are not isolating this enough." But John's kind of just tap dancing around it, and that quote this past week where it's like, "What? No, you haven't." Who did you overdraft? Christian Haynes was a 3rd round rated guard last year. You took him in the 3rd round, Charles Cross was rated to be a top 10 pick. You took him in the top 10. Abraham Lucas, I had that guy as a 1st round graded guy. You got him all the way in the 3rd round. Even if you didn't have him as a 1st round graded guy, he's at least a 2nd round graded tackle. You got him in the 3rd round. You don't overdraft offensive linemen. And when the biggest offensive line contract that you've given out in your team's history was signed in the year of 2006, you kind of don't overpay either, do you, for him? That Walter Jones stat was mind-blowing. Walter's the biggest one we've given out? Even though Dwayne Brown didn't touch it? Nope. From 20 years ago? Imagine being in 1990 and being like, yeah, the biggest contract that we gave out at that position was in 1970. What? William, how about Trey Smith from KC for left guard? He's more of a right guard, William. I think if you're going to pay him that kind of money, you're probably not paying him to move him out of position. But he's a great free agent target. I wouldn't mind it. He cost a lot of money, but I wouldn't mind it. What's up, Michael Hyde? How you doing, man? Hawks News, thank you for the $20 donation. Let's go. Hawks News kicking some ass and taking names today with the donos. He just keeps ripping out. I like this. Let's go, Hawks News. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate the $20 donation. He says, I met DK this year at a Jets game and he knows the channel. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, hopefully he's not too angry at me. Hopefully DK wasn't too mad at me when you asked him about it, but that's cool. He knows the Hawks Nest, huh? Let's go. What's up, DK? You getting paid, DK? Let me know in the chat, man. We getting this contract done? 29 milli? 29 milli about right? But that's cool, man. Thank you for the $20 donation. I love that. It kind of blows your mind. You often do it, even when we have so many people in the chat. So much of when I do this, it's sort of, you don't really put the two and two together that many you're watching or that there's people that would be organizationally watching or whatever, and so it's, it does kind of like, really? They'd be watching the guy does it? But that's cool. I love it, man. I love it. What's up, DK? If you're listening, man, thanks for watching. Get that contract signed. Let's lock this down. But thank you, Hawks News. You are the man today, man. $20 donation. I salute you, sir. And thank you for the support here on the channel. That would have been a hell of a game to go check out. It was cold as balls, but you got to watch a great game, at least on that. And thanks for bringing up to asking DK about that if he knew about the channel, man. Thanks for that's cool to know. That puts a smile on my face. Washington Fistquest has been a Hawks Nest member for 40 months. That's well over 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that commitment and support. Maybe Ifedi is why John feels like he overdrafted. It's a good point. Maybe that was the guy that he overdrafted on. Very, very good point there, Fish Quest, where that one just sits in his brain and he can't kick it out and can't let that one go. And that's a possibility. I will say that when it comes to Ifedi there, it wasn't a where you're like, heavy reach. He was due to go kind of right about into that area of late first, early second. It was a little bit on the high side, but it wasn't like, the LJ Collier, which was much more of a worse reach to me. The Jordan Brooks pick was much more of a worse reach to me, where you're at least in the vicinity there with the Ifedi one, but he wasn't a particularly good player, and that maybe just kind of sits in John's mind where he's just like, eh. Well, the thing about that one, Washington Fish Quest, like, that was a heavily influenced by Tom Cable, which from John's perspective, he's got to know that, like, okay, well, I don't have as much of a guy and not that Cable wasn't a good coach, and he was a good coach at the time. Just at that time, he wasn't exactly knocking him out of the park as much with the guys that he was picking at, because I think Cable struggled to kind of adapt to this new, harder to pick these linemen out of college thing and find the guys that are going to be the really good players because they're all so raw coming out now, unrefined. But that's a good point. Forgot about Ifedi. That might be the one that's kind of sitting there in John's mind on that. Appreciate you, Fish Quest. And thank you again, Hawks Eye. Thank you, Hawks News. Thank you again for the huge dono, brother. Visible says, John thinks spending $8 to $9 million on the corpse of Luke Jokel is overpaying. So in that instance, he's probably correct. That's true. That one is true. Well, you talk about a move that everyone in the fan base could see was horrible right from the onset. That was one uniformly everybody was like, no. Hawks Eye Views, smash that like button for Brando. Superior Seahawks content 24/7. Well, that is very kind of you to say, my man, and I echo his thoughts. If you can for me, folks, hit that like button if you could for me. Helps the channel grow. Maybe sub on up if you get a chance as well. Really appreciate that. But thank you, man. Very kind of you to say. Name a number. Is Hawks News? We may name a number. Michael Hyde, if John Schneider's aggressive in free agency, he could be planning to take Dart. Could be. It's one of the benefits of being aggressive and taking care of things and truly taking care of things, not taking care of things in sort of the bare minimum 1 year vet minimum deal, just to have kind of a placeholder in there, but truly have a position taken care of so that you don't have to address as much in the draft, so that you can truly then draft for the guy you want to go take and draft for value. And if John's got the commitment in his heart that the Dart's going to be that guy, and he's like, I know my evaluation's right on this guy, I know what I'm seeing in this guy, then that gives him the chance to do that versus having monstrous holes that he's got to fill one way or the other. William says, how about Ewers from Texas Longhorns? Yeah, I'm not a big Ewers guy, William. I just do not like his tape. There's a lot of other people to be much more higher on than I am. I've got a late fourth round valuation on him. But the more of his tape I watch, the less I like of Ewers. Oxeye says, go Will Howard. Will Howard's a hell of a view. Visible 48, shrunken down John Elway's a great comparison. He just, after I had to watch so much John Elway in my youth, so I got really used to that gait that he's got and the way he runs, and it just, when I watched that kid with North Dakota, I was like, man, he's got that same kind of like movement, running style when he scrambles, when he throws on the move. It looks very much like kid was watching Elway growing up. Michael says, I'm okay with getting Dart, although I would much rather take him in the second or late third. Yeah, or third round, second or third round. Yeah, I am too, Michael. I'm in the same place. He says, I want Littlefinger fired with the heat of 1,000 suns, but his job is safe. Absentee owner Jody isn't interested in a general manager search, so we're stuck with Schneider's ass until the team is sold. Very possible. He doesn't strike me as a guy that's under any kind of a warm seat at the moment. Amazing Mario Brothers B, what's your opinion of Jalen Milroe? I think he's going to be a future tight end in the sport / gadget guy. I just don't think that he's a natural enough quarterback. It's like you asked a receiver because he had arm strength and because he could run around, or you asked a running back because he had those things to become a quarterback. But when it comes to just naturally playing the position and just having a feel for playing the position, you're just watching Milroe, and I go to this quote often a little bit with it, but he's just, to me in this draft of any of the quarterbacks, he's the one that stands out to me of this Holmgren quote as much as any quarterback in this class. And Mike Holmgren would often go to Matt Hasselbeck and he'd say, Matt, you're playing the quarterback position. You're here to be an artist. You're not here to be a blacksmith. You're not hammering away at metal. You know, you're not a robot out there. There's got to be a bit of artistry to what you do a little bit. And there is none of that in Milroe's game. And he can have even simple, easy things he makes look really hard. And sometimes he can make the hard things look really easy, but there's just no real consistency to his game. And he's got a long way to go to realize whatever potential he might realize there for the position. But I'm more driven to feel like he's probably not going to realize that he's going to probably make a Taysom Hill kind of transition when it's all said and done. And maybe he proves me wrong on that. But I just, even after watching the Senior Bowl stuff, there was like one throw he made was like a 3-yard in cutting route that should have been the easiest throw in the book for him to make. And he dirted it with no pressure, just threw it right at the guy's feet. Oh, this is exactly what I get with him on tape too. Like you got to be able to hit a 4-yard pass. I got to be able to hit a 4-yard pass that's wide open. You've got to hit that throw. I can't wonder about that with you. And I kind of do with Milroe. Rogers Green says, kind of want someone else besides John to pick the groceries. I get it, man. I get it. You know, we haven't had a lot of winning here recently as far as getting in the playoffs and doing a lot and getting stuff done. He's had some certain blind spots that he has not turned his head to look at times, including that offensive line. So I can understand a lot of the frustration that exists out there in this regards of things. We'll see if this offseason he finally kind of learns some of these lessons. He's not, I don't think, a bad GM. There's a lot of good things he brings to the table, but I always say this sometimes about players. Sometimes your worst thing can overtake all of the good stuff if you don't minimize it, if you don't look to try to keep your hands over the top of it, keep it pressed down a little bit, rather than letting it overcome and overtake everything. Visible says Bledsoe's from my hometown, has a winery here. I would have been such a great story to have Bledsoe with Seattle. And you think about Bledsoe at that time, if you got him here matched up with, I can't think of his name. Dennis Erickson. So Dennis Erickson had a real like wide open down the field passing attack type offense, real aggressive. And that would have been a perfect fit for Bledsoe's skill set if you had been able to bring him in here. It was tough. I feel bad for Jets fans. Chris says, with the Kubiak being a run-first OC, how can the O-line not be the priority? I don't know. I think it would be. It should be. But you know, with John in recent history, it's not been. So I think it's more of just fitting to what John's done in recent history, and rather than it being a lack of Kubiak. I mean, when you brought in Waldron, for instance, you had a need at that time to go to more mobile offensive linemen. But you didn't do that. You didn't try to pivot off Damian Lewis. You didn't try to pivot off Gabe Jackson. You had kind of an immobile offensive line at that time. So it wasn't as much a priority then for John. It might be now, but that's when the place in the past, we have this kind of situation where it hasn't been a driver in the past in that way like you would think it would be. Pins up for Tua says Jaxson Dart has a cream puff arm. Wait, you're a Tua Tagovailoa? You like Tua, but Dart's got the cream puff? Well, I mean, look, you know, it's you get to see a lot of cream puff down there in Miami, so you'll know it. You'll know it if you're seeing it with it. It's definitely not top end, I'll say that. Visible says, poor RG3 freaking Washington ruined his career constantly playing him for selfish reasons when he was clearly injured. Yep. Should have sat him there in the playoffs. That should have been a no-brainer. That should have been where the coach overrules a young player there thinking about his career a little bit in that moment, and they didn't. They didn't, and yep, it ruined him. Hawks Eye View Elway to the Hawks would have been great too. He went to the school in Pullman until 8th grade, I think. He did. Yeah, he did. And Elway could have possibly been a Seahawk as well. We had a trade on the table for Elway at one point in time, and we weren't willing to give up an extra first-round pick to get him. That's the cost it was going to take. We didn't want to do it. What could have been? What could have been? We've got a lot of near misses, man. Could have had Warren Moon, could have had Elway. Chuck Knox wanted Brett Favre at one time. The owner wanted Mark McGuire's brother instead. Chris's Bledsoe would have suffered roughly the same fate here as Meyer. Better than Meyer, but I don't know. I think he would have had a chance here, Chris. Because I think it would have been a really good fit with the offense, and I don't think that those were necessarily purely bad teams that you were coming to. They weren't the best of teams at that time, but you get a couple years in the future with Erickson coming on board, Bledsoe getting out from under Flores. I think the first couple of years, you're right, it would have been brutal there. But once if you could get to that point with that connection between the two, Joey Galloway, I mean, it could have worked. He says F. Elway today, tomorrow, and forever. Yes, sir. You also grew up with him. I see another man that also grew up with Elway. Thrill House, thank you for gifting us up, Thrill House. You're the man. Alpha Suck at Mock Drafts. You've been gifted a subscription here by Thrill House. Well, thank you for doing that, Thrill House. I appreciate you, man. And Alpha, I know you're our member, I believe, as well. So welcome back into the fold, my man. Appreciate you for doing that, though, Thrill House. Really kind of you. Really kind of you. Hawks News with another $10 donation. Hawks News, you've been so kind today on those donos, by the way. I really do appreciate that. Who is your favorite NIL player ever? So I think in Hawks News, if I'm wrong on this, let me know on this. But I think you meant NFL player. And that I is really far away from F, though. You might have meant NIL. Okay, so if you meant NIL player, we got to give our hats off to that Arojo kid, right? Hasn't that kid played like 6 years and he's maxed out his NIL as far as any human being possibly could take it? So you got to give him, if you meant NIL, I'm going to give it to Arojo, the Miami Hurricanes tight end. But if you're meaning NFL player, it would be this guy here over my right shoulder, this jersey right here over my right shoulder. My favorite player of all time is Mr. Steve Largent. I grew up on him. I still maintain he's the best receiver in Seahawks history. He was the guy that was the GOAT for the position when he retired. Jerry Rice came right after him, and so it sort of diminished a little bit of Largent's memory a bit for how good he was. But the man was awesome and complete receiver, could beat double teams, could do everything that you'd want from the position. Yeah, he's a little bit smaller than maybe you'd like, but played big. He'd be my favorite on that. But if you meant NIL, then I'm going to go with Arojo, because if you're going to work that system, then work it. You know, you make generational wealth off your college run of 6 years. I can't hate on that. You got to appreciate that, right? God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. They were saying things about Jalen Carter too. They were. That was where there was a little more smoke to that particular fire, where you had Jalen Carter in an actual part of this fatal, speeding traffic wreck thing going on. There were questions about his work ethic with Georgia. We were hearing about stuff of the Georgia coaches saying that he's not particularly coachable. You have him unable to even get through his, I believe he was unable to even get through his pro day, didn't test at the combine. And, he was at the combine and was essentially charged by police, I think at that time, for some misdemeanor with the speeding thing. So there was a little more there with Carter than there was like with a Michael Green on this, where it was kind of a lot there with Carter. But I will say all this stuff is kind of a guessing game when it comes to a player's character and whether or not he's a risk or not. You got to just lean back on the team and the detectives and the in-house guys they have looking into that, because they're looking thoroughly into it. They're not going to leave any stone unturned. They're going to come out with a determination about those guys, and you're going to know one way or the other. Chris says Chisholm could be a punt returner for us too. I don't know Chisholm. I'll have to look him up. Chisholm. Visible says, yes, I really like Daniel Jeremiah's opinions on players coming out. And he compared Kenneth Grant to Haloti Ngata. I think he was on the Ravens staff when they had Ngata too. He was. Yes, he was. Yeah, that one opened my eyes. I do listen to a lot. Daniel Jeremiah is an opinion that I will listen to with a lot of weight versus some of the other pundits out there. I think that he's still connected league-wide. He's done it before. And like you said, he was with the Ravens when they had Ngata. So when he's talking about Kenneth Grant and put him in that mention, you're kind of like, wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? Williams says, hey, B, how about Williams from Georgia and then Ernest Jones, the tackle from LSU, and then Dart or Ewers from Texas, and also B, how about Howard from Ohio State? Well, tomorrow on, I'm going to be kicking off tomorrow on the channel, on the Hawks Nest Clips channel, my secondary channel. I'm going to be starting out tomorrow, and I'm going to be aiming to try and get a video a day. It's going to be about a 2 to 4 minute video a day out on the Hawks Nest Clips channel, which will be featuring draft prospects that I think our Hawks are likely to target in this upcoming draft. One of those guys I'm going to be on, who's going to be the first guy I'm kicking this series off with, is going to be Michael Williams, the guy you're mentioning, William, from Georgia. I think that he comps out to a Jadeveon Clowney. Not the Clowney coming out back in the day, South Carolina. I'm talking about Clowney as a pro and what he's actually been. I think he's going to be a really well-rounded player. He could be the power edge that we need in this defense. And he's a lot of fun in that way. So if you want to take him in the first round pick, he's my second highest graded edge in this draft, William. He's only 20 years old as well, so far from a finished product. Freakish big, freakish size. He's not a dip, bend, first step quickness guy, but that's okay. His game is so freakishly about strength and power that he doesn't need that stuff as much because he's got that in his bag. I think you said Ernest Jones, but I think you meant Emory Jones, the tackle from LSU. I have a current third, fourth round valuation on him. I think he's going to be able to play guard at the next level, but he might be a guy that has just enough to stay at tackle. Pretty good mobility, pretty good strength with him. It's been a while since I've looked at Jones. My notes up here. I think the thing that strikes me with Jones that also makes it hard is I've called him this year's Tyler Guyton, where he's physically really looks the part and he's got enough mobility, but there is also the lack of refinement in his game. And so you also go like, well, if he can really refine these many edges, he can get to being a good player, and maybe he's got to refine those edges by being kicked inside. Third, fourth round valuation's about right there. Dart's a guy I've got in the third round, William. I do think he probably ends up going in the first round in this draft as he's really rising up. Ewers is a guy that I just don't think's got much there that excites me. Doesn't have great productivity coming out of college necessarily. Doesn't have much mobility that he offers. Arm strength is a little better than average, but decision-making is way below average, in my opinion. I put more of a fourth, fifth round valuation on Ewers. And then Howard, I've got a third round valuation. He's neck and neck there with Dart, William. Those guys are kind of right. They're right at the finish line, winner by a nose. They're kind of slightly different players, but I think they're going to be fairly equivalent as pros in their productivity and what they produce on the field. I like Howard. I like Dart, Howard. They're neck and neck for me. I kind of either one would fit to me, but I might end up leaning a little bit more to Howard when it's all said and done, William. But I like them both. Hawks Eye View, Brandon, how many new players do you think will be added to the 53-man roster? You're going to turn over a third of your roster every year. For the most part, unless you're coming off some team that's a championship level team. So I would say you're looking at about 30% to 35% of the roster will be turned over. About. Michael Hyde said Savion Williams looks like DK. He does look like him, yeah. He plays a lot different, though. He's a lot different player. He says, I'd give Big Mac 5 years, but I wouldn't give Little Finger another second. Lead the Land's fun player to watch is Benjamin Urosek from Georgia, a perfect gadget player for this Kubiak scheme. Tight end, fullback athlete. You can get him late in the draft, probably after you draft a tight end too, like Taylor or Evans. Yeah, Euro Sokic is a fun player. I agree with everything you said and his potential to be moved to maybe kind of a fullback athlete kind of role. A guy you were looking at coming from Stanford to going to Georgia and really taking a step forward in his game, in his play this year, going to more of an offense that was going to feature him, but instead kind of took a little bit of a minor step back across the board in his play. And so a guy could have elevated his stock up into more of a third, second round range if he'd had a really good year at Georgia, but just it didn't turn on for him. But you're right. You can get him a little bit later on and could be a fun kind of player a little bit into that fifth, sixth round range of this draft, who comes in and gives you some good functional play for the position. And we do know, Lethal Lance, that the team, if they don't get somebody in free agency and if they do release Fant, it's going to be very likely to take two tight ends in this upcoming draft. Michael Adpumpkin would make a great ESPN analyst, don't you think? Yeah, she would. She'd have some good thoughts. He says replacing a general manager is not as hard when you have a good head coach, but Seahawks should have cleaned house with Pete and John getting the axe at the same time. We might look back and say that very well could have been the case. Should have been. We'll learn a lot more on that here after this year on that. You might be very well right on that. Nervosos, I would be pretty stoked if they took Dart and he can compete with Geno. That would, I think, be the idea, Nervosos. You bring him in, he competes with Geno. You still have Hal here for one more year on his rookie contract, but you've got your heir apparent for Geno at that point. Visible, I bet Pumpkin being with you during your streams knows more than most NFL fans regarding the sport. Probably does. She can recognize cover 2, single high, cover 3, single high, man-to-man coverage. She's on lockdown. Greg Kemp, Brandon, have you looked at JJ Pegues? He's 6'1", 323, has great feet, so he can play multiple positions on the D-line, and he played on the offense as a short yardage back and scored 7 touchdowns. I hope the Hawks take him. Indeed, I have taken a look at him, 6'2", 325. He's a wide body 3-tech who's a bit of a tweener to me. 3-year starter for Ole Miss with 10 sacks and 52 hurries over 3 years, though there was some up and down in his production. He's got a squatty low build. Wide base allows him to root down and be at his best as a run defender. He's quick to recognize where the play is going and will show good effort pursuing from the backside. There's no twitch and no real lower explosion from him. Lateral movement is average at best. This past year, the team moved him to defensive end, and as Walter Nolan was eating up most of the snaps from the 3-tech, only about 8% of his snaps were from the nose tackle position. I don't see the fit there with him. Double teams can push him around. Engine runs hot and cold. I wouldn't call him high motor, especially as a pass rusher. Pass trying to use quick, violent hands on first contact. He doesn't offer many pass rush moves except for a spin move that he engages as a secondary and is actually quite effective. And if his violent hands get neutralized, there are no secondary moves other than that spin move. He gets out of control when he's one-gapping, especially scraping down the line of scrimmage. He's just, his head's down, he's just trying to knock over bowling pins. So it's kind of a bit of a mess on the tape with him, on top of being Greg, a little bit of the tweener status there with him. The part that you bring up is the part that could add some value to him if the Hawks saw him as a guy that could be that kind of a unique unicornish fullback. There's no one built like you to be like this, where it could kind of work at that size with his having the background and doing it. But as far as a defensive lineman goes, he's a 6th, 7th round guy to me because of the fact that he is really a tweener. I don't see him as a pure nose, probably more 3-tech-ish, but then he's a 3-tech run stuffer. Those kind of guys I'm always going to kind of dip down deeper into the drafts. Alfred Collins is another guy, albeit a whole different build, that's kind of in that same way where he's a 3-tech run stuffer. If you're not giving me much pass rush as a 3-tech, it's good value as a run stuffer, but that I can get that 5th, 6th, 7th round, is where I can take that. But I haven't seen a lot of his snaps as a fullback, Greg, so I can't speak to that part of it, but it intrigues me. Visible says, I found out Jeremiah Smith is Geno's cousin. Talk about insane athletic genes in that family. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Have a good one, hand grenade. Visible says, Kevin Burkhart's one of my favorite announcers of any sports, and he gets paired with Brady. Don't hate Brady, but Kevin deserves better. It's true. Probably true. Relaus, Hawks Nest, better announcer, Kevin Calabro, Steve Rabel. I probably Calabro, I think a little bit more. But it's also harder for, I don't know, it's Calabro. I love Rabel though too, I do. So I'm not down on Rabel, but Calabro's right up there on the pecking order. He's got to be probably he's absolutely in the top 3. Niehaus probably hasn't beat. But I feel bad for you youngsters who didn't get to have Calabro and hear your Sonics, because he made games even on radio. Nobody wants to listen to, basketball games on radio, and he made it fun. Dan Low Music Hawk. Max Bailey stream time. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Max. Chris has got the right order. Niehaus, Calabro, and then Rabel. 1, 2, 3. Gross would be 4 for me, Hawks Eye View. He's high too, but I'd slot him probably about 4-ish. Max says, I'm pumped for Kubiak and our offense. I'm excited to have an offense that steps up plays with deception and balance rather than just choosing plays from an Ask Madden. Madden recommends, right, Max? It's very true. Sequencing of plays, setting plays up, misdirection, eye candy here, going over there. It's a lot of what this offense is built upon. Justin's laughing how I good impression. Thank you, Justin. Relan says, Hawks Nest, Hawk Blogger, I believe, was talking about Haynes as a top 3 in FBS in zone blocking at UConn. Is there any hope he can start and own the job? Yeah. The benefit for him as a zone run blocker, and the reason why he excelled in it, is that with Haynes, it's about sustaining blocks in the running game and getting push. Those are 2 things that he doesn't do necessarily particularly well. He's got good enough mobility in what you're going to ask from his own game, which is going to have a predominant amount of those runs are going to be kind of outside zone runs, stretch plays. So he can get lateral and move laterally into space. And then oftentimes those blocks are just about kind of controlling your guy more than getting movement and drive on the push. Control your guy. And because he's right guard as well, in addition to this point, right guards are going to tend to be on the strong side of the formation. Run plays are going to tend to go to the strong side of the formation. When you're going to go strong side on a run play like this, you're going to tend to have the double team on the nose tackle on that right side. So he's going to tend to often, in this kind of zone scheme, have that center help in their blocking to get that push, in addition to not having to sustain the blocks as kind of long as you might on a man-on-man scheme. And so there's going to be a benefit to him on that. I don't think it's going to be something that just wholly corrects the game that we saw last year where he was completely in over his head. I don't think it does that. But do you get some improvement from him because of it? Sure. Yeah. Huey says Niehaus is in the Vin Scully tier. I agree. To me, he's kind of an all-timer on that. Hawks Eye View says, I hope John Schneider's just trolling us during his interviews. I do too. Because it's got me worried. Visible says, Walter Jones has been vocal that he would be open to being on the staff to help mentor guys, but the team won't reach out to him. Sometimes it's hard for those guys that were the freaks like that, trying to teach those youngsters, because it's like, just do it like this. Like, I can't do it like you can do it. I don't have that quickness and speed to do this like you do it. So it gets harder. It's more of those Hank Fraley types that turn into the offensive line coaches who were sort of the try-hard overachiever types who had to learn all of the technical refinements. Those are the guys that make the best offensive line coaches. Not that Walter couldn't help a little bit, but that's what I've tended to hear from some of these guys that can be sort of legendary in that way of, just do it how I do it. Just do it. Like, I can't do it the way you did on that. I'm not that good. Visible says the LJ Collier pick is one of the worst picks I've ever seen a team make. That was a bad one. Yeah, I struggled on that one. Thrill House, I was on a flight to Dallas from Seattle with DK. He gave me a fist bump, and I said, great season, and all I do is talk about trading DK. Cool Breeze is DK in the chat with a burner. Who is it? Dan Lowe says, and James Carpenter. There's James Carpenter. The thing with that one is like, that was a success. He turned into a really good guard for us. Guy played 10 years in the league. But that could be one that you might be right, Daniel, where Dan Lowe, where it sits in his mind as being a failure in retrospect. Fox News, no worries. I can usually, the misspelling doesn't get me. I can usually pick out, even if you get auto-corrected. I've gotten pretty good with this stuff. I'm figuring out what people are trying to say. You says that Walter Jones stat is mind-blowing. Have the Seahawks still not signed any offensive linemen they drafted to a second contract since 2015? That is correct. Yeah, that is correct. Not one of the guys you drafted. Ethan Posick? Nope. Damian Lewis? Nope. Last guy that we did on UE was Justin Britt, I believe. Fishy Quest. Thrall says, what was the Walter Jones stat? The Walter Jones stat was that Walter Jones's last contract he signed in, I believe, 2006, 2005, remains the largest contract for an offensive lineman in Seattle Seahawks history. A contract signed 20 years ago. A little bit of an eye-opening stat. Kevin O'Connor, my only hope is that McDonald has lit a fire under Schneider's ass, and that's why he's at the combine, being so close in contact to the scouts. Hopefully so, Kevin, and I do think I'm very encouraged to your point on that of what McDonald's brought, where I do feel like he's kind of been able to bring a bit of a different lens to Schneider and shake things up a little bit in that way. Good point. Garth Knight in the house. What's up, Garth? Celebrating 27 months as a Hawks Nest member, almost into 3 years. Thank you for that, Garth. Don't feel bad for the Jets. They have fleeced us for over the last decade. Yeah, I'm not feeling bad for them. Nope, not feeling bad for that. Not feeling bad for that organization at all. Not even a little bit. Paul Third, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, thoughts on Armand Mabou, maybe the strongest O lineman in the draft, squats 600 pounds. Yeah, my comp from Armand Mabou has been J.C. Latham. That's why I think that there's a heavy draw here, where last year, in my opinion, Paul, if it had been Byron Murphy and J.C. Latham of Alabama as the two guys available to Seattle when they were picking there, I think they would have gone with J.C. Latham. So when you look at Armand Mabou, to me, think J.C. Latham. He's not exactly a size fit matchup wise, but I think that they're very similar kind of players. High upside, still a development tackle, but still really young. So understandable why there's still a little bit of that need for that development to come along. Really well graded, but this tape does have some highs and lows. There's no flashing. There's no denying the flashes of good reps on tape. They're dominant reps, not just him winning the rep, but dominating the rep. His anchor can become immovable. I mean, he can root down and you are not going to be able to get him to move an inch. It really stands out. That's where some of that strength really comes to the forefront with him. He's also very comfortable moving in space, light feet, long arms he can put to use. The bad comes in the form of mainly in his striking. His targeting can be off. His hands can get high. He can get up around the shoulder. When the defender's getting into his body, he's fine. But if he's got to go and search even a couple of steps to go find the block, there can be some inconsistency to where his hands hit and his striking and some of that. Dealing with the bull rush is similar. Overall, most of these reps he shut down and he put him to a standstill, but when he doesn't, he's getting walked back. So there's intermixed dominant reps. There are intermixed enough dominant reps at a high enough rate to me that made him a top end prospect. He's not turning 21 until just before the draft. So that's where I've got him as a first round graded guy, kind of a middle first round, graded spot. Paul is where I've got him put. But I go to J.C. Latham on this because this is a guy that you could take who can be a starter in this league and a really good starter at right tackle, but also a guy I feel like because of that strength and power can also kick in then into the left guard position and also be sound there. So one of the reasons I think that Latham would have been the pick last year is that he gave you the insurance for Abraham Lucas, where if Lucas couldn't go last year, you've got your right tackle, but if Lucas can go, now you got your left guard. And I think Mabo provides that very same thing. But he's got a lot of upside. He's coming along, and the dominant reps are as clean and as good as you're going to find of any offensive lineman in this draft. It's just that he is still a little bit young and rough, so it's not all completely refined, which is why, Paul, I don't have him going in the top 10, but it wouldn't shock me if he went in the top 10 because teams do that math where they're like, look, he's just turning 21. Like, yeah, there's going to be those misses on a guy at 20 years old on his tape. It's understandable. We'll clear that up. We'll clean that up. Great camp, Brandon. Have you looked at Jamari Caldwell? I did. Another where's my defensive tackles here? I have my notes here. Let me see if I can find my notes. Okay, I looked at the guy and my notes aren't here. Hold on here. There we go. So Jamari Caldwell, Oregon, 6'1", 340-pound man, so very large. Online, I just like this. This is what I found with him online, and it made me laugh a little bit. So online, they call him the Shogun nose tackle. And I don't know why, it just fits for some reason. I love that nickname for him, the Shogun nose tackle. He is mostly a pure one-tech nose tackle, short, squatty body, yet he's wide and he's strong. His stature gives him the leverage to win every time, and then he's powerful on top of that. That gives him control two-gapping, and it's very hard to counter. Teams really committed to the double teams to him, both in the run and the pass. Showed off that rare trait of giving very little ground on double teams at the point of attack. He can be engaged and not even anticipate the double team coming from his blind side, and then have a double team blocker hammer his back and give no ground. So, you've got a nose tackle who's over the top of the center, right? It's a run play. He launches off, he hits the center, he's locked in with the center. Guard's coming from his blind side, he can't see it. Guard wallops him from the side. Most of nose tackles in that situation then give up. They do the little bunny hop move and they give up a couple of yards of space, holes cleared out at the point of attack. With him, he would get hit and still be able to root in there. Him and Jordan Phillips are kind of similar in that way. I think Caldwell gives you a little more ability than what Phillips did, but Phillips is also still a very young guy who might come along in that way kind of similarly. But really, really did like how he handled double teams. When you talk about nose tackle, that's where it really first starts with. Can you handle nose tackles? Can you remain immovable? Can you be that factor in the run game? And he absolutely can. There is... I was kind of trying to find the comp for him a little bit, and I struggled to kind of find the comp. So the different gear what Jamari has comes from his lateral quickness. This is what really elevates him into kind of a second round status for me. He doesn't quite have the first step of guys who've been similar to size of him. So the two guys you go to in the past when thinking about him, Greg, are going to be Brandon Mabane and DJ Jones, the Denver Bronco, former San Francisco nose tackles. Those guys were much more first step quickness guys at a very similar size. He's more lateral quickness, which is kind of somewhat similar to what you get from Kenneth Grant, though not as good as, Kenneth Grant in that way. But fun player. And the amount of double teams that he garnered, Greg, when he's got Harmon there, Derek Harmon, and the amount of his double teams that allowed Harmon to go out there and do what he was doing from the 3-tech position. I always say the teams, even in college, will tell you about a player and how they're playing you, especially on a defensive line. And when you as a nose tackle are dictating that those teams have to give you that double team, that tells you something about how good of a nose tackle you are. Because if they have any confidence that they can single block you at all, they'll peel down and get that second blocker to the second level, and they're going to try to roll it that way. So fun player, second round grade. In fact, I've got him right now really at this point just behind. I've got him actually ahead of Tyleik Williams of Ohio State. No, third round grade. Let me change that. I had a third round grade on him. So I've got him just behind Tyleik Williams. So he'd be my third highest rated pure nose tackle in this draft. He's fun though. See, Lord says, full disclosure, I brought a Rick Meyer jersey back in the day. I liked Rick Meyer coming out, man. We got Bill Walsh's sign off on that one. It just didn't work out. You says Milroe's better than the AR-15. That might not be saying much, but there's a lot of upside. But in general, don't like the quarterbacks that can't throw. I think you touched on it the hard video. What drives me a bit nuts on him, right? It's like, you just don't. I'll give you a ground up on that one. I'll even give you that. It's just at the end of the day, it's like, man, I just don't trust a guy that it looks like you're fighting yourself. You know, like you have a receiver where it's like he's fighting himself to catch the ball. He's fighting his hands to catch the ball. I feel like when it comes to a guy like Milroe, when he's throwing the ball, it's like he's fighting his arm when he's throwing it. Like there's an argument going on inside of his body. It's almost how you feel. Versus those quarterbacks where it's just smooth and easy and it just comes out like butter. Danlo says we couldn't even lose correctly in 1992. We beat the one team that we were in contention for Bledsoe with, so we got stuck with Meyer. Should have drafted Lincoln Kennedy and grabbed Brunell in the third. Probably would have been a better direction, Danlo, yeah. That one hurt, man, because you really did. You liked Meyer, but you knew with Bledsoe being in the back, in our backyard, and with him giving it to the Huskies, and you're like, you knew how good Bledsoe was. His arm talent, I mean, I'm talking about free and easy. You talk about, like, look at the difference between a guy like Jalen Milroe throwing the ball versus a Bledsoe, where the ball just explodes out of his hand, pure spiral, can make every throw in the NFL book, can just the complete arm talent that you could ask for from the position. Very deserving of being the number one overall pick. Yeah, Bravos. Meyer did have a decent rookie year. He gave us some flashes. Chris, Largen's the only goat in my heart too, man. Hawks, have you remember when Rick Meyer and Cortez Kennedy were fined for eating hot dogs on the sidelines? Best thing Meyer ever did. It was. Yeah. Hey, when you get hungry, you know? Ethan, I hate what the NIL has done. I get the extended college years because of COVID, but like, you are a college athlete. You go out and you play for 4 years, and then it's NFL or nothing. Agreed, man. Yeah, I'm not as fan of the guys playing at 26 years old. Ethan, Mikael Williams is only 20? I didn't know that. Yeah. Yes, sir. I think he turns 21 in June, I think. AI, I like Howard better than Dart. I might eventually round at that place too. They're neck and neck for me, AI. I've got them both as third round graded guys, but they're right there for me too. They're neck and neck. Danlo, right now I'm leaning towards Kenneth Grant. If we don't sign a free agent guard for left guard, I like Booker. I like both those two picks, man. Grant's a lot of fun. He was my first guy, Danlo, in my first mock draft that I took for our Hawks about a month ago. He jumped out on tape instantaneously. Lethal says Savion Williams can actually high point the football and consistently win contested catches, unlike DK. He can do some of that. It's true. Lord, yes. Mock draft before you sign off tonight, Brendo. I'll see if we can slip one in here. We'll try to do maybe one quick one here before we finish up tonight. Chris's Hawks Nest, Cam Jackson or Nazir Stackhouse for a later nose tackle. I don't think I've looked at Cam Jackson yet. So Cam Jackson is still on my list, but I think I'm actually higher on Nazir Stackhouse than some people are. I really like him in the 5th, 6th kind of round if you can grab him in there, Chris. I would be really, as far as for value pick goes, I'd love that as a value selection. But I'll try to check out Cam Jackson. Danlo says Jurasek was so good at Stanford, they didn't use him much at Georgia. No, they didn't. And some of it's not his problem, his fault too there, right, Danlo? Like their outside receivers having the same problem where Georgia's got this outside receiver that some people are comping out to Jamison Williams. And he looks a lot like Jamison Williams on tape. He just doesn't have the productivity because you got that freaking nothing burger throwing them the ball out there. The guy that had no arm strength, bad decision-making, and was leaning everything on Carson Beck, leaning everything on ball placement. I mean, it's going to hurt you as a skill position player if your quarterback's going to be that bad when you're playing in the SEC like that. And definitely that held him back. But it did a couple other guys as well. Stanford tape was nice, though. It was real nice. Isabel says Kenneth Grant, Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams, Boye Mafe, Chenna Nwosu, sign me up, please. Yeah, that's a hell of a defensive line. Jack Dong says Jaxson Dart equals Zach Wilson 2.0. Well, it could be. I like the comp there. Similar size, similar ability. Spaces, how about Tyler Booker? Oh, you're saying Wilbert. Yeah, Pegas definitely had a couple of snaps in there on the nose tackle lethal, but when he's in there, it's not a comfortable snaps. Like, go watch Pegasus film and then watch like Caldwell's film of taking nose tackles on, and it's a night and day difference. I feel like they threw him at nose tackle just because he's kind of 330. They're like, well, you're 330, you should work in there at nose, but he doesn't have the size of the power in there to make it work. Wilbert says, any trying to trade players you think for some capital? I think the only two guys that are really potentials, and I don't even think there's a high potentiality of it, is potentially Kenneth Walker and potentially Reek Woolen. But I wouldn't go hard as to say I know for sure they're going to get moved or there's even a good chance of it, especially in Walker's case. Maybe in Woolen because he carries the $5 million salary this year. There's a possibility there. Cassio says, Jaxson Dart on first is crazy town. Well, it may not be us. It may be us, but I do think at this point he's probably going to go first round one way there. I agree with you, though. I do have a third round grade on him where it should go probably third round. Greg Kemp, Brandon, JJ Pegas used to be a tight end. Oh, wow. 6'2", 330 tight end. Big boy. I'll have to see if I can find some of those snaps. What's up, Arturo? Visible reports were that one of Mike's biggest requirements for the next OC is how they would use DK. Highly doubt he's traded when the head coach is making that an important interview question. Agreed. I would think so as well. That's a hell of a lot of smoke and mirrors at that point just to move him, right? Just to pull that ruse. Alpha sucks at mocks. My favorite thing Kubiak does is the hurry up game. Run it 4 times in a row in 13 and get the defense into base and then go no huddle and spread out while staying in 13 personnel. Part of why I love Fannin. Another guy that's really young too in this draft, Alpha. Harold Fannin. And a lot of people looking at potential fullback kind of guy that could fit into that role. I think he could be that kind of guy in this offense. He's one of my favorite guys in this draft too. Just a guy that I wouldn't want to overdraft him, but I do love him a lot. I think he's got some peculiarities to him that could make him almost potentially special a little bit. But he's a hard evaluation as well in that point. So it's a bit tough there. But yeah, Kubiak definitely will play around with some of that. A little bit of that hurry up, quasi hurry up. Bravo says, I really like him in Bo, but I suspect he won't be there at 18. Kenneth Grant would be a fine consolation prize, though. Yeah, with how valued offensive linemen are, with the fact I've only got 4 offensive linemen with first-round grades in this draft, history would tell you that those 4 guys would tend to be off the board by the time you're picking by 18. To your point on Mabo. Arturo says, Hawks Nest, I remember listening to Niehaus on ESPN radio growing up in the 90s and 2000s. He was great. He was great. Nothing better than a summer afternoon, Mariner baseball games on Saturday, Sunday. You know, sun's out, beautiful day in the Northwest. You're hearing Niehaus's voice in the background. I mean, hell, it's the reason Macklemore rapped about it. We all kind of had a little bit of that experience, right? He just had that kind of voice in that moment that was just right for the vibe. Greg says, Brent, I was looking at JJ as a replacement for defensive tackle Hawks got from the Jags mid-season because he can play along the D-line and play some big edge because of his footwork. I mean, it's possible he does that. I mean, some of these questions you're asking about him either being a tight end or a fullback or moving him out on the edge. I didn't see any of those snaps with him, so I'm kind of out of school on this one when it comes to JJ in regards to playing these variety of different positions. What I saw from him was used as either a nose tackle, 1 tech, or a 3 tech. Those were the snaps that I kind of saw from him. But I mean, like, Greg, when it comes down to it, you know, man, I mean, like, the guy's going to go 6th, 7th round. So if the team just wants to take some flyer pick on a guy in the 6th, 7th round, like, cool. You know, I mean, if he doesn't work and he comes in and he falls flat on his face, you kind of go, whatever, it's all good. You know what I mean? But I haven't seen any of that stuff, so I don't have much I can comment on it as far as it could work. I haven't seen a lot of 6'2", 340 edges, power edges. I don't think that that's kind of what McDonald's looking for from the power edge side of it. He wants a little bit more of, in addition to the weight out there, he wants the size and the length. That's why I constantly go to a Clowney guy where it's like, I'd like a 6'5" guy with 34-inch long arms, you know, and a lot of power. So it wouldn't maybe quite expect that, but I don't know too much on him as far as those other skills. Greg, I'll try to. I love seeing you excited so much about JJ Pegas. I see again. He says, Brandon, JJ Pegas snaps on short yardage runs are awesome because it's not just a big man running forward. He's actually using footwork, size, and vision to get first downs and touchdowns. I will do my best on the back of your recommendation, Greg. I will try to track down these snaps and give you an evaluation on the next time with it. Your excitement burgeons me on here to go take a look at him on it. So I'll try to dive into that and see what I can see on JJ to try to pull away from that if I can on it. I'm glad you're so stoked by him, man. So it's cool that he's got you so hyped on this way. I've not quite heard it in this degree of him being talked about in the way I've heard him mentioned on fullback, but you're hyped on him, man. So let's go. Let's go. Jesse, I saw your reaction to Jordan Brooks' draft the other day. Why do you think they picked him so high? The main reason that they picked him so high was defensively speaking, and from a front office perspective, when they looked at inside linebackers at that time, they were highly driven towards how good those inside linebackers can tackle and play the run and be a run defending inside linebacker. And at that point in time, what you did as far as in coverage was kind of irrelevant a bit to the Hawks because we stay back in the zone coverage anyway. You're not asked to do a lot of extravagant things in coverage. We just really want to see how you tackle and how you play the run. Jordan Brooks played the run really well and tackled pretty good. So like that drove him. But this is where what happened was, this is the little bit of the thought process is that, you know, Carroll was driving a lot of that. And Carroll had a little bit of an old school minded outlook of thought when it came to the defense and the type of players that you want to look at. As the NFL is making this transition offensively into this new age that's looking to really take apart these old-minded defenses and how they approach what they do, it's the worst of times to kind of double back down to the old model of kind of player in Jordan Brooks. So that's really what it was. Jordan Brooks can't cover for his life. He never is going to be able to cover. He absolutely does have no real idea of what he's doing in zone coverage. He's actually decent in man coverage, but predominantly as an inside linebacker, you're going to play most of your time in zone coverage, and he's not good at that. He's bad. But again, it became that the team really got caught up on stopping the run is the first thing that we do. It comes back again to like where you start with Carroll, where my defenses start with stopping the run and then preventing the big play. You know, will a linebacker giving up catches in front of him for 7-8 yard gains isn't going to matter a lot to a defensive minded coach who puts those things at the forefront of his philosophy. So it's a little bit of why you got a little bit of a blind spot there. But there's also the reason why, as you saw in my draft reaction video there, Jesse, there's a reason why I freaked out when Jordan Brooks was picked on the day he was drafted. There's a reason why I showed you guys that I have this 5th round grade on him, because it didn't make any sense to me at the time. And it still, even as I'm trying to make a case for it making sense, really didn't make a lot of sense in retrospect either as well. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brandon, can you break down the top O-line in this draft? Also, how many blue chip offensive linemen? Sure. Tell you what, I'm going to go get some more coffee. So I think we're going to probably be going a little bit late tonight. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to leave up my draft board here for you guys to peruse. And I'll be back in a second. I'm going to get some more coffee. Okay, so Garth Knight, thank you for Fiverr. He says, first, just let me do the backtrack if I can, Garth, on how many blue chip offensive linemen I have. Of course, if you're a blue chipper, you're going to be highlighted in bold in the first round. So when you look at offense, what you'll notice here, Garth, is that I only have right now one blue chip prospect on the offense as it stands in this draft. And so I currently do not have any offensive linemen with blue chip grades, Garth. I have 4 first round offensive linemen. And that would be Josh Simmons would be the number 1 guy on my board. He's a left tackle. He's got, he moves like Trent Williams. He doesn't have Trent Williams' pure power, but he's very similar to Trent Williams as a pass protector and how he moves. Will Campbell would be my next guy, who is a guy who might kick into left guard at the next level, might be a right tackle at the next level, but I think he's going to be a player wherever you put him. Another one of these guys like Armand Mabu, Arante Arase is another guy in this first round. All these guys are really, really young. It's really easy to see where there's going to be a lot of upside and what they're going to bring. Much like in the case of Campbell, Irsay and Mabu are both guys who might move into guard at the next level, Garth. It's a little bit hard to determine at this point. I think in Arante Arase and Mabu, there are some similarities between the two of them in that they're raw, but you really see the dominant flashes on tape with them. Arase is a little bit bigger than Mabu. He's got a little bit more of that like true 330 pounds. Like he can kick into left guard, no problem. I think in that inside, he's so wide in there. It's just he's a lot of man. But I have all those guys in the first round grades. It would probably go Josh Simmons, Campbell, Mabu, and then Irsay would be the first round order as my pecking order of those 4 guys, Garth. But I think in all of those cases, I think Simmons and Campbell will go in the top probably 12. And then Mabu and Irsay will probably go in the next probably 13 picks or so, I would say. But there's a potential with those 2 guys they could climb up. It's hard with the evaluations of Irsay and Mabu. What makes it really hard here, Garth, is that you do have 2 guys that are so young, and that you have some divvying up of the flashes of tape, where there is that dominance, but then there are those rough side and those rough moments of tape as well, where they say, yeah, but he's still got a little ways to go there to get to that point of pure consistency for the position. But you can see the upside in both of them. Kelvin Banks is maybe a guy that I might push into first round area when it's all said and done. He's probably going to go in the first round. Is he a tackle? Is he a guard? It's a little bit like Will Campbell, where it seems to be a bit on the edge of a line of where they would fall. I think that he's a guy that would fit definitely as a left guard. But again, on this too, as I want to just say with this, Garth, the place that I have a hard time making my evaluation on when it comes to these tackles being transitioned into guard, I'm not exactly sure of what exactly I need to be locking into as far as my evaluation to know which guy will be able to move in and which guy wouldn't be able to move in. Oh, does this guy play high, so now he can't sink his hips inside? Is it a guy that's 6'7" that I'm going to ask to go into guard? But hey, there are some guards that can play at 6'7". I have a hard time making that calibration. So when it comes to Irsay, when it comes to Banks, when it comes to Campbell, when it comes to Mabu, all these guys are tackles at the college level that we're thinking will probably be guards at the next level, but then it just becomes impossible to determine one way or the other for me on that one. Like them as players, they're going to be good linemen, but I have a hard time of exactly expanding to where I see all these guys at the top of this class on the interior of the line go, because there's so many transition point players. Campbell, is he going to guard? Irsay, is he going to guard? Mabu, is he going to guard? Kelvin Banks, is he going to guard? Gray Zabel, is he a guard or is he a center? Donovan Jackson, is he going to be a workable at left tackle? Is he workable at the right tackle? Well, is he really more just a pure left guard, right guard? Wyatt Milliam was a tackle in college, but I think he's a guard at the next level. I have a hard time with these ones, Garth. They're kind of tough for me on figuring out where those guys kind of fit. A little bit. I'm in a struggling place. It's a lot easier when you have the guy playing in college, and then it's a little bit like Booker, where Tyler Booker at Alabama, Garth, played at left guard, played all his time there at left guard, going to be a left guard at the next level. Very easy to extrapolate him as a player. Not as easy on some of these other guys, though. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Is there a pick that would make you crash your stream? Good question. Probably not. I mean, trying to like maybe reach for like one of these corners that I've got rated in like the 3rd or the 4th round, you know, taking like an Azaria Thomas in the 1st or something. Zai Alexander in the 1st. That'd be pretty tough for me. I've got Jordan Phillips in the 4th round. A lot of people have him higher. Or no, I like Jordan Phillips. You take Jordan Phillips, okay. Shamar Turner. Who's that thing? Shamar Turner would be one that would kind of freak me out if you took him up way too high. I don't think there'd be anybody that I'd be just feed me crashing the stream for. I can't think that there's going to be a Dwayne Eskridge or a Jordan Brooks, but then again, you don't know until it happens, right? I think if we did like a 2nd round, because a lot of people love Tez Johnson, but if we took like a Tez Johnson in the 2nd round, or we took some slot wide receiver in the 2nd round, I think I would struggle with that one. I think I'd have a hard time being okay with that. But I don't know. They've been pretty good in recent years. We haven't been stretching like we did in those couple of drafts. So I'll check it out. We'll see. We'll see if there's one. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says nothing beats a Hawks Nest mock draft except the pumpkin leap to her penthouse. Yeah, she's got the leaps, that's for sure. She's tired today, Garth. She's chilling. But we'll run a quick mock at the end of the stream today. By your request, from your ears, from God's ears to my lips to God's ear, your lips to God's ears to my ear. We'll do a mock. We'll do a mock here before we go, Garth. Thanks for the $5 though, man. I appreciate all the donation. And Greg Kemp, I will check out the Pegas stuff. I'll try to find those snaps if I can for him. 6th, 7th round too, man. I don't take that flyer at that point. Why not take kind of a fun pick like that at that point? Even if it doesn't have even a huge chance of working out, still it would be a lot of fun. Help your short yardage. Visible says Yaha Black is intriguing if we don't get Kenneth Grant. I like Black. He's a good player. Pure another good nose tackle in this draft. I've got a couple other noses just a little bit ahead of him, but I wouldn't be. He's fun. Lethal, if 12s want to know quality nose tackle options in this draft, looking at Jordan Phillips, later rounds, Cam Jackson, and Yaha Black. There we go. I would throw Nazir Stackhouse in there as well. He's pretty good. Hawks, have you, Brandon? I used to listen to the Sonics on my homemade crystal radio. Bob Blackburn did a great job. I kind of vaguely remember Bob Blackburn. Thrillhouse, Hawks Nest, was Norman Hand pretty good? I used to live next to Marcus Tubbs. Do you remember him? Guess things didn't work out well for him. It wasn't Tubbs' fault. Marcus had some bad injury situations that he had a really good rookie year, and then the injuries just kind of stacked up on him to where he couldn't. It just didn't work. You know, sometimes players' bodies break down in that way, and it just did with Marcus. Norman Hand, if I'm not mistaken, Norman Hand, to my memory, Thrillhouse was a nose tackle for the San Diego Chargers back in the day, and I think he's a really big man, good run stuffer. Legal says not big on Stackhouse. 6th round grade. Okay. I got him a little bit higher. I get it. He's a pure nose tackle. C Lord says, I predict the 2025 will feature Byron Murphy's emergence as a dominant force. Hope you're right. I hope you're right. Lord of Bravo says, entertaining as Brandon's reactions to the Collier Eskridge picks were. I do not want to see another one of those. I don't either. They're good for the channel. People loved them. People love watching those videos even to this day, but I certainly would love to say it myself if not happen to have it happen. Bravo says the effect of helping unleash Byron Murphy is one of the alluring things about drafting Kenneth Grant as well. The more I think about it, I think Mabu, Grant are my 1A and 1B picks at 18. I like them both, man. That may be that way for me too. Getting either of those two guys. And Grant's so much fun. Yeah, he would free up Byron Murphy big time. Thrillhouse, Hawks Nest, who do you like more, Shamar or Skirton? Shamar's lack of production is concerning. Would be okay with either of them in 18? I've got second round grades on both of them. I like Shamar more than I like Skirton. I think Shamar's coming along and he's just got some freakishness to him that's just kind of next level a little bit. The lack of production is a little bit concerning, but he's kind of playing a power edge role for them, which is a similar role to what we'd have him play here. And then when it comes to it, I speak about it a lot, I know, but it is where this defense kind of starts. Some defenses start front to back, some start back to front, some start with your edge rushers, some start with your linebackers. Mike McDonald's defense starts with its power edges. I can take the outside zone run and I can route it back inside. You're not going to get my outside shoulder. You're not going to move me off the ball off the edge. Everything gets routed back into our guys inside. And with both Shamar and Skirton, they can both do that, Thrill House. But with Shamar, I think that there's some real true upside for him as a pass rusher as he comes along. He's another in this draft of a lot of real young guys, real young. So I don't think he's a finished product. I do have that, though, the lack of production a little bit despite the freakish build, despite having a pretty good Senior Bowl. That's where I still come back to going with both of them, though, Thrill House. For me, it's second round. Take them in the right place of the draft. Don't overdraft. And especially with Shamar Stewart, you're seeing him go up as high as top 10 right now. That feels like a gross overreach to me for him as a player. That feels like too much. It's that too much projection thing. He hasn't shown you on the field, but you're doing too much of taking that smattering here and going, this is going to all project out up on that. And it's being done too heavily. You have to do a little bit of this with a Michael Williams off the edge, but Michael Williams has much more productivity and much more of understandability of why there's a lack of productivity than what you get from a Shamar or Skirton. In the case of Michael Williams, it's because so much of what the Georgia Bulldogs do is a very pronounced multi-functioning scheme that's got a lot of variance to it, a lot of blitzing, a lot of stacked boxes, a lot of playing to a role on the defense, snap in and snap out, as opposed to just getting after the quarterback. But likewise with Shamar and Skirton, sometimes they're playing 5-tech and they're not just putting their hand in the dirt, coming off a wide-eyed, edge rush stance either, and it's not always made easy for them too. But I like Shamar a little bit more. Both second round grades, both very close to each other on outlook. Skirton's a little bit further along. Chris says, Niehouse's random player descriptions are great. Bazio, barrel-chested man, winds up the pinch. He says, Niehaus was one of the rare announcers that was so good that you could see the game on the radio. He transported you to the ballpark. Magical. He was. He was really great. And absolutely that way. He brought you into it. Arturo's the Hawks Nest Saturday or Sunday evening, listening to the Niehaus eating grilled Copper River's king salmon and brown rice. Those were the days. Oh, yeah. Pure Pacific Northwest right there, Arturo. Injected into my veins, man. Pure Pacific Northwest there. Listening to Niehaus while you're eating grilled Copper River salmon and brown rice. Yes, sir. One of the sad part, Bravos, is that you are sad with Niehaus that he never got to see a World Series. God, he would have been electric calling a World Series. With Lance, do you see us double dipping in the defensive front and getting us a power edge and also a stand-up outside linebacker to give Maffei and Hall some competition if you really like the player? Cough. Brady Swinson. Cough. Swinson's coming up big time lately. He's a guy I haven't quite gotten to lethal. So he's like one of the next guys on my list to go take a look at. I'm trying as I can to start to lethal, get in and look at some of these safeties. Safeties and offensive linemen, I'm finding as I do these evaluations, are the least ones that I have the least amount of fun watching and looking at. So, I begrudgingly get around to them last, where I do a lot of defensive linemen and edges and whatnot. But I will try to look at Swinson if I can by the next time we go live. And yes, I can see you double dipping. I can. Partly, as you can kind of see, for the reason of where the value is on this. I think this board's value is going to be very reflective of what NFL teams are going to operate off of, which is that there are so many good defensive tackles and defensive edges in this draft, and that you're going to find yourself 4th or 5th round and some guy that you might have a 3rd round grade on looking you in the eye versus you're looking at safety position. You might have a guy that, is a pure 5th round pick you're picking there, or you got a pure 5th round graded tight end there on the other side of it. And so this does lead me to believe that they could at that point then double dip in because of the value there that exists in that way. It's like a couple years ago. The offensive line class was pretty good as far as tackles go. So you double dipped on Charles Cross and you double dipped with Abraham Lucas. Same draft was kind of deep on cornerbacks. So you double dipped on Kobe Bryant and you double dipped on Reek Woolen. So yeah, they double dip on where you see the strength. That's where it makes sense because the team's driven so much lately by value. And if value is driving you, then one of the deeper positions in the draft class as you get into the depths of the draft very likely will be the one that you're kind of looking at it a couple times over potentially when you come up to select. It just logically makes a lot of sense if the team is being driven by value. If I want who's the highest value guy I got on my board, and then that's not reflective of who you already selected or where necessarily the depth of the position is at per se. Bravos, are the Mems the only team in the Major League Baseball that not have made the World Series once? No, I think there's been some other team that hasn't made it. I can't name which one. Greg Kemp, Brandon, Caleb Johnson is interesting. He fits the new Hawks system, and in college he was used like how the Rams used to use Steven Jackson. Fun player, really smooth gait. Strong strides, explosive, good enough size to him to where he can kind of, take a glancing blow tackle and just bounce right off of it and almost not have any little hitch in his giddy up. He reminds me of the kid. I think I have my comp for him here. So my comp for him was Trey Benson last year. Kind of saw him in a similar place, Greg, of Trey Benson, the kid that was out of Florida State. Kind of that smooth, upright, slide and glide kind of style, I like what he does, though. I really only one real good season of top end production out there at college, but he had some great runs. And he's uniquely built in this draft for some of the other backs in this draft. I like him. I have where do I have him at right now? I think I've got a 3rd round. Yeah, I got a 3rd round valuation on him. We got to talk a little bit at some point in this draft of the 3rd round and what's going to happen in the 3rd round. Because I have a very big prediction that late 2nd to 3rd round, we're going to see a heavy run on running backs. Heavy run on running backs. Real House, Kevin Clapper. Good golly, Miss Molly, flying chickens in the barnyard. Yeah, he did come up with some wild ones. Brian E., I got kicked out. Where's Brandon? You got kicked out, man? My bad. If you got accidentally, I definitely didn't do anything. I don't think I tried. I might have clicked something weird. Lethal says, damn, pretty high on Ashton Gillette, too. I like him, but I like Savion Jones, Landon Jackson, and Jordan Birch more. You could probably talk me into being over the top of those guys. And I've got them all pretty similarly rated, I think, between my rounds on them, where even if those guys, as I do have a little bit behind Gillette, those guys are right kind of the next guys behind him. So it's all very much stacked in kind of a similar area for me. But yeah, I did like Gillette a lot. This board is subject to change, Lethal. I'm always in a position right up until the draft, doing the evaluations and diving back into taping on guys I've looked at. And I do a lot of that once you've looked at a guy, going back and watching another guy and looking at this guy, and then you can kind of get a little bit of that, comparative thing going on at times. So there's still some subject to change on some of this stuff as we build up, and I'm always kind of adjusting through on the board. But like I said, you could definitely talk me into it. Landon, I've been slow to warm up on him. I mean, with Jordan Burch, I just worry a little bit about the tweener aspect of him. Is he an edge? Is he a 3-tech? Can he do both? But I like them. They're not bad players. He says, we took Brooks when we could have taken Jonathan Taylor and picked DJ Dallas when we could have taken Tyler Biadasz. Good grief. Fire John Schneider. Yeah, both of those two picks hurt, especially because you could have taken both of those two guys, Huey, and they both were guys that were at Wisconsin. And Jonathan Taylor at Wisconsin lived in the A-gap. That's where he lived. He built a house there. He added a second deck to the house. He built a pool in the backyard of the A-gap. He lived in the A-gap at Wisconsin, and who was his center over that A-gap was Tyler Biadasz. You could have double dipped down on both of those two guys, and man, for as much as Coach Carroll hated running outside, I still have no idea in my mind for a team that was more than willing to take running backs really high and questions about Chris Carson's health at that time, why you'd pass on a Jonathan Taylor type at that point when he was such a pure fit to what Coach Carroll wanted in his running backs. Specifically, I want to hammer that A and that B gap. Lethal, not big on Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame at tight end. I think he's a pretty complete tight end who can block in line, which is rare nowadays. I haven't looked. Yeah, I haven't looked at him quite yet. He's going to be another guy on my list, but I haven't had a chance to look at him, so I don't have him quite rated. I'm still kind of getting around to everybody on him. But I'll take a look. Yeah, I don't think I got him. Gone through about 12 or 13 of the tight ends, but I'm still getting through them. Chris says yours at 18 would crash. I would crash out on yours at 18. I'm ending the stream. We're not going any more through the first round at that point. We're wrapping up. That's it. If you were just taking the round one and be like, I'm not gonna be like, you guys know what's up now. You know what's up. Have a good night. It'll be just that quick. He says Evans is a beast. He's underrated. He'll be a steal wherever he goes. Let me get this guy added onto my deal here, man. Let me get it added on. Oh, I've got him in there. So he's listed. Okay. He's one of my next tight ends up to look at. Slobby Juan, Brendo, are you a clone hero guy? Clone hero guy? What do you mean by clone hero, Slobby One? Bravo's Ewers at 18 would make Brandon's Collier reaction video seem pretty tame. I would lose it on Ewers at 18. I would freak out big time. Chris says, so is Nico Emawari at 18 or trade back to the mid-20s a reach? I think at 18, I think that's a little bit too high for him, Chris. I think if you trade back into the 20s, I think that's okay. I do have a high second round grade on him. So if you're taking him at 25, 26, that's not egregious, but you're going to go with Emawari. Why not pick up an extra third round pick to move back at that point off 18? Because is there going to be a team at 20, 21, 22, 23 that's going to take Nick, especially considering there's already a Malachi Starks who's going to go ahead of Emawari, who teams are going to like better than him. If there is that one team that's looking safety, is there really going to be two teams looking safety in the first round? History says probably not likely. So you can get him in that second round. You don't have to grab him there, but you have to find the trade back. Greg says, Brandon, I just think JJ Pegas can be a rotational player who has added value on offense as a short yardage guy. He's just fun for me and reminded me of how the Hawks used Murphy on offense a few times last year. I'm definitely intrigued by him as a potential offensive guy there, Greg. And like fullback is going to be something this team uses. It isn't a matter of, well, if we got the guy, if we can go find it, they're going to need a fullback. My evaluation with Pegas is just in regards to what I think of him as far as a pro guy and what he brings as a pro guy at the next level. And look, as far as a rotational guy who could be an early rundown defender from a 3-tech position, he can kind of give you into that sort of narrow role of it. And even you get that in the 6th round, that's still not bad value, Greg. If he just gives you that in the 6th round as an early down 3-tech run defender, that's just the role he can supply. That's still not bad. That's still good value, actually. Say nothing of maybe having some actual upside that he provides to you as a kind of fullback guy, off what he can give you a little bit offensively in addition to that, maybe tight end, third tight end on the line or something like that. So I'm intrigued by that. It's when I walked into it, I think with him and what maybe colors a little bit in my outlook of his, I'd walked into him expecting more of another one of these nose tackles in this draft that would be really solid at taking on double teams and really, stout in there. And that's just not kind of quite who he was and what I saw from him at tape. But 6th, 7th round, you grab him in there and pull him with that. That's not bad at all. I'm really curious to see where Malachi Starks goes. I think top 25 pick for sure. I don't think he gets out of the first round, but safeties are hard to determine all the time, aren't they? Guard Knight, thank you for the $2 donation. Brando, what's your current number one SoCal fast food spot? I mean, it's not really a California fast food spot. Question. It's a good question. I've been doing a little bit of the Chick-fil-A lately. That's been my little bit of guilty pleasures, the Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwiches. It ain't, when it's just, you need something fast, that's been kind of my go-to here recently. We got this cool little restaurant we get to take out here where it's not fancy. It's just kind of like an outdoor eating place, but they make a really good burger. Hot Stop is the name of the spot. They do a really good job with that, but I've been kind of doing a little bit of Chick-fil-A's. Hawks Eye View, worst Hawks quarterback of all time. That would be Dan McGuire. Danny Boy McGuire. Stan Gilbert wasn't bad. Stafford might be in there too, Garth. I think Dan was worse than Stafford. I think Stafford had at least a game or two in there. Stafford at least had that moment where, Stafford had the moment where he got his nose broken and knocked down, and then he gets back up and throws a 50-yard touchdown. I think that was a thing. Greg says, Brandon, yeah, JJ is currently projected a 6th-round pick right now, so it would be just taking a chance on a fun player that offers added value on offense for a couple of snaps a game. We agree. Yeah. And hey, 6th round, grabbing that we've done worse things in the 6th round, Greg. We've done definitely bigger head scratch kind of picks out there, or gotten less out of 6th round picks with other selections. So you take a flyer at a point that's perfectly fine place in the draft to go kind of make that kind of flip. Especially understanding, Greg, that we might have 2 6th round picks this year because one of our compensatory picks will be a 6th round pick. Lethal Lance says Texas A&M is weird. I think they did their guys dirty. Have 3 guys in the league. Have 3 guys that the league loves, but can't get them much production. I think the team really held them back. I want to say that they do a lot of Texas A&M, that super weird college thing, Lethal Lance, which is that stupid ass 3-man front thing. It's not the 3-man bare front look. It's the 3-man stretch it out kind of look. So all of your defensive linemen are essentially 2-gapping all the time, and a lot of times they have to sort of first read and react. I could be speaking out of school on this, Lethal, so correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that they have to do a lot of that, and that this happens to some of these edge guys through the years. It impacted the McDonald kid who went to the Jets when he was coming out of Iowa State. They asked him to do a lot of that same kind of stuff because it's really hard to rush the passer when you're in a kind of a 5 tech. And you're just coming off with kind of a control rather than you're launching off the ball and really attacking up the field. Brian says, I think my favorite radio announcer was Chuck Hearn, who called Lakers and Kings games back in the 70s. God, he was quick. One of those guys where I turned off the sound on the TV and run the radio. Ooh, back in the day, that was hard to do. You had to sync that up too, Brian. But Chick is a legend as well from the LA area. He is. He was funny on that Showtime show that they did. I don't know if they did him dirty, but Bravo says, I'm starting to have some 90s Seahawks quarterback-induced trauma seeing some of these names from the past. We had some brutal run of quarterbacks. Mid-80s onwards, it got a little bit rough. Wilbert says, Shamar's going 1st round. Probably. He's just going to have such freakish traits. And let's face it, Wilbert, he's going to blow up the combine. He's going to be one of those guys that tests out real well. Real well. Royal says, nope, the Mariners are the only team never to make it to the World Series. Ugh. When is this ownership going to get slapped in the face with reality, man? Just sell the team. Just sell them. Garth, thanks for the 5. I appreciate all the donations today, Garth. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm behind on this here, Garth. Let me see here. Garth the Fiver. I swear to the creator, whenever I watch the Eagles, I hear 16 names of players Brando has spoken highly of over the years. Indeed, man. Indeed. I love me some A.J. Brown when he was coming out. I was very high on him. Landon Dickerson. I was banging the drum at that time for the Hawks to take Landon Dickerson. You guys all know that I saw in Jalen Carter, Cortez Kennedy 2.0 and loved him as a player as well. Last year, my top 2 corners that were in the draft were Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. 1, 2. Both of those guys I had first-round grades. Howie Roseman drafts almost in exact alignment to the way that I evaluate these players when I go through this process. I don't know why it is that way, and I'm not saying that it makes me more, it has been that way the last couple of years. And it sure is for a lot of folks that do this, like I do this, where they're like, God, why is he getting this so right when it doesn't seem that hard to get this so right? Where these guys are like, Landon Dickerson, like, how do you, and I know Landon had some torn ACLs and some, health risks that were there with him, but some of these guys like Mitchell and DeJean, it wasn't that hard of an evaluation. Quinyon Mitchell was not a hard evaluation. Cooper DeJean was not a hard evaluation. You could see it with those guys and be like, it's there. Let's go. But yeah, it's weird. Eagles are kind of, they do what I want to see them do. Slobby1, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Slobby says, Clone Hero is Guitar Hero, but for PC. Free too. Ooh, okay. I think I still do, Slobby1, somewhere have... I think I've still got the old Guitar Hero stuff set up. Like I've got the whole, got the guitar, got the mic, got the drum set. I think I've got it somewhere in my stuff. I think it's at my buddy's house or something. I'll check it out though. Do they let you do mic stuff with it, Slobby1? Is it just doing the guitar and like a drum thing, or can you do the full on singing with it too? Can you go full band, Slobby1? Can I do the full band? I got to have the full band if I'm doing the Guitar Hero. Garth Knight, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Brando, what kind of quarterback do you think Mac wants? Great question. It's a little hard to say because you would have to kind of take a lot of it away from Garth, where he's been in his stops and what he's seen from the quarterbacks in that stops and how that might inform him. But then it is also a little bit of guesswork because Mike's not really always told you exactly what is it that he is most driven by for the quarterback position to want, or what he holds in highest value. So it is a guessing game on this, but I would estimate that he's looking for leadership. He's looking for a calm, cool hand. Somebody that's going to be able to be a steady captain of the ship out there, offensively speaking. I think that, I don't know if arm talent would be the first thing that I would guess that he would jump to. I think it's something that he would like, but I think things like an ability to process, an ability to read things and get through progressions, mobility, escapability. I think something that drives defensive coaches mad is when you have the perfect defensive play called, you hit the offense, you get the free pass rusher coming on the blitz. He's got a beeline to the quarterback, and the quarterback just hits the ignition switch, and suddenly he's down the field for a 20-yard gain on 3rd and 7 when you had him dead to rights. And you go as a defensive coordinator, there's nothing that my guys could do about that. My guy was under control. My guy was almost to him. He's just faster. He's just quicker. He just had an inherent sense of timing to leave the pocket at the right time, and he beat us on a perfect call. So a quarterback that can beat you on a perfect defensive play call, I would think from a McDonald perspective, that kind of QB, and really that's really as much as anything I think Garth done with the legs. Something that I think Jalen Hurts did a good job of neutralizing at times is when you'd get that blitz and he'd come up the middle, is that he'd always find that little escape route and go get you the 5, 6, 7 yards there, where for so many quarterbacks, that's a sack or a throwaway. So I would guess that. I don't know if arm talent will be the first thing that comes to the forefront there, Garth, on it. I think it's some of these other items that might be a little bit ahead of it. When you think about the Lamar Jacksons that he's played with here and been around, and J.J. McCarthy there with Michigan, Certainly arm talent's going to be important to a degree, but I think that it maybe measures up as hardly from his mind as much as some of these other things. But again, he's not said a lot on this. Kind of hard to say for sure. Visible says, watch us spend another second round pick on running back. Realize I think the Mariners are more concerned with beer gardens and gourmet food than the team. Yeah, I agree. I don't think winning right now is ultimately their the biggest driving force for them. And that makes it hard. Bravo says, yet just watch. T-Mobile still get nice attendance all summer. Ownership won't change anything as long as butts are in seats. True. I don't even know if butts weren't in seats, they'd change a lot. They seem so resolute in their approach here. Slubby1 says, I want an A-gap house. I have my ass off. Don't we all? Ross, when was your best player last year? Was Cal Raleigh? Not a bad guy, but shaking my head. Yeah. Well, it's like listen to the guy that went to I think he went to the Dodgers last year. I forget the guy that we had, the right fielder last year, and he was talking about how the stadium is the hardest to hit in all of Major League Baseball. And this team loves to talk about how their pitchers are so great and these pitchers are awesome. These pitchers are amazing. And they're really good pitchers, but they're also benefiting from that same factor that makes it almost impossible for your hitters to hit consistently in that park. And they don't make changes with that either, which is, it's like they're just concentrating on the pitching returns of it and not understanding what it's done to some of their hitters. And look what happened to that guy. I mean, he had a great year for the Dodgers the second he left our park. He's a good hitter before he got here. Raphael says, Brandon, do you think Mike McDonald wants a Saquon Barkley or a running back combo like a David Montgomery and a Jahmyr Gibbs? Probably a combination, Raphael, I would say. Again, going a little bit off of his stops. Michigan had a couple of guys in that. Yeah, Blake Corum was the main guy, but they could work through a couple of guys. Gus Edwards would come in and he'd have his snaps in there too, right? So I think there would be more of a little bit of he's wanting to work through a couple of guys through there a little bit. Same thing with the Ravens. I know that Derrick Henry is kind of the number one guy this year, but in prior years, there's been a little bit more of working through a variety of a couple guys through there. Having a deep backfield, I think, would be really the answer there, Raphael. Having that depth. Greg Kemp, Brandon, I also like that running back, Taj Brooks. Have you looked at him? I like his footwork for a 230-pound running back, and his patience reminds me of that Steelers running back, Le'Veon Bell. Have I looked at? I think I've looked at Taj. I have not looked at Taj yet, but I will take a look at him. Check back with me on the next one there, Greg. On the next stream, I'll try to have taken a look. So many good running backs in this class. I didn't know Mason Taylor's Jason Taylor's kid. He's pretty good. He's really good. He's really good. He's climbed up into the second round for me. He's my third highest rated tight end in this class. Raphael says we should trade Charbonnet for a fifth next year or a sixth this year and get Scatabo with Kenneth Walker. Scatabo as the between the tackles guy and use K9 as the pass catcher and explosive guy. Could work. I think they're probably going to hold on to Charbonnet. But Scatabo's fun. He runs hard as any running back in this class. You mad, bro? TheSeahawksNest, a little late joining the stream. Wanted to get your thoughts on Dart at 18. I do have a third round valuation on Dart in my outlook of him, you mad, bro. There are a lot of good things he brings to the table. He's a guy with a lot of things in his skill set. A lot of like good subtle pocket movement, an ability at times to go through some progressions. Ball placement's really good. Accuracy's really pretty good. A little bit slightly above arm strength wise. Just a little negatives. He's not upwardly. He's got kind of a Baker Mayfield kind of mobility, which is, it's good, but it's not next level. It's not twitchy. The arm strength's good, but it's not next level. It's not, to me, first round, quite talent level. I do think what's happening here, you mad, bro, though, is that he is starting to elevate in a way that I'm hearing and that he is going to go in the first round. Is it going to be late first round? Is it going to be ahead of our pick at 18? It could even be our pick at 18. Possibly it could be. But it does seem that there's enough teams that are getting hot to trot on his skill set, along with the fact that he's got the production, you mad, bro. And what these NFL teams do love is if they've got a guy that started multiple years with that kind of success. And what you're getting with the NIL and what you're getting now more than ever, and this is only going to encourage this drafting quarterbacks higher than they really are projected, where their true talent level should determine, because of the fact that now you're not only kind of overdrafting that guy, but you're overdrafting a guy who's really kind of farther along in his development than most quarterbacks would be in prior drafts. And that pushes them up. So him having that 3-year starting, him setting those records at Ole Miss, breaking Eli Manning's records there at Ole Miss, that's going to help to kind of push things up a little bit here, along with some of these other items there. But I'm more into sort of a third round place with him. Because if I'm going to take a guy in the first round at the quarterback position, I want to look at those plus skill sets all the way down the line. I don't want it to be he's the sum total of all these little parts. I want the big parts to stand out. You got the arm strength. You got the size. You got the mobility. Maybe there's some things you're missing in your game, but you're kind of checking off those first boxes right up the jump. All the way. Not 6'1.5", I'm talking 6'4", right? Not 4'7", I'm talking 4'5". I kind of like to be more in that area if I'm taking a first round quarterback, but I do think he is going to go in the first. I do. Beat me, Hawksnest. How would you feel if we drafted a running back and he said after the draft that we need to zag where we have 3 quality running backs instead of grabbing an O-line? I would not be encouraged by that. I think that would be more of an indication that John's not quite getting it, and he's continuing to double down on mistakes that he's already made in the same way. Raviel says, what do you think about AJ Barner's year 2? I think he's getting pushed a little bit hard by the fan base heavily. Barner had a really solid first year, but there are people that are talking about him like he's going to develop into kind of a star level type player. I don't see that upside for him. I just see him as being a really solid tight end in this league, a good all-around tight end in this league. But I don't see a guy that you're looking at as saying he's a top 5 tight end in this sport. I think his upside is more to be a top 10 tight end in this sport, and kind of on that 9-10-ish range of things. But that's not bad, especially for a guy you took in the 4th round. And he does give you a complete skill set where he can both catch, run block, run routes, gives you a little bit after the catch. So there's a lot there on that bone. There's a lot of meat on that bone. But I am hearing Raphael, some of the fan base kind of hyping him up in a way that's a little bit overkill. Garth Knight, sorry, I read that one there, Garth. Garth says, I'm a Chick-fil-A guy too. Yeah, it's good, Garth. It really is. They got some good, like the ranch sauce with those chicken nuggets. Like, I don't know, man. I could probably eat about 40 of those. I'm trying to do a little bit healthier here. I'm trying to get into a little bit better. I'm not in bad shape. I'm just trying to get into good shape here if I can. But boy, do not have the good diet control at times. I want the fast, quick food, not all the good for you food takes an hour to make. Chris says, flipping through cable channels, and on the CNN, there's an old pics of Gates and Allen. Crazy to think without Allen, we'd have lost the Hawks. That's why I say he should have a statue in front of that stadium, because he not only on top of building a winner and keeping this team here and getting you to the Super Bowl, like he kept the team. Real House Hawksnest, can I hear your take on what made Hutchinson so good and why didn't we pay to keep him? I'd sign him to a 1-year deal right now if he was down. Yes, it's one of the darker moments in Seahawks history, the Hutchinson deal, as you had gone to the Super Bowl and he wanted a new contract extension, and Tim Ruskell was into his first year, and Tim Ruskell was riding high on the hog, and in Tim Ruskell's first year coming in as a general manager, he got the Seahawks to the Super Bowl. So he kind of had a little bit of that, my shit don't stink thing going on with him. And so he looked at Hutchinson and he's like, we don't want to pay guards. He was kind of the original John Schneider was Ruskell. Guards are overpaid. I don't want to pay guards. Guards are kind of overpaid. I don't want to pay you. And Hutchinson's like, no, I'm worth a lot of money. He's like, I don't want to pay that money. And so what they did is they put a transitional tag on Hutchinson rather than the franchise tag. This made Mike Holmgren completely livid. He was pissed off with Ruskell to no end for not putting the franchise tag on Hutchinson. So they put instead this sort of transitional tag, which got back Seattle a lesser return, like a 3rd round return, if they didn't match the offer for Hutchinson. And then the Vikings signed Hutchinson to a contract extension. And in the contract extension that they signed Hutchinson Two, they put a poison pill within the contract where if Hutchinson played so many games in the Pacific Northwest, he would have his whole contract guaranteed. So what it essentially did was it forced the Hawks to have to guarantee all of Hutchinson's contract if they were going to match that deal. The NFL took steps to remove poison pills from contracts into the future because of this very reason. But the Seahawks got bit right on their sweet butt by it. And it was a huge, huge mistake by Tim Ruskell. The biggest mistake in his time here as general manager, and that's saying something. Hutchinson, what made him great? He first had he's a big guard first and foremost. Really good size, big old hands, oven mitt hands, really just strong as an ox. Very technically clean coming out. Not rough really much at all. He wasn't as much of a mobile, movement-based guy, but he was a guy that was an absolute hammer on three techs and that he was going to drive guys off the ball. He was pretty good in pass protection in addition to that. Hard to get around where that strength translated to him as a pass protector as well. Fully deserving of going to the Hall of Fame, and we should never have let him go. But this is, he's part of a little bit of a reason in a little bit of ways that when you hear me so frustrated and so at my wit's end at John at this point, it's like, I've learned this lesson. I've seen us do this dance in other regimes. Like, can we just start valuing offensive linemen, damn it? Can we, please? We've done this other methodology and approach for many a decades, and it hasn't worked. The time that we did have a really good quality offensive line, 2005 when you had two Hall of Famers and Robbie Tobeck was a Pro Bowler, 2013 when you had the highest paid offensive line in the sport. When you did that in your time history, you had some of your greatest success as a team. But this just seems to be something that we just do not want to learn as a lesson and run with. C-Lord says, I went to Texas for a wedding a few years ago, and I had my first Chick-fil-A, In-N-Out, and a Whataburger, things we don't have in Canada. I was largely impressed. Well, those are all good spots, man. All good spots. You guys got your own stuff in Canada, right? You do? Kick up, who do you think is going to be the last team not to win a Super Bowl? I got the Jags being the only one on the list at one point. Jaguars are pretty good, especially because, Raiders have already gotten themselves a Super Bowl win. I kind of like that. I kind of think even more so the Cardinals a little bit, to be honest with you. I'm going to go Cardinals. Kick up. Realize I remember going to the Hawks game in the Kingdom against Miami. Man, was that a depressing loss. Felt bad for the players having to get tackled on that cement field. Yeah, that was a brutal surface to have to play on. And talking to Chad Brown about that playoff game, Thrillhouse, Holmgren screwed the pooch on that one because they had played the last game of the year, and there was a couple of other games where there's like 3 or 4 things that needed to happen for them to get into the playoffs. And Holmgren came into the team and he talked to the team and he said, most of you guys aren't going to be here next year. Bob. It was a good year, but we're going to make some changes and we're going to transition and we're going to move on. And then all of those things happened after Holmgren gave that speech to the players in the locker room after that game. And then the Hawks got into the playoffs. But talking to Chad Brown about this, it was sort of like the players were all kind of like, oh, like Holmgren had totally taken the wind out of their sails at that point for that game. Jason says Rick Meyer was terrible, especially when the Seahawks drafted him. Sealord, we switched over to Rock Band from Guitar Hero. Got the whole setup. Family still plays together during the holidays. I love doing it, Sealord. I got to go find my setup. I love doing that stuff. It's so much fun. South Park Guitar Hero episode, one of my faves. Raphael, Brandon, what do you think? Let's trade Saints #1 pick in 2026 for our first this year. Then we trade our 2 first-round picks in 2027 second round next year and get Joe freaking Burrow. I like it, Raphael. Sign me up if you can get the Saints to do it. Can you get the Saints to do it would be the question. They've done it once before. Teoscar Hernandez, right? That's right, Thrillhouse. Yeah, Mariner fans, go listen to Teoscar talk about hitting in Safeco. He's got the same 1,000-yard stare that you would see off of a Vietnam veteran that had served 3 tours of war. when he's talking about T-Mobile Park and hitting in that park. He's just like, and I just couldn't see the ball. The ball would be pitched, and I would see it come out of the hand, and it would disappear. It would disappear on the backdrop, and I could not see it anymore. And I would swing, and the ball would go through my bat. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Bigger need, a third wide receiver or a second tight end, assuming DK Metcalf is back and Tyler Lockett is gone. It's actually be a wide receiver 2 or the Z wide receiver would be more of the need at that point, Randall. That would be more of the need. Some of this also, though, that becomes impacted, Randall, by if you're letting Noah Fant go. And if you're letting Noah Fant go, then it's as much of a need as the third wide receiver position, because not only do you need one tight end, you need 2 tight ends in addition to what you got with Barner. And it's an offense that's heavily driven by at least a lot of the 2 tight end sets, minimum. Say nothing of 3 tight end looks where you'll have 2 tight ends and a fullback. So it becomes kind of equivalent at that point, Randall. But in general terms, the wide receiver would be more necessary. Copper Wise, any thoughts on the quarterback from Memphis? I believe you mean Seth Hennigan. 6'3", 215 pounds. I call him the Rainbow Man. He's got a similar kind of over-the-top delivery style of like a Russell Wilson, and a lot of what helped Russell Wilson with that delivery style coming up over the top is that's really what helps the moon balls in your throwing motion. When you're coming more from the side and you're throwing it deep, you don't get that same kind of arc there on the throw. But what stands out with him is that he can really throw it up over the top and really give you some nice throws over the top in that way. Pretty good arm. 4-year starter, or as I said, with the baseball pitcher's over-the-top delivery. He stands tall in the pocket, he delivers with the anticipation, and he has a pretty quick trigger. He is missing prerequisite arm strength to be a starter in the NFL. His mobility would also be average for a prospect. He's got some kind of shake, stutter, a little bit of open field ability to kind of, be a little elusive, but it's not anywhere near like what a top-end athlete would be for the position. He is a good processor, gets through his reads. I watched more than a few plays where he could go from read 1 to read 2 across the field and then come back to read 1 and then let it rip. He's got a lot more than many of these quarterbacks in this class on tape of really going through multiple reads. Good poise in the pocket. He'll stand and deliver. He'll take a hit. Accuracy can dip at random times, specifically on deep throws. And he does throw well on the move to his right. Not as much so moving to his left, but moving to his right, he's pretty good. But I think he's more kind of backup city there. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, are you familiar with the running backs from Iowa and Kansas? So Johnson, we were talking about a second ago there. He's the sort of the Trey Benson comp. 1 year of production out there with him in Iowa. He's got that kind of just effortless sort of gait to him, Randall, where he's moving really fast. He's being very explosive, but it almost seems like he's not running really fast or being very explosive. Going to be a very interesting guy in how he tests, because the higher he can kind of get on his 40 time and his 10-yard split will drive as much of his draft valuation. I do have him in the 3rd round as a grade. He's not a stutter guy. He's a slide and glide guy. He's a guy that wants to kind of like let his block set up, hole opens, engage the acceleration and hit it and go, and use pretty good contact balance when you get up to speed with it. Kansas running back. I think that is... So there's Kansas State and there's Kansas State and there's Kansas. So there's Devin Neal. Caleb Johnson, Randall, I've got him in the 3rd round late. He's a late 3rd rounder. Devin Neal, the kid out of Kansas, I have as a 5th round grade for him. He's a nifty, slippery running back with good burst, change of direction, and an efficient little juke move. 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons and 49 touchdowns in 4 years. So insane production kind of there from Devin Neal throughout his career there. Most of his carries did come off of read option looks at a shotgun. So you're getting a lot of handing it off and then him using jump cuts and quick swerves to kind of then go find the hole. But it's a lot of that with him. But he does have good hip swivel and burst to be at his best on these kind of runs. So he's well suited to kind of run that stuff. He's not going to be kind of running as much here in Seattle, though. You'd kind of have this more in the old style of offense with kind of Grubby. as much as anything else. Strong open field runner with his vision and lateral cuts. Speed is just average. I feel like he also benefited from some big old holes getting opened up in the run game, Randall. A lot of what I watched with Devin Neal's tape was just, the parting of the Red Sea. And when you're watching the guy over and over, snap after snap, running through these monstrous holes, it becomes a little bit harder to always give him as much credit for that stuff. But he's a hard charging back. He runs hard. 5th round grade on him. I don't think he'll ever be a starter in this league, but could be a guy that comes in and gives you a couple carries here and there. Gives you a little bit of juice. Cool Breeze says needed to be another 10 in left and center. I don't know what that reference. I see your deal there, Cool Breeze. I know what you mean on that. When you needed to be another 10 in left and center, not gonna lie. 10 in left and center. Greg says, Brandon, it's interesting that you have Starks over Nick when everything I've read about Starks says he needs to work in coverage and have Nick above him. It could be because of Nick having testing hype, though. I will admit, on Nick Emawari, I have watched just a couple of his games, Greg. It's always, what I've tried to do a little bit this year in the hope of it is that sometimes what I'll do is I'll kind of hammer guys and really get into the deep evaluation on the first jump and then kind of get stretched at the end, or we'll kind of get through all of the guys. What I'm trying to do on this one was do more of, okay, get the initial look at him, get a couple of games of tape. Some guys I watch a little bit more, some guys a little bit less, and then come back to them in the process. And Nick is one of those guys I've got to mention that I did just do that initial couple of games of look. So there's a lot more I need to do as far as depth of evaluation with him. And the game that I watched with him, there wasn't a lot he was doing necessarily. So it may come to that place of it. I think I probably will end up sticking pretty strongly to feeling like Starks is the better player. I like Starks in coverage, but I can understand people maybe liking Nick a little bit more too, with having a little bit more size, on that. Randall, thanks for another $2 donation. He says, if Milroe is in, thoughts on round 3 and position swap? Well, I do think Milroe eventually is going to do a position swap one way or the other. Maybe the coaching staff talks him into it. We're like, look, while you're backing up, we're just going to play some tight end. You can be right with that, right? Like, you'll play some fullback, or we're having you as a backup. Well, but I'm still the backup quarterback, right? Yeah. You're still all that, but we're going to roll it this way. Okay, well, as long as I'm still the backup, yes, you're the backup, but we need you to run some, that they'll kind of trick him into it that way. I would not take Jalen Milroe in the 3rd round. If he's going to make that transition, you're making it blindly. He's not done any of that stuff at Alabama, Randall. And so if I got to take that risk, I'm taking that risk day 3. That's where I pick that kind of guy. I don't take him into day 2. But I just don't like him as a quarterback, man. I just don't think he's got the goods there. I don't think he's a natural thrower. I don't think he's going to come a lot more further in his development. I think in some of his throwing motion is just always going to kind of hold him back from an accuracy standpoint. And not a big fan of how his decision making on top of it. So I do think he's got to swap positions. I don't know if he's willing to do that. Some of these quarterbacks can be kind of stubborn about this stuff, but definitely wouldn't do it round 3. It's more round 4, round 5. You can talk me into round 4. I'm willing to take that risk into day 3, but I don't like taking those risks into day 1 and 2, Randall. That's the place where you need to be more value. You need to be more into it. You know what you're getting, because there's too many guys there in that place that are good enough to that can be the reality of it. Of the guy you're picking, you're knowing what you're getting. You're understanding it. It ain't a risk of, well, now I got to change him to this position. Do that into day 3 if you're going to do it. Kubri says, Griffey and A-Rod and the team came for the first VP during construction and were not happy. It was a known issue early on. True. And I don't know why they won't move off of it. They're so caught up in our pitching. It's like, yeah, your hitting is just as bad as whatever your pitching's doing. So it's all being counterbalanced here. Counteracted, I should say. Thrill House women. Emawari had Sean Taylor vibes. He'd be a Christmas pick for me. Ooh, let's go. You guys are getting me hyped a little bit. I got to go back and take a closer look. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. I keep hearing news outlets talk about DK trades and Stafford trades. Both sound like nonsense, as both aren't replaceable in draft or free agency. I've heard no real thing with DK where there's anything other than just fans kind of coming up with stuff. There's not been anything that's been like any hint of him being on the market. I'm fully expecting that we're getting this close here to free agency that we're going to hear it any day, both with Geno and with DK, and maybe at the same time that the team's going to get a contract extension done with both players. Stafford's people have been given permission to seek a trade, Jeffrey. When it reaches this stage of things, when we know that there was already tense negotiations last year just to get the contract done last year before the start of the season, say nothing of how much harder it's now going to be to get a contract extension done a year after that if it was hard to be done the prior year. The Rams do not seem to be as hot on signing back up for Stafford on a new deal. And I think you would agree, Jeffrey, that when you get to a place that a team gives a quarterback permission to go out there and seek trades, it does tend to mean that that quarterback is going to be moved in a trade. So I would put the chances of Stafford returning back to the Rams at like 20% at this point. It doesn't mean you're not correct about the lack of replaceability. If I'm a Rams fan and I'm seeing them do this with Stafford, especially because the talk is that they're going to trade Stafford and then pivot to Rodgers, I would be very uncomfortable with that as a reality. That would feel like a big step back at this point for the quarterback position. And so I agree with you to the meat of your donation there. I completely agree with it. But Stafford has been granted that right, and it does sound like it's kind of twisting in that way. Thrillhouse Hawks Nest, rumor has it Griffey, after a couple of games in T-Mobile Park, literally got on the phone and called his agent and said, "Trade me." It's very possible, man. I mean, they did try to build that right porch out there a little shorter for Griffey, but this stadium has been hellacious to hit in. It really has. Randall with another $2 donation. Thank you, Randall, for all the donos today. Says, you think if we extend Mafe or let him play out the year 4? I think we probably let him play out year 4, Randall, unless he's going to take a real moderate kind of extension. I think he'd much rather probably try to, he would probably much rather try to bet on himself than take that kind of moderate extension. I don't even know if the extension is going to be available from a Hawk perspective on their outlook of him. So I think we probably let him play out year 4. But if he's halfway into year 4, Randall, and he's balling out, the team very well mid-season could come back in and give him that extension at that point too. So my feeling on this is that they're needing a little bit more. They want to see a little bit more, especially when the price is going to be up kind of as high as it probably will be to get that deal done. You've been kind of in that 4 to 8, 4 to 9 sack range through 3 years on average. You're a pretty good run defender. There's some value there, but do I want to spend 14, 15 million per year on that? I don't know. It's a bit of a tough call on that one. But I could see him coming out and having like the best start to his career at the start of this year, and they're like, all right, we've seen enough at that point. Let's do it. Evan says, wait 2 years to draft baby Mahomes, Dylan Raiola out of Nebraska. You're guaranteed to win a Super Bowl with the Mahomes calls. He's definitely he's definitely trying to play the part. He's like, if I can just act like him, I can be him. He's doing essentially the Kobe Bryant of Michael Jordan is what Dylan Raiola is doing. He's done the very same thing Kobe did with Michael, where he's just completely copying everything, how he holds himself, how he talks, his pre-game thing. I mean, he's, to the kid's credit, he's like, I'm going to learn. Throw houses. I think Jada Barron is being slept on. Some announcers saying he's the best defensive back in the country. He might be. I don't think he's better than the first 3 corners I've got on my board. I do think that there's, Hunter, Johnson, and Morrison are better. But then I do have Barron as my number 4, so he's not that far away even on my board, Thrill House. It's just that with Barron, he's a slot corner. So it's a little bit where it's hard always to find that right evaluation point for a guy like that, where he's not going to play on the outside. He's He'll be just sitting there in the slot. But like, look, we took number 5 overall pick and Witherspoon, the number 5. So it's a position that's growing more and more of value. And it wouldn't surprise me if Barron did go in the first round due to that value starting to increase here. Chris is the old poison pill. The old poison pill, man. Jeffrey, thank you for another $5 dono and all of your support to the channel, brother. This Paul Allen statue needs to be of him in his box with his nose in his laptop, just like we remember him. Rest in peace, Paul Allen. Yeah, with kind of an intense look in his eye, right? He's got that intense look coming over the top as he's looking over the top. I love it, man. Yeah. He's got to have a statue out there. A lot of people talk about statues for players, and this Carroll's got to get it, or Wilson's got to get it, or Sherman needs it with the tip. I want to see Paul Allen get the statue. What that man did for this city, especially a city that has lost its basketball team, especially for a city that almost lost its baseball team. To have somebody from this local community step up, step in, put his foot down and say, not today, not to my people. And then on top of that, to get you to a Super Bowl, to do both of those two things would have been enough just to save the franchise. But to take it beyond that like he did, to spend his own money like he did, you got to revere the guy for doing it in that way. You do, Jeffrey. Hoop Craze, is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer, and will he get his jersey retired? I think that he's going to be a Ring of Honor member. I don't know if he gets his jersey retired. I'd be less certain on that one. Hall of Fame's hard to say. He's right on the line with the Hall of Fame. There's an argument that you can certainly make that's a strong one that Russell deserves to be in. I think that there's an argument to be made on the other side that may be almost as equally strong to say that not quite. Close, but not quite. Gun to my head. I just don't think he'll probably do it. I don't think he's got enough in there. I think that the end and the way that it ended, and now he's going to go to probably another team this offseason. I don't even know if he's going to get a starting job this offseason. And if he can if Russ could just get 1 year of high-level play, not even top 5 level play, just a top 10 level play at the quarterback position, it'd be enough to push him over the line for Hall of Fame. But I think he kind of needs that 1 more year. Space is exactly, Brandon. Thank you, Space. What's up, Lou? Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Garth. Brando, you need a Paul Allen piece for your background. I'll defer to Megan, but we'll act if she doesn't. I do need to give Paul Allen some love back here. I agree. He deserves at least a little bit of a spot on this wall. That's a good point, Garth. I'll think about that, man. I'll try to think if I can come up with something. My nephew's got a 3D printer thing that he got for Christmas. I wonder if I could get a little 3D printed Paul Allen figurine. 3D printing does that, right? I could pull that off, right, Garth? Have a little Garth Allen, put him on top of the Largent, have him sitting up there, and I give him a little, like have him sitting on the edge of the Largent deal, and he's got his little laptop in front of him. Somebody out there's got a printer. Hit me up in the chat. We're on to something here. Garth's on to something with this one. Lethal Lance says, if Kelvin Banks, Armand Mabo, or Tyler Booker isn't there at 18, do you trade down to mid to late 20s and pick up a third? I'm starting to really like the idea of picking up day 2 picks. Lots of value. Yeah, I like where your mind's at with this, Lethal Lance. I think my mind would be in a similar place where I look at this draft and I go, okay, it's not as strong a draft as we've seen in recent years, especially when it comes to blue chip talent, especially when it comes to high-end quarterback prospects. But it does have a bit of a glut into sort of that second, third round range where there's a lot of good players in that part of things. And so if I can get an extra guy in that part of things, understanding too a little bit here, Lethal Lance, that there is, I think, a bit of a dip as you get into sort of that 5th round, late 4th, 5th round range. The talent does kind of fall off at that point. I'd like to do that if we can. It is harder to make these trades happen in recent history. There's less of these teams willing to move up or looking to move up because they know what they got to give up to move up. But that would be I think that would be cool and ideal, especially because it really gives you the opportunity then to double dip on that offensive line where you can come out with maybe like a Booker, then you take in the late 1st, and then you can maybe even come back and take Savai or Wyatt Milliam there in the 2nd round, or Donovan Jackson. you can kind of double dip bound. You're still picking some other players. You're not heavily driven by your draft being run by offensive line at that point. I like where your head's at with it. I certainly would be in favor of potentially doing that. 360 bets, no quarterback in the first round for us. Can't do it, Hawks Nest. Would prefer we get a left guard, but would accept a defensive lineman. I think it's very much likely to play out the way that you speak, in that defensive lineman or edge. If I was putting money down, I'd put my money down on that being the position likely to be picked by the Hawks at this point, 360. 360 says, if we draft a defensive end, what happens to Nwosu, Hawks Nest? I don't mean to take a middle ground on it, 360, but I think that it doesn't necessarily mean one thing to the other. Because I think you're kind of inferring that if you take a guy off the edge, then Nwosu's kind of a man left out a little bit. I don't know that it would necessarily mean that. So let's take this through a little bit. Like, you take Mykel Williams. So with Mykel Williams, you're going to have a guy, you'll have him as your fourth edge at that point. Uchenna's in the house. But what you also have set up at that point is you're doing what the Eagles do, where you're getting out ahead of a situation rather than being reactionary to a situation year by year. Where you're looking out ahead of it and you're saying, look, we may want to trade, and this is a bit of Randall's point about Mafe. We may want to put Mafe on an extension, but if Mafe becomes a free agent after this year and we don't want to sign him, maybe having his replacement in-house isn't too bad. And with Derek Hall, it's much of the same way, where he's been a good player. Hall was a better player, took a step forward this last year. Mafe's been a good player for you. But we're talking about not just being a good player, but also, do you want to pay these guys at one point or another 14, 15, 16, 17 million per year? Are they worth that? So, yeah, you'd be stacking up your edge group really deep at that point, 360. But in Mykel Williams' case, I think the first year you'd have as kind of a guy that's going to develop, a guy you're looking more to the eye towards being 2026. He's going to have a role as an early down run defender, but then in being that early run down defender, then he frees up guys like a Hall to then just pin his ears back and be a pure pass rusher and limit some of the deficiencies in his game as a run defender at that point. So it could mean in you taking an edge that you're moving on from Nwosu, but it also could be that you're just going to run with four strong edges, and that if you get a guy like I mentioned, Mykel Williams or Shamar Stewart, for instance, because these guys fit to that power edge role. And when it comes to Mafe and Hall and Nwosu, they're all guys that can give you some smattering of the power edginess to their game, but they're not pure power edges. And that is what you get in one of these other guys, where they do fill that hole that is a necessity on this defense, which wouldn't then impact the other guys on the team at that point, I would say. But if you were to go for maybe more of a pure edge rusher guy, as Enrique at Boston College, second, third round, if you're going to go for more of a, maybe a Kyle Kennard, Princely Umanilian, I mean, maybe you're at that point looking to just straight release Nwosu and flip one out for the other. Dallas Cowboy says, we need Dak to go full Dak so we can lose enough to draft Arch. We can do it. Hey, your team's showing some signs this year of maybe being willing to go a little bit in the tank. So we'll see. That's why I say, Dallas Cowboy, trade Micah Parsons. Smart. I know you love him. I know you probably don't want to move him, but this is what a smart organization would do from the Cowboy standpoint, is don't put that guy on a $35 million payday. Go get the picks for him and reset this thing a little bit. Especially getting picks for next year, Dallas Cowboy, to go get that quarterback, I think it could be smart. Space says, I'm not seeing a quarterback worth making a big move in this year's draft. Me either, Space. Me either. Who cares? Now looking back, do you think trading back out of the first and taking Cooper DeJean was the right move, thus allowing us to take a second round interior offensive line like Zach Frazier or Cooper Beebe? Yeah, it's a bit, last year's draft was a little bit like this year's draft. And so this the same thing that I'm encouraging, likely the Lance had mentioned above, in the moving back to 25, 26, 27 to get the extra third rounder, to pick up that second, or package the couple third rounders in to get back to the second round because you didn't have a second round pick. I would have rather have liked to have done that. Yeah, hoop craze. I think the team just, and here's the thing about it, last year you had that trade on the table. There were teams trying to trade up to get Byron Murphy, you could have made that kind of respective move. You just love Murphy so much. But I just think there's more value for the two. Not every year it works this way, but in this case, the 2 for the 1 you get, considering there's not a lot of first round graded players in this draft, considering that we're going to probably be taking a guy that I'm going to have a second round grade on when we do pick in the first round. Like these top 4 offensive linemen are probably going to be off the board. You're going to be getting a guy there's a good chance. As I said, I've got 16 graded first round players. You're going to be picking 18. Means there's a good chance you're going to be picking there in 18 a guy that's a second round graded guy. So why not then trade back and pick up those extra round picks if they're all kind of all slotted fairly similar together as far as their valuation goes? So I would have done it last year. I'll do it again this year if it could be presented. And hopefully they're more open to it this year than they were last year. Pick up teams have started to release guys. Wonder when Seahawks start the process. It'll start to probably pick up in the next week or so. Kevin O'Connell says, bro, it's going to be hilarious if the Cardinals go all the way now. Their trophy case is so dusty, you need a hazmat suit to clean that thing out. There's dead cockroaches in there. They got dead scorpions in there. For some reason, there's a cactus. You open up the Arizona Cardinal trophy case, and there's literally a rolling tumbleweed that goes past your vision as you open it up. You're like, who put a tumbleweed in here? Copper says, have we gotten an answer on how many comp picks we're going to get this year? No. You will find out that information, though, as well within the next 2 weeks. Right now, currently, it's going to either be a 4th and a 6th round pick, I would say copper-wise, or it's going to be a 4th, 5th, and 6th round pick. So it's one of those two, I think. It's an educated guess, but I think it's a pretty good guess. Chris is with me. 3 comp picks. Yeah, I think we're right in that place. 2 minimum, maybe 3. Radu Turkin in the house. What's up, Radu? You see that Spoon Gruden interview? I watched a little bit of it. I haven't had a chance to check it out fully yet, but it was a good interview. Gruden's a lot of fun, man. He's a lot of fun. He creates some great content, and yeah, it was a good interview. Love some of I saw some of the discussion on how to play in the slot and how unappreciated it is, and some great points in there about how hard it is. Copper-wise, from what I've seen, we currently have 8 picks, a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th, and 2 6ths and a 7th. I think that sounds about right. Yeah. So you've got the 4th and the 6th on the comp picks back. You lost the 4th, your initial 4th you lost for the Jones one. You lost the 5th that you had traded for Darrell Taylor back. Yep. The way you've got it down there is the way that I understand it as well. It could be one more extra one on top of that copper-wise, but I think that's right. That's where you might get the extra 5th in there with the compensatory thing. Kick up, what will you be doing this offseason to stay busy? I guess the NFL free agency and drafts available. It's going to go really still hot and heavy right up until free agency. I'm going to do all 3 of the first 3 days of free agency. So we'll go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday up till the official opening of free agency, where I'll be doing all 3 of those live stream days. We'll be doing all 3 days of the draft. There's a lot of build up to the draft here in the week leading up to it, where I'm going to do a lot of coverage on the stuff with that too. I think once we get a little bit into the end of the draft into sort of May, June, I'll just be kind of sort of taking it easy. There's going to be a couple of some side projects, which I'll let you guys know about here coming up into that time period. We're going to be doing, I'll be doing some stuff over on my Twitch channel. So if you're not subbed up to me, get subbed up to me over on my Twitch channel, the Seahawks Nest over on Twitch, because we'll be doing a lot of content over there this offseason, Hawks Nest Clips channel. So I'll be kind of parsing it off in some other areas too, in general terms, but we'll be rolling pretty strongly throughout most of the offseason kick up for the most part. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, with Nick, I've seen him described as Cam with better coverage, and from what I've read, Starks seems like a Jamal Adams type of guy in coverage, but I just started getting into the safeties, though. He's definitely better than Jamal Adams in coverage. Definitely better. I mean, this is a guy that they've lined up in the slot and used him like a slot corner, which, never in Jamal Adams' career were you going to use him as a slot corner. He's going to be always in a safety position, and if anything, is a box safety more than anything else. I'm stoked with Nick and Greg. To your point, there's been a lot of people I've heard that have mentioned that they are very hyped on him. It's just that those initial 2 points of tape for me weren't underwhelming. It just, there wasn't a lot of sizzle there. And, with the safety position, sometimes when you're in just kind of a safety kind of position, you're playing cover 2, you're back here in coverage, you're not driving up and doing a lot of playmaking stuff. It can be hard at times to always stand out and really, really show out, especially when I've only watched a couple of those games. But I'll dive in a little bit more to his tape. I've gotten some more access this year, Greg, as I showed with some of the Dart tape at the top here. This year was the first year I've actually finally been able to track down some all 22 on the college level of things. So that'll give me a lot better chance to get a bit of a closer look with him too. Little Dallas Cowboy, Brandon, what is your opinion on Brondon in LA? Luka finally showed up, and you can't spell Luka without LA. Can't wait to watch more. I mean, it's cool for NBA to a degree. I do wonder a little bit if there was some manipulation by the NBA to make that trade happen a little bit. It's weird how LeBron always seems to be able to just get his superstars to play alongside him. And it's like, he just always like, dude, and I know he's older now and all that stuff, but just always, they find a way. Some don't have any picks, don't have any money, don't have, like, find a way. So it's an interesting pairing. They both kind of play the same position. Maybe they can make it work. It's going to be a little bit of a tough pickle, I think, from LA's standpoint, little Dallas Cowboy, because I don't know if Luka's necessarily going to sign there. And maybe LA is not the place that he necessarily wants to be. But it's fun. Barron was a top 3 outside corner. Am I off on my Barron outlook? I thought I watched his tape and I thought he was in the inside. Oh, you're right. I'm off. He's got 122 snaps in the slot too, so maybe I was watching the game where he's more put in the slot. I got to go back and watch him then, maybe. That's my bad. Oxeye View, you have a good night, man. Appreciate you. Lethal Lance says, if Jordan Birch blows up the combine at 290 pounds and puts up legitimate edge numbers, does he go up on your board? Probably. I think he dropped some weight this year. I think he went more into sort of a 275 place of things. And that did give him a little bit more explosiveness and get off this year. He did advance his game from the previous season. I love seeing those prospects come forward in that way. I keep thinking of him as an inside guy and how I watch him play. And maybe I'm just not giving as much credit, Lethal Lance, to his ability to play to the edge. And he did play the edge at the college level, but there is this thing with the college level with some of these bigger edges. Mike Morse was kind of this way, where it's just guys that, really aren't edges like that at the pro level. They get just a tweener is the word I'm looking for. I worry a little bit with Jordan Birch that there's a little bit of the tweener side of that. We're not quite an edge, not quite an inside. If he can show some of the explosiveness off the edge, and it isn't kind of as slow as I'm anticipating some of the numbers are going to probably be, especially if he's around 290 pounds. Yeah, he could come up a little bit more. That's a little bit of a question I have with his game, because I am a little worried on that just pure tweener aspect of him, where he's a man caught between two worlds there a little bit. But there's some of these guys that have also been able to, Lethal Lance, come into the sport and be those guys that are really misaligned as an edge out there in college, and then they become really good interior guys. Keon White, for instance, out there with the Patriots, was exactly this type of guy, where similar kind of size, build out there to Birch, maybe a little more explosive, but a guy that you saw only play at the edge out there at college, you go, man, he's going to kick inside the next level, and he might be a monster at the next level once you do that. Yeah, I think I'd allow him to come up there. Robs, this is what's new. Took a break from football and the Hawks. Nothing really going on, Rob. It's been pretty quiet off-season so far. Thrill House Hawks Nest, with the raise in the salary cap next year and all the room we're going to have, would we spend it now and go get Khalil Mack or lineman? The salary cap raises just seems like the league's going to be wild. With the raise in the salary cap next year, all the room we're going to have, would you spend it now and go get Khalil Mack? I don't think Khalil Mack makes as much sense to me at this point. Thrill House from a fit here and where we're sitting with our edges, and I just don't see as much with what you have from a need standpoint, the money that you do have to spend. I don't think Khalil Mack just adds up to me as really a possibility here. I think there's other teams that are going to jump up. I think the Packers are going to make a big run at him. I think the Raiders are going to make a big run at him. I don't think we're going to be one of those teams that's going to want to get into a bidding war for Khalil Mack. If the team wants to contend next year and they're showing and they're indicating to us, and I think they're going to indicate to us very quickly here with an extension to Geno Smith and DK Metcalf, that they're saying we do think that we should contend next year. My whole thing on that is that's what you're going to do. Then push the line, spend the money to the maximum. Yes, pull from tomorrow for today. I've been a big advocate for it. I didn't walk into this offseason saying that this is the road they had to go down. I came in this offseason saying, I'm willing to take a step back. I'm willing to clear out the bad money of the books. I'm willing to get this down to kind of a 0-hour place to make this right. But if you're going to go the other lane, if you're going to go the other direction, then go that direction hard. Go hard or go home, as they say. Go big or go home, as they say. And so if that's the case, then I hope they do Thrill House. I don't think they necessarily will, but I would. Yeah. Kick up thoughts on Mike Green. I want a guy that will get to the quarterback on third down, obvious passing downs. He will do that. He is a bundle of knives coming off the edge. He's got every move in the book that you could ask for from an edge rusher kick up. First step quickness, dip, bend, the sacred 3 skill set that you look for edge rushers first and foremost. He's got high energy guy on top of being twitchy as hell. Absolutely is going to be a monster as a pass rusher. You might have to protect him a little bit as an early rundown defender, a little bit. Not that he's bad there, but he's definitely a little bit better as a pass rusher. But he's fun. I wouldn't mind him at 18. Eden Tech World, Hawks Nest, who's your comp for Shamar Stewart? I don't have a comp, man. I wish I could kind of give you one, but unfortunately, I mean, he like moves like a guy that's 255 pounds and 290 pounds. His agility, his change of direction, his explosiveness is of that of a guy like 260 pounds. Big, long, wide. I'm thinking there's part of this is that this is a recent trend. The 6'5", 290-pound edges coming out of college. This is a very recent trend. If you were this guy 10 years ago, you were a 3 tech. So this is a bit hard to find the comps because there's just not been as many of these guys that have come out in recent years that are built like this. And I really can't even think of a guy recently that stands out to me. I can't give you a good comp. There's not been a guy like this that's come out. But that's really comes from just there's so few of these edges that are built like this at this size. I'll try to think of one that jumps out to me, Ethan, but he's kind of a unicorn. Garces, all right, you're right. Thrill House, Hawks Nest, Oklahoma drill between you and your brother who served 3 tours to be your mom's favorite. Who wins? My brother would tell you. My brother would tell you to you, everyone in this chat, he'd own up to it. He'd say the baddest man in our family is my big brother. So my brother made it through 3 tours, partly by, and he didn't have a dad around, so I had to kind of raise brother up a little bit. But no, he came back from his 3 tours and he was lifting weights and he thought he was a bad man. And he did his last final test of me at that point. He thought he was in his prime and he's like, I'm gonna find to get you now. I picked him up off the ground and held him in place. And I said, have we learned our lesson here? Big brother strength's just a thing, man. It's just a thing. But He'd tell you the same on this. He knows what's up. I was the ass kicker older brother, man. I was the guy, you go out and you mess with my little brother, you're going to be messing with me. You better believe you'll be messing with me. So he'll own up to that. My brother's a badass too. Don't make no mistake about it. He made it through that 3 tours being a badass. He was on the front lines on that stuff. So, but he's always a little brother, man. That's the way it works. Love you, Rob. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I hope this makes sense. With a defensive head coach and a short shelf life of offensive coordinators in the league, how does a team approach investing in players? I believe 3 years average for the OC. I would say that you look for those things that are ubiquitous, Randall. So I think you're definitely talking about this a little bit as far as player identification and getting players that fit. And I think within what you're talking about here in your donation is, you have this kind of coordinator who wants, mobile offensive linemen, and he needs his wide receivers to be yak, pace and space guys more than get open down the field and stretch the field kind of guys. Then you go to this next coordinator, and he needs guys that get down the field and create separation in the route running, and he's a little different there. I think this is where you come back to the smartness and intelligence behind building up an offensive line, then looking to target like. So if I have a guy in my last coordinator, and we're doing this a little bit with Grubb, who wants mobile offensive linemen, and you got guys in Cross and Lucas that fit to that model and way, and Bradford fits that model and way, and Haynes fits that model and way. And then when you go to another OC, then that you're looking for the good OC, but you're also then looking for the OC that wants to have mobile offensive linemen, so that you're not having to constantly rearrange all of the chairs back through again for the guy that wants the sofa chairs rather than the fold out, so to speak. And so there's a little bit where you can go like for like in your hiring process. I think too, it becomes easier if you have the line in place to make the rest of the whole offense then able to perform and able to be functional at that point minimum, where then you can kind of get down to skill position players and running backs and where we're at with quarterbacks and all of that a little bit. But that's, of course, Randall, a little bit of just my own vision of how I would build a team as far as, the front to back stuff. First, sometimes how it's been built here with our general manager, where it's more been skill position, running back, quarterback, then we'll get to the line, kind of as a last thing. But I don't think that you got to grab the best players. Finding a system that is specific. If you're going to pivot off that system, then you got to, I think, pivot to somewhat of a like system if you're going to do that. Unless you're really invested at that point, Randall, in flipping things around and turning things over and really saying, okay, we got to give this thing some time because we're changing it so thoroughly. But I think that's where there's some intelligence on kind of going from like to like. If we leave this Shanahan system after this and there's some success and Clint Kubiak goes and gets hired somewhere, maybe you go look for another Shanahan acolyte that can kind of fit right back in, and all of what you have in place fits to what he wants. I think that's the smart way of going about it, to kind of get ahead of it a little bit. Alpha suck at mock drafts. B, you're still going? Any new opinions on Donovan Jackson? I still think he's a late first round guy. Very well might be. I haven't gone back and looked at him recently as of yet, but I love what he did as a tackle out there in the playoffs. And I think if he gets in the first round, it's going to be because teams are looking at a guy that can be functional for you out as a tackle, as well as being a really good guard in this league. And he provides that versatility that they didn't know he had until he did it. And I like him a lot. I've got a second round grade on him. I have kind of elevated him up from initially a third round grade that I had of him to get him up to that spot. Can't quite get up into first round area, Alpha, but could see him taken in that place because of that tackle versatility. Will Dallas says, no, I agree. Trade number 11 and 88. I would get those picks. I would love to see your Dallas team do it for your fan base. That look, I give Jerry a lot of hell, Dallas, but I know you got a great fan base out there, and you guys have been kind of suffering through this a little bit. And I'm a big proponent of this. I was a proponent of it for my own team then heading into this offseason, and we're in a much better state than where your Cowboys land as far as that development cycle goes. Jerry just needs to take a step back on this one and hit the reset button. But pride's a mother effer, and with him, he's 97 years old, so he's like, I only got 1 year left. I only got 1 year left. One more time. One more time. Emerald Hayes, Dart or Howard? Which quarterback would you rather have? Yes. Trade back. Yeah, trade back's the way, man, Emerald Hayes. And hard to pick for me. I've got these guys in the third round, neck and neck. They're right there with each other. I think I might end up coming up to the end point of this where I might elevate Howard a little bit over where I've got Dart. But I honestly could kind of make an equivalent argument for either. They're really good players. But third round is where I'd like to be at Emerald Hayes. I don't want to take these guys up in the first round because they've somehow gotten overinflated through the post-draft, pre-draft process, because this is what this does to the quarterback position. Chris's Cards would need a quarterback at minimum to make it in the playoffs. Very much so. Arturo says the Arizona Cardinal trophy case has a rattlesnake in it. Thrill Kyler Murray just seems like he's just figured out. Yeah. Teams kind of know what they're going to get from him, and they know how to play him, I think. Arizona's got a little bit of an outside chance of potentially moving him this offseason. It doesn't get talked a lot about, but another guy that very possibly could be on the move. I don't think it's likely to happen, but it's possible. Chris says Murray throws in the towel too easily, and he's losing his legs. Starting to get up there, isn't he? Yeah, he doesn't quite seem quite as sudden as he once was coming out, does he? Garth, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Brando, what's the card on the left of the 96 A-Rod? That is Cortez Kennedy. So this was a Cortez Kennedy event, and we got the signed Cortez Kennedy card there. A little bit of his 1992 season. 92 tackles from a defensive tackle, folks, and 14 sacks. One of the greatest years for a defensive tackle in NFL history. In NFL history. Cortez next year A-Rod card, Garth. It's natural. Kick up, would you trade Kyler for a 2025 third and 26 fourth? No. I am not a Kyler guy. Did I miss a dono? No, I'm on it. We're on it. JSD, who is the best player in this draft, regardless of position? It's Hunter or Carter for me. I'm going to go with Hunter. So much of what Hunter does on the football field is going to be driven by how you're able to maximize his dual receiver cornerback thing that he does. Both of them are very close to me. Maybe I'll give Hunter a little bit of the nod on that, but I like Carter too. One of those two guys, GSD. Addicted Brandon, tip of the cap to your brother. Thank you, Addicted. He's a good man. Great father, and he was a hell of a Marine. Little Dallas Cowboy laughed my ass off, 97-year-old, 1 year left. Just one more is all I got. I'm telling you, Steven, we got to do it this year. I don't know if I'll make it this year again, another year. Daddy, you said that to me last year. You said, Steven, I only got one more year. We got to go for it again. I said, we got to take a step back, Daddy. And you said, no. Hey, just don't shut up, son. Go have another burrito. Dad, you're always making fun of me eating. How about you have two of them, you fat mother effer? Maybe if you weren't so busy feeding your fat face all the time, we'd win a couple games. Daddy, I'm doing my best. I didn't want to be a general manager. You are born to be a general manager. Shut up. That's not the Jones way. Now, you going to give me a Super Bowl this year or not? We're not that good, Daddy. We were the bottom of the division. I don't think we... Shut up. Just say yes. You always make me say yes. Just say yes. Chris's comp for Shamar Stewart could be Denver's Myers, I think. Let me see on this one. You said Denver Myers. I'm trying to look up Myers. Denver's defensive end? Oh, John Franklin Myers. Yeah. Yeah, that could kind of fit. That could kind of fit. I like that. That ain't bad. Probably as close as you'll probably find, Chris, right? Agreed. Louisiana Center, or is that West? I'm not aware of a Louisiana center in this draft. I might not have gotten to him yet. I'm only like 5 centers deep into this draft, so I probably still haven't just gotten to him yet. The Real Cheese in the house. What's up, Real Cheese? He says, I would love to go to the F them picks route. I would love to go F them picks route. Win the Super Bowl in the Niners' house? Yes, please. You're going to go this route. All I ask is that you just pick a lane and you commit to it from a front office perspective. And I think it's very important to say, look, as a fan, I'm okay with the patient approach. I'm okay if you want to take a step back. I'm okay if you say, look, it's been 10 years of us kind of driving hard every offseason, and we've not gotten ourselves close to contending status. So let's make sure if we're going to drive it hard, we know we're in contending status, and that's going to take a year. But if the team wanted to go the opposite direction, which is where they're indicating, where they're going to sign before we even get to free agency, DK Metcalf and Geno Smith and Ernest Jones and probably Michael Dixon do an extension in addition to that, then go down that damn road. Drive it. And it doesn't have to necessarily mean F those picks, but it does mean that you maximize today. It does mean that you're going to have to pull from some tomorrow for today if the true intention is to become a contender. And not a political, like, double speak thing that you're just telling the fans to make them feel warm and fuzzy about the upcoming season. Yeah, we're going to contend. Yeah, but you believe it in your heart, John. You believe it in your soul. There's an element of luck. There's an element of chance that's always at play at every individual NFL season. But there's also those teams, as I've said, Real Cheese, that we know coming into the year are the true blue contenders where you don't have to guess. You don't have to wonder. You don't have to have a point of imagination to understand that that's going to be a team at the end of the year that's going to be right there in the mix with everybody else. And I'm advocating for that. And I'm advocating for the fact that the team can get there. But it's going to take maximum aggression to get there. Thank you for the donation, man. Lou says, Tez, awesome, Brandon, jealous. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Very kind. Yeah, that's one of my prized. Ortiz says, Cortez. He says, man, I miss Tez. One of the best friends looked a lot like him, so I call him Baby Tez. Laughing out loud. Gar says, Tez was a beast. It's sad those big guys fall early in life because they carried those frames. It's not good on the heart, right? It's hard on the heart, those big guys in their career like that, taking on so much of that extra weight. And why I think you see so many of these guys that are big, that retire, that instantaneously slim right down and lose a lot of that weight. Cortez stats are pretty impressive. Alan Page, my first football hero, 1971 stats, 109 sacks, 109 tackles, 9 sacks, 3 fumble recoveries, and 2 safeties. Part of the Purple People Leaders out there, addicted. He was a hell of a player too, Alan Page, Hall of Famer. Steelers says that Cortez Kennedy was the most athletic, non-athletic looking human I've ever seen. Yeah, he didn't have a cool looking body. He didn't have the looks like he's out of a comic book panel. But when he got moving on the field, you saw it then. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, what are your thoughts on safety Latham Ransom? I like his physicality, hard-hitting and his attitude he plays with. I was a little slow with Latham. I'm not as hot to trot on him. I found him fairly nondescript as a player. Failed to elicit much excitement. He scoots around the field with barely above average quickness and speed. His instincts are slow to react, slow to diagnose. Mainly played as a free safety, but does have some history playing in the box and in the slot. I think he's average as a tackler with his share of misses throughout his college career. When he's in man coverage, he's not going to turn his back. He's not going to turn back for the ball. He appears tentative and unsure when approaching from center field on shorter underneath routes. He can get stuck on blocks when he can't just shoot the alley free. And don't ever ask him to set any edges. I just got a little bit bored watching the tape with Latham. The kid last year that came out of Ohio State, who was taken, I think, in the 6th round last year. I liked him better, Greg, as a player than I see in Latham. When he's got the alleyway and he can run it from center field safety and he can run the alleyway and he's got a pathway to the ball carrier, he can go light that guy up. Like you say, he can give you some hits. He can be physical in that way. But if it's got to be tough for him and he's got to process, if the route to the ball carrier is not straightforward and easy for him to get there, he's not really going to do much to get in on the play to my eyes on the tape that I watched. I got a little bit just kind of a little bored watching him. And again, there's some times I saw him getting targeted in coverage where he does not get his head turned back around for the ball at all. Or Chief, can you imagine? Just imagine me if Cortez Kennedy played alongside a Big Cat Williams and Chad Brown with Chad in modern edge rusher role. Maybe put Bobby and Cam back there. Damn, it would have been great. Something we don't know about Cortez if he had actually put that great supporting cast around him of what he could have been. If he had a functional offense on the other side of it, what more he could have been on his impact. Cortez got to greatness at the time that we were in the dark ages of our franchise period, and that sucks for him. Hell, he won the Defensive Player of the Year with a team that went 2-14. Hard to do. Flag, what's happening, man? It's good to see you in the house. Big Doc's Maximum Aggression. Wasn't that an early Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? It was indeed. I think that's right. Chris, if we're signing DK and Geno and keeping K9, we got to go 110% priority on the O-line with the draft and free agency. Otherwise, what's the point? Agreed. Part of what I've advocated for on this, Chris, to your point on this, is if you sign DK, sign Geno, sign Jones, then when you're going into free agency, you hit that hard with your offensive line. And then you can get to the draft and not only have the offensive line kind of taken care of by the time you get to the draft, but then you can also draft purely for value then when you get to the draft. It helps kind of set you up in two different ways in that manner. Will Valdez, hey B, have you had a chance to scout Jackson Slater? Seattle's interviewed him a couple of times now. I have not. The reason being on this Will Valdez is just that he's Sacramento State. Some of this is that there's not always readily available all the tape of all these college teams for me. So I don't have a lot of tape to go off of with Jackson. I'm going to try to see if I can kind of find a little bit. There's the kid out of William and Mary as well. It's a little bit of the same kind of thing where I just don't have a lot to go off of to be able to kind of evaluate these guys too much. But he does seem to be a guy that's on the Hawks radar, to your point on that. And I'll try to see if I can kind of dig up some tape. I've gotten some recent access to some all 22 of college tape. I might be able to dig around and find some Slater stuff in there. But it's hard. Sacramento State doesn't have a lot of readily available tape. And then when you're watching Sacramento State, of course, you're watching them against a much, much lower competition that does make it also hard to kind of evaluate what's what with that. Gart Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, give me an all-time Seahawks team at every position, including special teams. If you can't, I understand. No, it's all good. I would put let's see here. We'll go with I would probably do something like Eugene Robinson, Cam Chancellor out at safety, Richard Sherman and Freddie Young, I think it is. Forgetting the other cornerback from the early 80s. I'm probably getting the name. So if I get the name wrong, Garth, you know who I mean. You know, the 80s cornerback that we had that was really good. Dave Brown. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to think of. So Dave Brown, Richard Sherman. Obviously Cortez Kennedy. It's hard to put you got to put a nose tackle next to Cortez. That doesn't get easier to do. Might be a Brandon Bain as my nose tackle next to Cortez. I can't just pick another 3-tech. That would be cheating. We can't cheat, folks. So maybe Mbain, edge-wise, I would go with Jacob Green over on one edge. Harder on the other one to figure out who to go with on the other side of it. Probably going to forget somebody, but... I'll come back to the edges. Obviously, Bobby Wagner at middle linebacker. I'd put Chad Brown as my will. He did play the will, by the way, so that's completely fair on my part. Offensive line, Walter Hutchinson, Max Unger. Chris Gray is unfortunately your best right guard in your team's history. Right tackle's another one that's really tough because we haven't had very many good right tackles. It's been bad right tackle-wise. I mean, it's tough on the tackles like that other edge. Like the other edge could be a Jeff Bryant. Maybe a little bit you want to give the nod to him. A couple guys that can make some arguments on that one as far as being edges in there on the other side. So I'm not sure on the right tackle. Running back, I'll give the nod to Marshawn. Fullback, John L. Williams. Quarterback, Russell Wilson. Largent. I'll go Lockett, and I'll cheat and put Doug Baldwin in the slot. Best tight end would be maybe Mike Tice. Having a lot of great tight ends. There's my list. That's my list. I don't know on the right tackle. Locklear or Breno. Our right tackles have been horrible. Garth, horrible. Special teams wise, Dixon's the best punter. Bobby Joe Edmonds is your best returner. Or Lockett. And then your best kicker would be Norm Johnson. Seth K. Aloha, thank you for the $5 donation. What do you think of going after Drew Dahlman in free agency at center? Then for the draft, who are you higher on for guard, Kelvin Banks or Josh Simmons? I believe Seth K. Aloha, that Josh Simmons is a pure left tackle. He's going to be taken ahead of our pick, and he's going to be taken to be a pure left tackle by whoever does grab him. Kelvin Banks is a guy that's more of a guy that's inside out. He can be tackle, be guard, possibly both. I like Banks a lot at 18 if the Seahawks were to take him there. I think that's the right fit for where he's slotted to go. It makes a lot of sense there at 18. Hard a little bit with him because you haven't seen him take guard snaps. So you just see that at tackle, he's not necessarily a foot speed guy that's going to be able to, in my opinion, hold up there at tackle. I think he's got to transition inside because he's just going to get exposed by the twitchier edge rushers in the sport. So he's fine there at 18. I did a free agent deal here. I think 2 weeks ago, I kind of did a perspective of a free agent, approach that I would look for us to kind of take. And I had a couple of guys on there that I was kind of itemizing that this is who I'd want to select as far as free agents go. So I'll show you here on this. These were the guys that I had you kind of going for in free agency as far as predicting John's moves. Not what I want to be done, but trying to kind of predict what I think John might be likely to do. I think center is very important. I think that Dahlman is the guy to your point on this, Seth, you can see here, I have them signing Dahlman on a 4-year, $70 million contract in free agency. So he was the lineman I see them targeting. He makes a lot of sense. He frees Haynes to go back to right guard and fit there. He gives you a much better player than what you're getting out of Oluwatimi. Oluwatimi can now slide in to be a backup role. Really just kind of sets the stage for the rest of the offseason to put this in place like this. So Dahlman was one of my guys, Seth. I like him a lot. He's my number 2 highest rated free agent player available for the Hawks on my list of guys that I would target as far as the, my pecking order goes. So he would be a very high priority for me, and if you win with him and then you draft Kelvin Banks, your line is on the way, man. You're on the way to getting where you're trying to get to, which is to get to a functional offensive line that can start to take itself from a bottom third, much like the defense did last year, to more of a top third kind of place. Warchie says running backs, 1 Marshawn, 2 Kurt Warner, 3 John L. Williams, Ricky Waters. Warchief's not giving Alexander no love. Visible, Brandon, why do you think there is such a huge push for Joe Milton in the segment of the fan base? 6 years as a starter and still can't process basic reads. I just don't understand the hype at all. Hopefully you can hear me fighting my impatience with it as well for how much it gets brought up in my chat. Because you're right. Every time I go live, I've got the Miltonites out in full force. And I share your frustration and I share your lack of understanding why. I understand that the game against Buffalo was really impressive. And on the surface of it, you go, look at that guy. 6th round rookie kicking the Buffalo Bills' ass. The team that's going to get to the conference title game. And he's hitting them their butt. Look at that. That's our guy. Go get him. And then you get him on, I feel like Instagram throwing 80-yard passes on a practice field, and that just gets people signed up for the guy. But it's like, there's more to the position than that. And that one game cannot allow you to be colored in your view of the guy of he's this guy because of this one performance in this one game where Buffalo was resting all of their starters and checked out. And I think it was in New England. And no, I don't get it either, man. He's got a really big arm and he's got mobility, and people want physical. He's got the size, and people want those boxes to be checked off for the quarterbacks that they look for. And I think that there's a thinking that you can kind of get him for cheap, that the Patriots will just kind of give him away because they've got May. All of these things, I don't think that I'm as sure of that that's really the case. Jordan says no Ken Easley. No, I had Ken Easley. So I had Ken Easley and Eugene Robinson. Easley will be my strong safety. Robinson would be my free safety. Cowboy says, put prime John Randall on the defensive line. Well, we've got that right now in Byron Murphy, man. He's a John Randall clone. We just got to stop asking him to play nose tackle because you never asked John Randall to play nose tackle. Zach Miller says ejected Hawks. He might be the right tight end there. That's a good one too. I'd accept that answer. He makes as much sense as anything. He's got a little bit of the shorter. It's all about, when you're doing these lists, a little bit of the hard measurement of how much should be calculated in for longevity and being with a team many different years. Greg says, Brandon, you described Ransom exactly how the scouting websites are, but I wanted your opinion since how do you feel about, so and Greg, if that's what the scouting sites, I'm not writing like all of these notes, with this on this. I'll show you right here, man. All of my notes are all handwritten up. I purposely try to avoid, if I can, on this, Greg, for the very reason here of, let's see if this shows up here. Yeah. So I purposefully try to avoid looking at the online stuff of guys with this, Greg. It is really purely when I look at this stuff, I might go late in the process and see some of what I'm seeing on a prospect to that degree of it. But when I do the initial look, I just want to do fresh eyes. Don't look at what anybody's saying. Just roll the tape and then just kind of start stacking. In a lot of ways, it's kind of just random thoughts. And it's me just sort of, here's a random thought. Here's what I'm seeing randomly. Sometimes it's interconnected in guys. Sometimes it's just kind of a stream of consciousness like it is here, with him on it. But, these are all guys where I'm not copying these from sites. These are all my own personal little notes on these all the way down the line. I'm up to almost, 28,000 words, Greg. Show you down here and kind of see. I'm up to 28,000 words on this draft. I'll end up last year, I was up about 90,000 words when it's all said and done as far as the, what I'm doing with it. So I promise you, I'm not pulling those from the websites. I'm just in sync with them in our outlook of how we, kind of viewed it. You can see here, I was just getting in the other night in regards to the Alabama safety. What happens to me sometimes with this is that I get in to start looking at a guy and then I start getting sleepy. So the guy you're talking, of course, is Malachi Moore. I got my initial word of savvy in, and then I got sleepy. And I was like, I got to go back and double check him. So he's my next guy up. I did watch him a little bit last year. A lot of energy, really runs around and really hits. I think a little bit of how you kind of described Ransom, I would say that was more of a little bit of a general feeling of what I got off Malachi Moore off the initial viewing experience with him. But I kind of, he was one of those guys, was like the third or fourth guy at the end of the night of the prospects I was looking at. And for some reason I'm always looking at these guys late at the end of the night. And so then I start to go across and you fall asleep and I'll get back to him. So I've got to get back to Malachi, but he looked pretty, I liked what I saw initially off of him. Ethan says I go with Leon Washington for kick returner. That's a good one. That's a good one. Visible says it's honestly sad that our best tight end is Zach Miller. It is. There's a couple positions where we've really missed on this as an organization for many, many years. Visible says, talking about elite returners, I'll never get over that hold on Devin Hester's return on the playoffs. One of the worst moments as a fan ever. Yeah, that was a brutal hold call. It was. Could have changed the whole scope of that game, couldn't it? Jordan says, well, John Carlson could have been our best tight end. Yeah. Him and Jeremy Stevens should have been one of those two guys, probably. Warchief says, Dwayne Brown has to be right tackle. I mean, you're going to have to make a move of position if you do that. Right tackle's a little bit like tight end, where it's like, it's been dodgy. It's been a little tough. Greg Kemp says, isn't Elijah Moore a pure slot receiver? He's done some outside stuff. He's done some. I wasn't really caught up with the guys on my list with that, Greg. It's not really as much about Moore or anything else. It's more of just like a placeholder 1 year, $4 million deal. It would be more of just, you could almost kind of insert anybody. You get kind of a veteran guy in there, so to speak. But he's done a little bit of outside stuff too. Jordan said, I would love to have Cam and Easley if possible, unless you can't have two strong safeties. Well, Easley did both free safety, strong safety stuff. So you could kick him over to free. That's doable. He could handle those duties. Did I forget, was Leon Washington only a punt returner? No, he was a kickoff and punt returner. He did both. He did them both. 76 says Mike Sinclair off the edge. That's a good pick. It's a good pick. Yeah, I think he had a good over, 60, 70 sacks with us, I think. Somewhere in that area, between 50 and 70. 36 goes Joey Galloway, wide receiver. Oh, I don't mind that pick either. That's a good one. That's definitely a good one. Or GB, Lofa might have to be the linebacker next to Bobby on that list, even though he's middle. Could you picture not putting Lofa next to Bobby if he could have your way? I don't know if Lofa would have been as good as a Will as he would have been a Mike. So that's where I think on these lists you got to pick to the positions the players have played, and that makes it harder. Makes it harder to assemble the list, because you got to leave guys out like Lofa at that point, which makes it tough. But I don't think Lofa ever really did any Will kind of stuff. Which uses, damn, we've had some good linebackers over the years. We have, man. We have, for sure. One place we've got it right. Visible Brandon, I may have missed it, but do you want a Noah Fant extension? No, I'd be more in favor of releasing Noah Fant at this point. I don't think he provides a whole lot for what you're paying for. He's not super costly, but he's not cheap, and I think that that's replaceable production without having to spend $10 million a year to get it. Especially in this draft, which is one of the most loaded drafts that we've seen in maybe 15 to 20 years, as far as the tight end position is concerned. George says, I cannot believe the Chargers had the number one offense and defense and had the worst ranked special teams and missed the playoffs that year. They did. Cautionary tale right there, Jordan. A cautionary tale. Sean Springs, a quarterback. He's good too. He's a good possibility. Oxlad says, I will literally kill myself if we didn't draft him in the first round. Which guy is that? Which one would that be? Never leave out Lofa. Can't leave out Lofa, man. Greg's got DK, Largent, and Doug. That's a good list too. I like that list as well. DK be taking off the double heat off Largent's back, man. I like it. Give me the Seahawks. Who's your top 5 most clutch players in Seahawks history? Is Gino on the list? I guess so. I don't know if I've really got a good idea of who I would have as, clutch guys on the list. Or how I would order that list. But you probably have Gino. You'd probably have a Largent. You probably have a Wilson on there. I'd have a hard time kind of putting that list together, though. I don't know. It's hard to kind of determine. It's easy to determine a quarterback, comeback victories, that thing. It's kind of hard to determine that for other positions. Addicted the 2025 season will be the season of AJ Barner. 223-25. Mark it down. I'm marking it, man. I'm marking it. Let's go. All right. Well, let's put a bit of a button if we can on this one and kind of start to wrap this up. If you guys got some last minute questions, we'll go ahead and get that. We had a request here for a mock, so I'll run a quick mock here to kind of wrap us up. Because I did promise I would do it. And then we'll kind of put a button on this one here. We'll put a button on this one. We're over 5 hours in. I think we've covered the ground, covered the lay of the land. All right. Seven round mock. Let's go fast. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one. Let's get a couple out here. Let's see what we got. So, no, we're not doing no trades. Go away. Jalen Walker, Matthew Golden, Amon Maboo, Derek Harmon. Well, I'm going to go with, let's go pure value here. I got a first round grade on Maboo. I think he can play guard. Let's go with him. Second round. Shamar Stewart, wide million. I don't know if he's Enrique. We can go get our center of the future in Zabel. Walker. Jackson, but I mean, I've got Shamar Stewart at the top of the second round, man. I can't believe my luck. Can't believe my luck. I got Shamar Stewart the second round all day, every day. All day, every day. Third round. We've taken the line. We've dealt with the trenches here. Dealt with the trenches. Shamar Stewart. Ooh, man, I like Kyle Kennard a lot here. Jaden Higgins. Some sense here as a wide receiver. Got Gunnar Helm there as a tight end, an H-back guy that you could get in to fill in at this point for a... got Will Howard as a quarterback. Let's go with Jaden Higgins. All right, back here now in the fourth round, Darius Alexander. That's where the value's at. I think I got a second round grade on him. Got Jordan Phillips as well. Let's go and man, they've got Jordan Phillips over Jamari Caldwell. Chad, am I crazy? Is Jordan Phillips, isn't Jordan Phillips better in your guys' eyes? Isn't Caldwell better than Phillips? Where's the chat on that one? I don't think Caldwell lasts to the 4th round. So let's be realistic with it. Let's go get our nose tackle. Trenches, baby. Trenches. We got tackle, guard, edge, wide receiver, defensive tackle. We got the best center in the draft. Going to have to maybe wait for him a little bit, but best center in the draft still sitting there looking at you in the 5th round. Couple defensive tackles. We got another interesting edge here in Aldejo. Kind of already taken an edge, though. Don't have that as much as a need. Get the trenches fixed, boys and girls. Okay, coming back here now. You guys like Mitchell Evans? Let's go with Evans. Get our tight end. We'll go with the value. You know what I'm going to do? I like LaQuinn Allen. He's not going to be here, though, in the 6th, so let's keep this realistic. He's not lasting to the 6th round. No how? Nave. So we've gone for a tackle guard combo. We've got our center. We've got a couple of linemen in this draft. We've got our Lampkin is a real interesting guy here in the 6th round if he lasts to here. Not a big guy of any of these guys here necessarily. I really want to take LaQuinn Allen because he's such a freaking, but we don't, it's just not a need there. I'm torn. So torn. Let's keep our value here. Wooler's good. I like him as a safety. I keep taking him late in the drafts. All right, back again here. Let's get our line right, man. Bradford, you're on the way out, buddy. You better improve this year or you're out. And last pick. Not exactly picking through the best here, are we, at this point? Let's go with Arian Smith. Let's go with the Georgia kid. So there we go. We've got first round, Amar Mabu. Come back second round, Shamar Stewart if he drifts. Get Jane Daniels in the 3rd. Jordan Phillips, get your nose tackle. Get another center. I go trenches heavy. Mitchell Evans, a lot of guys like him as a tight end in Notre Dame. Come back with Wooler as a safety option, Lampkin and Arian Smith, kind of a Jamison Williams kind of comp a little bit for him, though doesn't have the productivity or maybe as much upside to there as Jamison does, but kind of double dip on the receiving position at that point. Got some love for Shamar Stewart. Okay. Like where I'm going. Greg Kemp, Brandon, who do you think Hawks will interview at the Combine? I would imagine you're going to see them lock in a lot on probably some of the trench spots. The Stewart kid's a guy that you tell me that they end up talking to him, make a lot of sense. The linemen, I'm expecting them certainly to speak to a bit. The quarterbacks, they're going to talk to all of those guys. They do every Combine on that. So expect all the quarterbacks to really be exhaustively looked at. Hard to kind of say. Hard to say exactly. I think we get a little bit more of an insight, Greg, once we learn about who they have out to Seattle, because you can only do 30 trips. And recent history has taught us that those that they do have out on those trips are guys that they do have true interest in. That's going to be the one that's going to be really indicative of us of where there's the kind of the hint, the interest there a little bit. Chris, I should have gone with Stackhouse later, man. I could have passed on Jordan and gotten Stackhouse later in the draft, to your point. Probably should have done that instead. Lethal says, I personally take Phillips. I had to go with it, man. Something about Phillips, man, and he's so young. There's something about Phillips. Visible Damian Martinez is a lot of fun, man. Definitely could see them jumping with him. He runs really tough. Lou says, A. Smith, best late pick. Hell yeah, I like him a lot. He's got some acceleration to him. And a guy that really was held back by the quarterback position, like Benjamin Yurceric was. Very similar there, where it's just hard when your quarterback sucks that bad. As well as Tyler Shock in the 7th. I mean, I don't think he lasts the 7th. I think he's minimum 4th is kind of his floor at this point. But if he was there in the 7th, I would have taken him. I didn't see his name up there, but I would have grabbed him instead for sure. For sure. Dick said, yeah, 2025 is the year of the trenches, and maybe Will Howard, if he's there round 3. Charbonnet K9 will shine in Kubiak's offense if we have an O-line. Well said, Addicted. Well said. Got to get that tight end somewhere, Sealord. I went with Mitchell there, but there's a couple places I could have easily. Gunnar Helm was a draw there early on in the draft. Jackson Hawes was in there too before I went a little bit later and taking the tight end there. But you could go anywhere there and jump on it, that's for sure. Greg says, Brandon, yeah, I agree with you on the Alabama safety. He's fun, and I can see him and Spoon on the field together. My favorites so far are Nick, Watts, and the Alabama safety. Oh, hell yeah. I'm looking forward to really getting into his tape on it. It wasn't a matter of his tape wasn't good the other night, Greg. It was just that thing where you get to that exhausted place the other night sometimes for me, and I try to just pack in the last couple of prospects at the end of the night that I kind of come wind through the tape, and I always push it a little bit past the line where I've watched too many and the eyes have started to cross, and you're like, okay, bedtime. But he was a lot of fun, and he plays with a lot of energy. And I think that if I remember correctly and kind of doing some of the initial investigation on him, he has really steadily improved with Alabama over his time there, Greg. And that's a real important part for these prospects, is to see that improvement in play. You do have some guys that are just the same player they were kind of when they walked in, and there's really not those steps forward in their game. But you have gotten to see that with Malachi Moore, I feel like. Wyatt Milliam's really nice, War Chief. I got no problem taking him in the 2nd round for sure. War Chief says, yeah, Bossa reminds me of Pat Willis. That's scary. I'm struggling with Bossa. A lot of people like him a lot out of Oregon as inside linebacker, right? I kind of struggled a bit on his tape. Dixon says, Damian Martinez from University of Miami, new version of Derrick Henry. I kind of see him like, he's like the guy out of Arizona. He's kind of like James Conner. Upright running style, runs really tough, hard to bring down. Kind of in that lane. Ethan says, mock draft Hall of Fame names. Visible, I wonder how high Jack Besh is going to go. I'm super high on him, maybe because he reminds me so much of Puka Nacua. I've been joking, Visible. I think it's like Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp had a baby. It'd be Jack Besh. And he's one of my more favored wide receivers in this class. He has grown on me. Every time I go back and watch his tape, he rises more and more and more up my board. I currently have him as my 4th highest rated wide receiver in this draft. And he might still get up even higher than that. I see him probably being picked at the end of the 1st round to the high point of the 2nd. And because he looks so kind of close to a Cooper Kupp or a Puka Nacua, because of their guys' recent success, I think that's only going to elevate his name higher and further up in this draft because of it. Nagasa Trey Smith is growing on you? He should. He's a lot of fun too. He's another guy that the more tape I watch of him, Nagasa, the more that he rises up on my board as well. You know, it's a little bit in the same way where it's just, you got the full skill set from this guy. You get the yak, you get the contested catch. You get kind of everything a little bit from him. That's a big, heavy draw for me. And he runs really good routes, Nagasa. Visible, I think Boss is high for me from strictly an upside. Has some rough tape at times, and I just think physically he could develop very well. He really is physically a marvel, in that he really carries a lot of that weight where he looks like a real thin player, but you go and it's like, oh no, he's up at 235. He's got the prerequisite kind of weight you'd like to look for in the position, and certainly the size you look for in the position, and you can see how he moves, that there's a difference in how he goes. instincts and some things that can develop with time are the things you, I think, look to go forward with him on it. And a guy that's, I think from my perspective, another guy that's probably worthy of another second look because of the fact there are so many people that are, I'm hearing from that are much higher than I had as kind of my initial look at him. Because an issue with Basa, I have him fitted into kind of more of a 4th round grade. I feel like he's kind of getting talked about more as kind of from some people's perspective as kind of a 2nd, 3rd round guy. And I couldn't quite get to that place of things. But again, I'll go back and take another look at him. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation, Y2K, and as well as being a member of the channel. I really appreciate you for that. I'll do a dynasty-only defense league if you guys are down. Got to ask, Schneider, what Carroll is going to do to Bowers? Black Cat for life. Schneider knows Carroll is going to turn him into Block Bowers. That's where he's heading now. So I hope that guy puts on his hard hat and is lifting weights and doing his bench presses and all that this offseason. Y2K, because that's where he's going to go. So I'll do a dynasty-only defense league. I didn't even know that was a thing. You could just do dynasty defensive players. Is that the new hotness now in the fantasy sector there, Y2K? Well, we can maybe get you reaching out there on Discord, getting everybody out there on that side of it. And I've been slowly getting the Black Cat. She's been starting to come up to the high side here bit by bit. So maybe we're going to eventually get her a little bit more up there on a normal basis. But yeah, Black Cat for life, man. She's a good, happy girl. She's right over there on the side of me. I'm looking at Xena. I don't have to always be looking at you. She gets jealous. Thank you though, Y2K. Appreciate the $5. Have a good night, Garth. Appreciate you for all of your donations and support to the channel, man. Everything you do for the channel, I do appreciate you, man. Hope you have a great night and a great week. Thrill House, hit your likes on the video and make your donos, guys. We're spoiled to have Brandon. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Visible, have a good night. Thanks for the stream, Brandon. My pleasure. Thank you guys tonight. I really want to say thank you as well just to the sponsor real quick. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the show. It's been sponsors for a year. Use my code today on Underdog Fantasy, NEST, and they'll match you 2 for $100, $50 back, $200 back, $100 back, $1,000, $500 back, all the way up to $2,000 down. They'll give you $1,000 back. There is some restrictions that do apply to the state of Washington, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can still use the app in full, get in on some parlays that you can parse between both basketball and baseball is about to start up. Get into some daily fantasy and baseball. A lot of fun with that. But use my code today if you get a chance on Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to them for sponsoring the show. A couple of programming notes here as we wrap it on up here. I am going to be starting up over on my TheSeahawksNest Clips channel. It's a separate channel here. I've been doing it for last year. We've got about 400 videos over there, so we've been really filling that Clips channel up. And we're going to be starting out this Monday with the first video that's going to be clipping out tomorrow. We're going to be trying to do a daily prospect look. It's going to be a little bit about like somewhere between a 2 to 5 minute video in and out really quickly to give you a quick snapshot of a prospect, a little bit of tape peppered in there as well to give you guys kind of a quick view of this. But I'm going to be releasing this daily as we lead up to the draft. And the hope is that I'm targeting guys that the Seahawks would be looking to target. I'm not just grabbing random prospects here, but guys that would actually be fits to what Seattle likes, what they're looking for, what Mike Donald would look for in his defense, what Kubiak be looking for in his offense. So if you're not subbed up as well over there to the TheSeahawksNest Clips channel, please do get subbed up, as I will be peppering that about once a day minimum over there here as we lead up over into the draft, on top of this offseason doing a lot of extra content over on that side of it. If you can for me, please do hit that like button on your way out the door here today, as it does help out the channel, helps me grow, helps me show up on the algorithm searches for those people out there looking for good Seahawks content. So when you hit that like button, it tells YouTube, push this out to other people looking for Seahawks content. It helps me out in that way tremendously. If you're not subbed up, please get subbed up. We're on the road to 20,000 here. We're getting very close to 19,000, so we're inching closer and closer to getting to that mark. I'd love to hit that if we can. The sooner, the better. Thank you to everybody that subbed on up here recently as well in addition to that. I thank you guys for, as always, a wonderful chat, great discussion, going every which way but loose, but that's what we do here. That's why this goes so long, is because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And I really thank you guys today for some great discussion, respectful in the chat, as you guys ever are. That's what makes this place go. That's what makes this place what it is to be able to have fun discussions, funny discussions, interesting discussions, and sometimes heated discussions, even when there is going to be a little bit of disagreement. And that's okay. That's what we're hoping to kind of drive to here. That's going to be just part of what this place brings to the table. So thank you guys for bringing that. I really do appreciate it. For me and Pumpkin and Xena, we will be back again here maybe on Wednesday. We'll see if we get a show up on that point. We're going to be looking at maybe some breaking news at some point or another. If we get a Geno extension, if we get a DK extension, You can count on me going live as soon as we hear about that coming down the line as well. So I'll keep my nose to the ear to the ground on that if we get the releases. So we'll stay on our toes here this offseason. It don't stop. The offseason just keeps on cooking through right here with me at the Hawks Nest as we do continue forward. And I appreciate you watching. We're back very soon. But until next time, don't you ever forget it's about to be a championship offseason. So now is not the time to forget that. Keep it at the forefront of your mind. Hawks are getting ready to do some great things and hopefully have one hell of an offseason. So until next time, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.